Before we dive into this royal insomnia saga, take a deep breath, because by the end of it, you might feel grateful for your creaky mattress and crooked pillow. Kings had gold-threaded sheets and still couldn't sleep. So if you've ever lost a night's rest worrying about your bills or your neighbor's barking dog, congratulations. You're basically living the royal experience, just without the servants judging your pajamas. Now, pull up the covers, silence your phone, and let's tiptoe into the absurdly sleepless world of monarchs who ruled everything except their own bedtime. They say a king's true power wasn't shown on the battlefield, but in the bedchamber. Behind the velvet curtains and the heavy scent of rose oil, real empires were born and sometimes destroyed under embroidered sheets. The bed of a medieval monarch was far more than a place of rest. It was a throne laid flat, where politics and passion tangled like vines in the dark. While peasants shared straw pallets with pigs for warmth, the royal bed was a mountain of symbolism, carved, perfumed, guarded, and sacred. And yet, for all its gold and silk, it was still a place where someone had to sleep beside another human being, with the same fears, flaws, and awkward moments of silence before dawn. You can almost imagine the contrast. The king crowned by day, stripped by night, his jewels replaced by uncertainty. The queen, decorated like a holy relic during processions, now trembling under the scrutiny of attendants as she slipped beneath sheets that carried the weight of kingdoms. In the Middle Ages, the bed was never just private, it was a stage, and the audience was sometimes shockingly close. From servants pulling the curtains to courtiers whispering outside the chamber, every sigh, every rustle of fabric could echo through corridors as political gossip by morning. There were even nights when witnesses were required because royal intimacy wasn't an act of love, it was proof of alliance, a document signed in flesh. It's hard not to laugh, or maybe wince, at the absurdity of it all. Imagine trying to appear regal and graceful while fumbling through your first night with a partner you barely knew, as someone in the corner took mental notes for the court archives. Yes, Your Majesty, the marriage is consummated. You may continue ruling Europe? No pressure at all. Privacy was a luxury no crown could buy. Some kings even used their beds as a sort of diplomatic tool, inviting nobles, confessors, or even artists to sit on its edge, discussing politics as if the scent of linen didn't cling to every secret shared. It was the heart of power, yes, but also the most human of spaces, where even the mightiest rulers were reduced to breathing, sweating mortals trying to find comfort in the dark. The architecture of royal bedrooms said everything about who ruled whom. The higher the dais that held the bed, the greater the authority. Some chambers had steps leading up to the mattress, as if approaching an altar. Curtains weren't for modesty, they were for hierarchy. When closed, they separated divinity from the rest of the world. When opened, they framed power like a performance. And for those privileged enough to be invited inside, every fabric, every carved cherub, every embroidered crest told a story. Who was loved, who was feared, and who was merely tolerated. It wasn't unusual for ambassadors to describe these details in letters, as if the size of a canopy revealed the size of a king's ego. Yet, beyond the spectacle, the royal bed carried invisible burdens. It was where heirs were expected to be conceived, where oaths were whispered, where betrayal sometimes slept beside loyalty. Many rulers were terrified of it. A night without an heir could mean war. A night with the wrong heir could mean execution. And while songs praised noble romances, the truth was often colder than the stone floors beneath those beds. The queen might enter smiling and emerge pale, knowing that what had just happened wasn't love but duty. A duty with witnesses, expectations, and sometimes consequences written in blood. The irony is striking. In a world obsessed with chastity and sin, the most sacred political act required sinning in public. The church preached purity, but bishops blessed beds where alliances were sealed. Monks wrote sermons against lust, while nobles paid fortunes for silk sheets and perfumes meant to inspire exactly that. It's almost comical in a tragic way, everyone pretending that holiness and desire could share the same pillow. And maybe they could, for a few fleeting hours when the torches dimmed and even kings forgot their crowns. But not everyone in that room forgot. Servants saw everything. They knew who sneaked out through secret passages, who called for scented oils too often, who cried quietly when the curtains closed. Their silence was bought with gold, but sometimes it slipped through gossip and laughter in the kitchens. The castle was alive with whispers, and the royal bed was its loudest rumor. You can picture a maid snickering as she folded the sheets in the morning, muttering, "So that's what royal duty sounds like." These moments of mundane humanity broke through the illusion of divinity, and perhaps that's what made them so irresistible. Still, for all its grandeur and absurdity, the royal bed had an undeniable magnetism. It was the pulse of the palace, the place where the future was conceived and the past was sometimes undone. Behind its curtains, history changed course, sometimes because of love, sometimes because of lust, and sometimes because of fear. Every stain, every sigh, every silence could ripple through centuries. And though the kings and queens are long gone, the questions they left behind remain uncomfortably modern. How much of intimacy is about love, and how much is about power? How often do we perform affection just because someone might be watching? In those candlelit chambers draped in gold but haunted by loneliness, the medieval world revealed its most honest truth, that even the most powerful people on earth were terrified of being alone in bed. And perhaps that's why the royal bed was never truly empty. It always held the ghosts of politics, religion, and human desire. The curtains would fall, the candles would fade, but the whispers never stopped. Somewhere, beneath all that silk, power still shifted in the dark. They didn't just sleep in those beds, they performed in them. Every movement of a royal couple carried the weight of expectation, and sometimes an entire audience. The idea of privacy was so foreign that even the most intimate moments came with spectators, courtiers, priests, servants, people who were there not to enjoy the show, but to verify that the union had taken place. Imagine the tension of that moment. The queen trembling under silken sheets, the king trying to appear both noble and competent, and a servant pretending to look at the wall while secretly dying to gossip later in the kitchens. It sounds absurd, but for them, this was duty. The act of consummation wasn't just a beginning, it was an official state event. To the medieval mind, love and politics were inseparable, though love rarely stood a chance. A marriage was not about hearts. It was about borders, treaties, and the unspoken fear that if you didn't produce an heir, your family's entire legacy could vanish. And so, what might have been a sacred or tender moment became a public obligation, as if fertility itself were a tax that had to be paid. The servants weren't there because anyone enjoyed their company. They were there because trust didn't exist. Without witnesses, a queen could later be accused of deceit, or a king could deny a child's legitimacy. Nothing was personal when everything was political. Of course, this system led to its own twisted theater. Some kings, nervous about performing under observation, relied on curious remedies, aphrodisiac potions, strange diets, even charms sewn into their clothing for strength. Chroniclers whisper about one French nobleman who drank wine mixed with crushed pearls before his wedding night, perhaps to sparkle from the inside out. Others trusted superstitions. A ring worn on the left hand could ignite the blood, while a prayer whispered to St. Agnes could supposedly soften the bride's heart. It was less romance and more medieval biohacking. And then there were the women, the queens, the noble daughters, raised to believe their bodies were contracts. Their first night was not about pleasure or even curiosity. It was about producing evidence. The next morning, the bedsheets were displayed to the court as proof of virginity, a strange mix of religion, biology, and theater that seems barbaric today but was deadly serious then. A clean sheet could mean scandal. A stained one could secure a throne. You can imagine how terrifying that must have been for a young woman who barely knew the man beside her, praying not just for safety, but for the right kind of evidence. Yet amid all this tension, there was also comedy, the kind that only human awkwardness can provide. Chroniclers rarely wrote about it, but you can sense the moments between the lines. The king who snored, the queen who yawned, the candle that refused to stay lit. Perhaps even laughter echoed behind those curtains once in a while, quickly stifled by the fear of being overheard. Because what could be more scandalous than joy? In a world where sin and virtue shared the same pillow, a genuine giggle might have been the most rebellious act of all. The servants, those invisible witnesses of history, played their part too. They dressed and undressed their masters, fetched warm wine, brushed hair, and often stood silently at the edge of the room until dismissed. But silence was a myth. The real news of the court traveled not through parchment but through whispers. A single raised eyebrow from a chambermaid could spread faster than any royal decree. In that sense, the servants were the journalists of their time, collecting secrets between sheets and delivering them over bread and stew in the kitchens. The idea that gossip could ruin a dynasty wasn't just a saying, it was a genuine threat. As years passed, these customs didn't vanish. They evolved into subtler forms. Kings built secret corridors leading to their lovers' rooms, cleverly hidden behind tapestries or disguised as prayer chambers. These architectural oddities still exist in some castles, silent witnesses to centuries of whispered betrayals. Some even had trapdoors leading to underground passages, ensuring that an unexpected knock at the door wouldn't expose a royal indiscretion. You might call it medieval multitasking, ruling a kingdom while perfecting the art of the stealthy escape. But beyond the mechanics of secrecy, there was the emotional absurdity of it all. The same monarch who could command armies and burn cities often had no control over his own desires. The queen, adorned with jewels that could buy a nation, often found herself powerless in the one place that mattered most, her own bed. The irony is almost poetic. Power in public, submission in private. History loves to paint them as icons, but perhaps they were just people trapped in roles too heavy for any heart to bear. And maybe that's why so many of them sought meaning in strange places. Astrology charts to predict fertility, confessions whispered to monks about temptations of the flesh, even hiring spiritual advisors to cleanse their chambers with incense before important nights. They were desperate for signs that the heavens approved of their most human acts. But the truth, unspoken and terrifying, was that no amount of ritual could change what happened in those few trembling moments of silence between two people expected to save a kingdom. It's strange how time doesn't change everything. Today, we laugh at their superstitions, yet we still live with our own public performances of intimacy, curated love stories, filtered affection, approval disguised as connection. The medieval court had its witnesses, and we have ours, staring through glowing screens instead of velvet curtains. Maybe we haven't evolved as much as we'd like to think. We still measure worth in appearance, still turn the private into spectacle, still confuse validation with love. Somewhere in those candlelit chambers between power and fear, something profoundly human flickered. A sigh, a hesitation, a whispered prayer for peace. Beneath the layers of duty, beneath the gold and the gossip, they were just people trying not to be alone in a world that demanded they never show weakness. And maybe that's the real secret the royal bed kept hidden. Not the scandal, not the spectacle, but the quiet ache of being watched while longing, like everyone else, for a moment of genuine warmth. There's something almost tragic about how early royal children were introduced to the idea of beds as tools of duty rather than comfort. Long before a prince even knew how to ride a horse, he was being quietly prepared for another kind of performance. In some courts, a boy's first understanding of intimacy came not from love, but from instruction, and often from someone chosen for him. An older nurse, a governess, or, in the strangest twist of all, a wet nurse who had once fed him. History likes to pretend this was noble education, but in truth, it was confusion wrapped in velvet. A child raised to rule a kingdom was never taught to understand emotion, only how to manage appearances. So he learned to rule others before he learned to rule himself, and that education wasn't done in classrooms. It happened behind drawn curtains and whispered doors, where young heirs were guided into manhood by women who were both caretakers and, at times, unwilling participants in a ritualized display of masculine pride. Imagine being 13, handed a goblet of spiced wine, and told by your father's advisor that, tonight, you become a man. The absurdity writes itself. You can almost picture the terrified prince, pretending to be confident, while his tutor waits outside to make sure everything goes according to tradition. These were the kind of lessons that left marks. Not on the body, but on the understanding of what power truly meant. It's hard not to smirk at the hypocrisy, though. A society that punished passion in peasants celebrated it in princes. The church thundered about chastity while kings quietly arranged for their sons to learn the ropes in silk sheets. It was moral flexibility at its finest, and it planted a seed of arrogance that would shape entire reigns. A prince who grew up believing pleasure was proof of dominance rarely became a compassionate ruler. His bed became a battlefield, and affection became another act of conquest. It's no wonder some of history's most notorious tyrants were also infamous lovers. They'd been taught that control and desire were the same thing. For the women involved, the story was far darker. Many were servants or companions with no real choice, their silence purchased by jewels or threats. Yet history barely whispers their names. They existed in the margins, used and then forgotten, erased by the same ink that glorified the men they educated. You can almost hear the faint echo of their laughter in the hallways, half amusement, half resignation. After all, they were part of a system that rewarded secrecy more than honesty, and maybe in their own quiet rebellion, some found small ways to mock the absurdity of it. A knowing glance, a whispered joke, a shared understanding that kings were often the most foolish students of all. It's fascinating how this dynamic shaped the relationships that followed. When these boys became men, they carried those lessons like armor. Marriage was strategy, love was weakness, and trust was a myth. The royal bed, instead of being a place of connection, became a continuation of politics by other means. You can trace the emotional detachment of entire dynasties back to those formative nights of forced initiation. They learned to command, not to care. And when they took their queens, they approached them not as partners, but as obligations. The bedchamber, rather than softening them, turned into another throne room, colder, quieter, and far lonelier. What's oddly human about this is that even the most ruthless rulers weren't immune to confusion. Take Henry VIII, for example, a man who could dissolve marriages and destroy monasteries with a signature, yet spent sleepless nights haunted by the failure to produce a son. For him, and for many like him, the bed was both sanctuary and battlefield. They were surrounded by silk and splendor, yet prisoners of a fear older than any crown, the fear of inadequacy. And in that, they weren't so different from anyone else. They just had more witnesses and better linens. But the deeper irony lies in how the same system that demanded heirs also destroyed intimacy. When love is measured by lineage, tenderness becomes treason. A queen who hesitated, a prince who faltered, a mistress who spoke too freely. Any of them could change the course of history. And yet, within that danger, there were moments of unexpected humanity. Letters hidden under pillows, sighs shared in the dark, small rebellions that history's grand portraits never captured. Those tiny acts of defiance, of choosing affection in a world built on performance, might have been the truest form of courage. And while the men were paraded as virile conquerors, the women learned to master subtler forms of power. Some manipulated the expectations placed upon them. Others wielded silence like a weapon. A queen who smiled at the right time could outmaneuver an army. A mistress who knew when to speak, or when not to, could alter the fate of a throne. The royal bed wasn't just a symbol of submission, it was also, quietly, a crucible for cunning. The curtains hid more than passion, they concealed strategy. It's tempting to laugh at the medieval absurdity of it all, the rituals, the witnesses, the anxious young nobles trying to prove themselves under candlelight. But if we strip away the titles and the tapestries, it's all strangely familiar. The desire to appear capable, to meet expectations, to avoid being found lacking. Those aren't medieval problems, they're human ones. Maybe that's why these stories still hold our attention, because beneath the crowns and corsets, they expose the same fragile ego that survives in every generation. And in a quiet, almost poetic twist, many of those royal heirs, raised to believe they could own anything, ended up craving the one thing they were never taught to value: genuine connection. Some found it in secret, others never at all. Their lives played out like tragic comedies of control, where the greatest joke was that the most powerful people in the world were never free in their own beds. You can almost imagine them centuries later, turning restlessly in their graves, still searching for the one night when they might finally sleep without being watched. The deeper you wander into the royal corridors of the Middle Ages, the more you realize that love, or something pretending to be it, was never private. Desire wasn't whispered, it was negotiated. And while the marriage bed was expected to produce heirs, the real romance often unfolded in shadows, behind wooden panels and candlelit passages, where the air smelled faintly of secrets. Every court had its ghosts, and most of them were still alive, hiding in the folds of silk and gossip. A single misplaced glance could start a rumor, and a rumor could ruin an empire. Kings learned early that power slept best when it wasn't alone, and queens learned that love was a language spoken in code. What makes it almost comic, if not tragic, is how organized this chaos was. There were schedules for sin, courtiers arranged encounters like banquets, carefully timed, strategically placed, with servants sworn to silence and musicians playing loud enough to cover what didn't need to be heard. Some palaces even had chambers of discretion, small rooms attached to the royal bedroom, soundproofed with layers of tapestry. If walls could talk, medieval castles would have burned themselves down out of shame. Yet everyone pretended not to know. The church condemned adultery, but priests were often paid to look the other way. Or better yet, to offer absolution packages for those who sinned generously enough. It's strange to think of passion as a privilege, but that's what it was. Commoners might have love but no freedom. Nobles had freedom but no love. They could taste any pleasure except honesty. Every touch carried calculation, every kiss a consequence. And still, they chased it. Because even rulers get lonely, especially when everyone around them bows instead of listening. Some kings built entire wings of their palaces for their lovers, complete with secret staircases so they could slip away unseen. It wasn't just lust, it was escape. The irony is that the more power one held, the less one could afford to be human. There's something darkly funny about it all. The notion that the same man who could sentence traitors to death before breakfast spent his evenings sneaking barefoot through corridors to visit a forbidden lover. Kings became experts in stealth, queens in deception, and servants in pretending they hadn't noticed either. It was a silent conspiracy, held together by fear and need. Even the architecture became an accomplice. Hidden doors, false walls, passageways that led nowhere, all designed to make sure love could flourish without being seen. Or perhaps it wasn't love at all, just the illusion of it, fragile enough to vanish when the candles went out. One story often whispered among historians is that of a queen who fell for her husband's knight. Their meetings took place in a narrow chamber between the queen's room and the chapel, hidden by an enormous tapestry of the Virgin Mary. The irony was sharp enough to sting. Every night they prayed, then sinned, then prayed again, as if God could be confused into forgiveness. For years the affair went unnoticed, until a jealous handmaiden betrayed them. The knight was executed, and the queen was forced to sleep in the same room where he had died. She never spoke again, except to murmur prayers, though no one could say whether they were for his soul or her own. That's the cruel humor of history. The same walls that kept secrets also kept guilt. What's perhaps more unsettling is that these stories weren't exceptions. They were the rhythm of royal life. The court was a chessboard of passion and paranoia, and everyone was both player and piece. Mistresses became political tools. Lovers were used to secure alliances, gather information, or humiliate rivals. A smile could be strategy, and a tear, a weapon. Yet beneath all that manipulation, there was a strange kind of tenderness that occasionally slipped through. The moments when a king would linger too long by a window, watching the gardens where his lover once walked. The nights when a queen would refuse to light her candles, just to sit in the dark and remember what warmth had felt like. Even power couldn't stop the ache of absence. Still, not every affair ended in tragedy. Some became the stuff of legend, like King Francis III of France, whose mistresses practically ran his court, and whose charm was so disarming that even his political enemies forgave his scandals. His court was known as the School of Gallantry, where flirting was considered an art and wit a weapon sharper than any sword. It's easy to laugh at it now, the idea of a kingdom built on clever seductions and whispered poetry, but perhaps that's what made them human in a world that demanded perfection. The need to feel desired wasn't a weakness. It was proof that beneath the gold and ceremony, a heart still beat. What fascinates me most is how little has changed. We like to think we've evolved, that our desires are private, sophisticated, modern, but haven't we just replaced the castle corridor with the smartphone screen? Our messages vanish faster, but the motives remain the same. We still crave to be wanted, still hide our truths behind curtains of convenience. Maybe we've just built better secret passages. The medievals had trapdoors. We have delete chat. Either way, the heart remains wonderfully, hopelessly human. And maybe that's why the stories of royal beds still grip us centuries later. They remind us that even those wrapped in power couldn't control the one thing that ruled them all: the need to be seen, not as king or queen, but as someone worth staying for when the lights go out. Every hidden lover, every whispered promise, every reckless midnight step was just another attempt to touch something real in a world where everything else was staged. The same silk sheets that witnessed betrayal also caught tears, laughter, and the quiet truth that even the crowned crave comfort. And as the candles burned down to their last flicker, the scent of love and guilt mingled in the air, leaving behind a history far too intimate to ever be written on parchment. The strangest thing about the royal bed is how it always promised peace, but rarely delivered it. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place of rest and renewal, but more often it became a stage for confrontation. When dawn crept through the embroidered curtains, the same bed that had seen whispers of affection might also witness arguments, betrayals, or silent negotiations over power. It's almost poetic, really. But the most beautiful object in the room, covered in silks and gold, also carried the heaviest truths. The bed knew everything, yet said nothing. It was both throne and confessional. Sometimes that silence could be deadly. Many queens learned that their safety depended on how convincingly they could smile before lying down. Poisoned pillows, perfumed sheets laced with mercury, even tiny needles hidden in bedposts. History is full of rumors about nights that ended with a royal gasp. It sounds melodramatic, but the paranoia was real. Kings who distrusted their counsels often trusted their lovers even less. They'd sleep with daggers under their pillows or have guards stationed just beyond the curtains. You'd think a crown could buy good sleep, but apparently it only bought insomnia. The higher the rank, the lighter the sleep. And yet, in the midst of all this danger, life went on with an odd sense of normality. The same bed that might hide a secret vial of poison was also where children were born, where prayers were said, where laughter sometimes dared to echo. Servants would come in each morning, sweeping away the ashes of the night before, pretending they hadn't heard the arguments or the sobs. It's strange how people can normalize the extraordinary when they see it every day. Maybe that's why so many of these attendants became philosophers in their own right, polishing history's furniture while quietly pondering how fragile power really was. You could almost say that every royal bed carried a story of rebirth, not just in the literal sense of heirs being born, but of people reinventing themselves every morning. A queen could go to sleep as a wife and wake as a widow. A king could go to bed confident and rise to find his kingdom slipping away. The mattress of a monarch wasn't just made of feathers, and it was stuffed with consequences. Each wrinkle in the sheets was a chapter of history. There's a certain comedy in that, isn't there? The same bed that promised pleasure also produced panic, and the same hands that caressed could sign death warrants by noon. Some monarchs even tried to escape this constant tension by sleeping separately, not just from their spouses, but from themselves. Louis XIV, the Sun King, famously turned his rising and bedding routines into public ceremonies, attended by dozens of nobles. Imagine being applauded for putting on your nightcap. It was absurd, but it worked. By making the private public, he took control of the narrative. His bed became not a place of intimacy, but a stage where power was performed. If you can't have peace, at least you can have an audience. The lesson feels oddly modern. If you can't find privacy, you might as well turn your vulnerability into a show. But even kings couldn't choreograph the unpredictable. There were nights when the curtains were drawn and the facade fell away, leaving behind only two tired humans and the ghosts of expectation. Those moments, invisible to the court, were the cracks where real life slipped in, the laughter that wasn't rehearsed, the apologies whispered too late, the simple act of holding someone's hand, not as a monarch or consort, but as a person afraid of the dark. Maybe that's why the idea of the royal bed fascinates us still, because it's the one place where even the untouchable were forced to confront their own humanity. The irony, of course, is that those rare flashes of honesty were also the most dangerous. Genuine affection could be misinterpreted as weakness, and weakness could destroy empires. A king who loved too deeply might be manipulated. A queen who cared too visibly might lose her crown. The bed was never neutral ground. Every emotion was political. Even dreams could be treasonous. Some chroniclers tell of queens who claimed to see visions in the night, divine warnings or prophetic nightmares. Whether they believed them or not didn't matter. Their words could change the course of history by morning. A single restless night could birth a war, and yet, beneath the politics and superstition, there was still an undeniable tenderness that refused to die. You can almost imagine a royal couple, weary from years of ceremony, sharing a quiet joke before falling asleep, laughing softly about the absurdity of being watched even in rest. Humor, it turns out, was the last rebellion of the powerful. The ability to laugh at themselves was the closest thing they had to freedom. It's oddly comforting to picture kings and queens being just as clumsy, just as awkward, as anyone fumbling through love and fatigue. It humanizes them more than any portrait ever could. Perhaps that's the final secret the royal bed kept. Not the scandals or the betrayals, but the sheer ordinariness of its occupants. Strip away the titles and the tapestries, and you'd find two people trying, in their own flawed way, to connect. Maybe they succeeded for a few minutes, maybe not. But that attempt, that fragile fleeting moment when power gave way to vulnerability, was enough to make all the difference. It's the same paradox that defines every era. The more someone is seen as untouchable, the more they long to be touched. As the candles burned low and the courtiers drifted away, the royal bed stood alone again, silent and heavy with history. It had seen alliances formed, children born, lovers betrayed, and secrets buried. It had carried the weight of generations and the warmth of fleeting tenderness, and though centuries have passed, its echoes remain. Because somewhere deep down, every one of us still lies beneath our own version of those curtains, hoping that, when the world finally goes quiet, we might find rest not in power or perfection, but in the rarest luxury of all, the feeling of being truly understood, even for just one night. By the time night fell over the great stone halls of the Middle Ages, something strange always happened. The noise of the day, the footsteps, the shouting, the arguments over taxes and treaties, would fade, and what remained was an almost sacred quiet. It was in that silence that the truth of every royal life finally revealed itself. Not in council rooms or coronations, but in bedrooms where the air was thick with candle smoke and unspoken thoughts. The royal bed, once the symbol of alliance and power, became something else entirely, a mirror. And what it reflected wasn't always flattering. It's funny how the same place that decided the fate of kingdoms also held the smallest, most fragile moments of fear. Imagine a queen lying awake, listening to the distant creak of the castle, wondering if the next knock on the door would be her end, or a king staring into the canopy above him, haunted by the faces of those he'd condemned. For all the grandeur of those chambers, they were still cages, just with better upholstery. And somehow, the more beautiful they were, the lonelier they became. Gold leaf can't keep nightmares away. It only glitters while you're trying not to cry. And yet, human beings are endlessly inventive when it comes to pretending everything's fine. Many rulers surrounded themselves with rituals before sleep, a form of medieval anxiety management, centuries before therapists charged by the hour. Some insisted on nightly prayers recited in Latin by candlelight, others required minstrels to play lullabies about valor and destiny, as if a harp could drown out guilt. One duke, it said, couldn't sleep unless a servant told him stories about his own victories. That's one way to dream better. Rewrite history before you close your eyes. These bedtime habits reveal something oddly tender about even the cruelest monarchs. Beneath the armor, the crown, and the endless display of confidence, they were terrified of being forgotten. The bed, for all its silk and ceremony, was where mortality whispered loudest. They'd built monuments, won wars, married strategically, yet the night always brought the same question. What will remain when I'm gone? It's the same fear that still keeps people awake centuries later, though now we scroll through our phones instead of staring at embroidered ceilings. Maybe the screens just replace the canopies. Either way, both reflect our need to be remembered. Of course, not every royal wrestled with existential dread before bedtime. Some were too busy. The nighttime schedule of a monarch could be surprisingly full. Lovers to visit, letters to read, doctors to consult about mysterious humors or melancholies. If the royal physician wasn't available, there was always wine, the medieval cure for everything from heartbreak to plague. And if wine didn't help, well, there was prayer, preferably after the wine. There's something delightfully human about imagining the mightiest rulers in the world drunkenly asking God to fix their marriages or their digestion. Power may have corrupted them, but it didn't make them immune to acid reflux. Then there were the nights of pure spectacle. When diplomacy failed, kings turned to theatrics. Banquets were extended into the early hours with jugglers, jesters, and dancers performing under chandeliers so heavy they could crush an entire treaty if they fell. These events blurred the line between pleasure and politics. Who sat closest to the king's bedchamber meant more than who sat closest to his throne. It was all a performance, loyalty disguised as laughter, ambition dressed in velvet, and yet, between the laughter and the music, real emotion sometimes slipped through. A glance, a touch, a moment too long to be strategic. That was the danger of living inside a story you were supposed to control. Even the servants, those quiet witnesses who moved like shadows, understood this better than anyone. They saw what the history books never recorded: the cracks in the perfection, the unguarded sighs, the tears wiped away before dawn. They learned to read the language of footsteps and fabric to tell if a door had been opened for love or for power. And maybe that's why so many royal scandals were uncovered not by spies, but by maids, because the people cleaning up the mess always know who made it. The castle might have had walls of stone, but gossip travels faster than wind. What's remarkable is how those same walls still stand today, some preserved as museums, others converted into hotels, where guests sleep under the same ceilings once heavy with history. Tourists take photos, unaware that they're lying in beds where kings once whispered lies or lovers planned escapes. It's almost comedic when you think about it, paying hundreds of dollars a night to reenact insomnia and luxury. Maybe that's the secret continuity of humanity. We all crave comfort, even when the mattress comes with ghosts. But perhaps the most haunting part isn't what happened inside those rooms, but what lingers just outside them. The corridors of old castles still hold echoes, footsteps that never reach their destination, a faint trace of perfume that shouldn't exist after 600 years. Maybe it's superstition, or maybe history itself refuses to sleep. After all, how could it? Every motion, every decision, every betrayal that happened within those walls still vibrates faintly in the air. It's as if the stones themselves remember what the people tried to forget. And that's the quiet brilliance of these old stories. They remind us that power is never truly powerful, that the bed of a king is no safer than that of a beggar, that all the wealth in the world can't buy a good night's sleep if your heart is restless. Maybe that's why we're drawn to these tales, because beneath the velvet and the violence, we recognize ourselves, the fear of being seen, the hunger to be loved, the need to feel that what happens in the dark matters. The medieval kings and queens were just exaggerated versions of us, living out our same contradictions on a grander scale. And in the end, perhaps that's what makes the royal bed such an enduring symbol. It's where history became human, where crowns slipped, masks cracked, and truth crept in quietly beside the lies. When the last candle was extinguished and even the guards fell asleep, what remained wasn't royalty or glory. It was just two people beneath the same sky, hoping the night would be kind enough to forget their sins by morning. And if that's not the most relatable kind of humanity, I don't know what is. In every royal chamber, behind the heavy curtains and the echo of polished footsteps, there was an unspoken rule. Silence was survival. The bed wasn't merely a piece of furniture, it was an institution. Part confession booth, part negotiation table, part battlefield. And yet, the strangest thing about it all was how fragile the illusion of control really was. A monarch could command armies, dictate laws, and change the destiny of nations. But at night, when the crown was on the table and the candles trembled in the dark, they faced the one truth even power couldn't protect them: the unpredictable heart of another human being. It's easy to imagine those moments, the quiet pauses when history stopped pretending to be glorious. A king might roll over, half drunk and heavy with guilt, wondering if the person beside him loved the man or merely tolerated the monarch. A queen might lie awake, rehearsing the right smile for morning, her mind racing through secrets she couldn't afford to speak. The royal bed may have been vast enough to hold luxury, but not honesty, and in that strange, perfumed silence, lies began to breed like shadows. It's almost funny, in a dark way, that people who ruled millions were often terrified of the one person sleeping next to them. Some tried to fix that fear through routine. Nights became rituals, exact, rehearsed, predictable. The same side of the bed, the same order of prayers, even the same perfumed oils rubbed on the wrists for comfort. If life could be reduced to repetition, perhaps uncertainty could be exercised. One German duke was so obsessed with control that he ordered his servants to weigh his bedsheets each morning to ensure no one had tampered with them overnight. Imagine living in a world so paranoid that trust could be measured in grams. And yet, maybe we do the same today, checking our messages, refreshing notifications, looking for proof that someone hasn't betrayed us. The methods changed, but the need to be reassured never really did. There was always something performative about royal intimacy. Even when the room was empty, the invisible audience lingered. The church watched, the court gossiped, and history waited to record. It turned love into theater, and not always a good one. Take, for instance, the infamous French queen who allegedly had a hidden door built into her chamber wall, leading straight to the apartments of her favorite courtier. For years, no one knew it existed until a jealous rival betrayed her, and suddenly, the entire kingdom was obsessed with the idea of a woman outsmarting her king. The real scandal wasn't the affair itself. It was that she dared to have agency. Even centuries later, her ghost supposedly walks the corridor at night, not as a penitent sinner, but as a reminder that even trapped queens found ways to choose. Humor often survived where dignity didn't. Servants, after all, had front-row seats to the absurdity. One chronicler tells of a butler who, having seen too much, began writing bedtime verses mocking his employers. Harmless rhymes that were secretly savage. He was eventually caught, of course, and dismissed, but his words lived on in the kitchens, whispered between scullery maids and candle snuffers. "A king fears no sword," he'd written, but trembles at a whisper. It's strange how laughter becomes rebellion in places where truth is forbidden. A good joke can travel through walls faster than any royal decree, and yet, beneath all the gossip and grandeur, there were stories that quietly defied cynicism. A king who sat by his dying wife's bed for 3 nights straight, feeding her soup with trembling hands. A queen who hid a wounded knight in her chamber, not for passion, but out of compassion. The human heart, even wrapped in ermine and jewels, has a way of slipping through the cracks of protocol. Those moments, invisible to historians, were the small acts that kept empires from collapsing under their own coldness. Love, genuine, awkward, inconvenient love, was the one rebellion no ruler could outlaw. Still, history being what it is, not every story ended kindly. The same intimacy that once brought comfort could turn deadly in an instant. Jealousy was a poison that needed no cup. Some queens were accused of witchcraft simply for being too affectionate, their tenderness recast as manipulation. Others were replaced without ceremony, exiled to convents while their husbands remarried within weeks. And yet, even in those lonely rooms, they carried fragments of what had been real. One abbess recorded that an exiled queen spent years embroidering the same motif into her tapestries. 2 intertwined vines, one always cut short. She never explained its meaning, but perhaps she didn't need to. As the centuries passed, the bed lost its witnesses, but not its power. The palaces grew quieter, the rituals simpler, the politics subtler. Yet the essence remained unchanged, the tension between image and truth, between what was displayed and what was hidden beneath the covers. In a way, every royal bed became a metaphor for civilization itself, elegant on the surface, chaotic beneath. And maybe that's why we're still fascinated by it, because somewhere deep down we recognize the same contradiction in ourselves. We still choreograph our vulnerability. We still curate the illusion of peace while secretly fighting our own invisible wars. The medieval kings had their courtiers, we have our followers. Their secrets spread through whispers, ours through screenshots. The tools have changed, but the theater remains the same. And just like them, we still end each night hoping the world will believe the story we've built, and fearing the moment someone might see through it. As the candles of the old world fade into memory, one image lingers. A vast golden bed in a silent room, empty except for the echo of all who once pretended to rule it. The sheets are smooth, the air still perfumed, but something human remains. A faint impression on the pillow, a whisper in the fabric. Power sleeps, desire fades, but the need to be known endures. And maybe in the end, that's what all those royal nights were really about. Not lust, not politics, not legacy, just the eternal, ridiculous, beautiful wish to be loved without performance, if only for the brief, trembling moment before morning comes again. There's a strange kind of honesty that only appears when the lights are low and the rest of the world has fallen asleep. In those hours when even kings forgot their crowns and queens stopped pretending to be divine, truth would creep quietly into the royal chamber. It didn't knock, it just arrived soft as candle smoke, reminding them that underneath all the silk and ceremony, they were still made of the same fragile material as everyone else. The royal bed, that grand stage of alliances and betrayals, suddenly became a confessional booth. And it's there, in that mix of grandeur and vulnerability, that the Middle Ages showed its most human side. Sometimes the truth came disguised as insomnia. A king lying awake at 3 a.m, staring at the canopy and wondering if his empire would survive him. A queen tracing patterns on the sheets, counting not sheep, but regrets. They weren't worried about the peasants or the wars, at least not in that moment. Their thoughts were smaller, quieter, more human. Did he ever love me? Will my children remember me kindly? It's almost comforting to think that the people who built cathedrals and conquered continents had the same late-night anxieties we do. Maybe that's why the Middle Ages feel both distant and familiar, because no matter how many centuries pass, no one has ever figured out how to sleep soundly with a restless mind. Of course, the royal solution to existential dread was often more theatrical than therapeutic. Some monarchs turned to priests for reassurance, others to potions. There were herbal tonics for restless thoughts, incense made from rose petals and powdered amber, even tiny amulets placed under pillows to trap nightmares. One Hungarian queen slept every night with a piece of parchment bearing a psalm stitched into her pillowcase, divine protection mixed with mild superstition. It didn't help that the church encouraged both faith and fear in equal measure. Sleep, they said, was a cousin to death, and every night was a rehearsal for judgment. No wonder half of Europe needed holy water before bed. Yet amid all the rituals and paranoia, something unexpectedly modern emerges: the medieval obsession with dreams. To them, dreams weren't random, they were messages, prophecies, or warnings. A nightmare could be divine punishment or political strategy, depending on who interpreted it. Entire treatises were written on dream decoding, the medieval version of therapy, except your subconscious was God's messenger. There's even a recorded case of a French duke canceling an entire campaign because he dreamt of his mother crying near a burning church. His advisors called it divine foresight. Modern historians call it nerves. Either way, the dream won. The same fascination with dreams also bled into romance. Lovers wrote to each other describing visions of union they'd had during sleep, as if their souls met in secret when their bodies couldn't. It's poetic, in that tragic medieval way, the kind of poetry born from repression. When you can't act freely in daylight, you start falling in love with the idea of meeting in dreams. It's not so different from today, when people fall for someone's digital shadow instead of their real self. History changes the costumes, but never the script. And while dreams offered one escape, laughter offered another. It's easy to forget how funny medieval life could be. For all the sermons about sin and salvation, people still found humor in the absurdity of their world, and nowhere was it more absurd than in the royal chamber. Imagine a king trying to appear noble while tripping over his robes, or a queen attempting to maintain dignity while her wig slipped during an argument. There's a reason jesters were allowed in bedrooms as well as banquets. Even power needed to be reminded not to take itself too seriously. A good laugh could do what prayer and politics couldn't, make life bearable. That might be the most radical thing about the royal bed. It wasn't always a place of solemn duty. Sometimes it was simply where people remembered how to be human. Between the gossip and the grandeur, there were moments of genuine warmth. Kings singing lullabies to their children, queens sneaking sweets under the covers, servants dozing off at the foot of the bed because they'd worked themselves to exhaustion. The grand tapestry of history is embroidered with these tiny, unrecorded acts of tenderness, and perhaps they mattered more than any treaty or coronation. But tenderness, like everything else in those times, came at a cost. The same room that witnessed affection could just as easily host betrayal. A whispered promise one night might turn into a confession under torture the next. Even love letters were dangerous. A single misplaced word could be read as treason. Many queens developed secret codes for their correspondence, invisible inks, rearranged prayers, even entire alphabets known only to their lovers. One royal mistress famously disguised her letters as recipes, where roasted dove with wine meant "I long for you," and too much salt meant "the king suspects." It's oddly romantic in the way only danger can be. Those hidden exchanges remind us how adaptable desire can be. The human need to connect always finds a way, no matter how many guards stand outside the door. Maybe that's why these stories still resonate, because behind all the politics and perfumed intrigue, what we see are people refusing to give up their humanity. They laughed, they schemed, they sinned, they forgave. They built walls to protect themselves, only to dig tunnels beneath them. They wanted to be remembered, but even more, they wanted to be understood. And that's the quiet irony at the heart of it all. The Middle Ages may have been obsessed with divine perfection, but their most enduring legacy is imperfection, the messy, clumsy, achingly human kind. The royal bed was not a stage for saints. It was a shelter for sinners trying to survive themselves. It held everything: lust and loneliness, power and vulnerability, deceit and devotion. Every wrinkle in its sheets was a confession written in silence. Centuries later, those beds are empty, but the stories remain, not carved into marble or painted in gold, but whispered through time like a secret too good to forget. Maybe that's because they remind us that even surrounded by power, people never stop being fragile. They just learn to decorate their fragility with silk. And as we lie in our own beds, staring into the dark, wondering if anyone truly knows us, we're not so different from them. The castles have changed, but the hearts haven't. The same hunger, the same fears, the same hope that by morning, something, anything will finally make sense. The strangest thing about history is that it never really ends. It just keeps rolling over in the dark, whispering the same stories through new sheets. The royal bed, that monument to comfort and conspiracy, didn't just belong to kings and queens. It became a reflection of every kind of human contradiction. It was where faith met flesh, where guilt met pleasure, and where the performance of power stumbled into the messy theater of emotion. Centuries later, when you walk through the preserved royal bedrooms in old castles, it's impossible not to feel it. That charged silence, thick with everything that was never said aloud. The ghosts aren't in the portraits on the walls. They're in the pillows. And maybe the real secret of those beds is that they held more fear than desire. Even in the grandest chambers, every creak in the wood could mean danger. Assassins, poisoners, jealous lovers, and ambitious courtiers. Everyone had a motive, and nighttime was their accomplice. Some monarchs refused to sleep in the same room 2 nights in a row. Others hired food tasters for their wine and testers for their sheets. A few even built decoy bedrooms filled with servants pretending to sleep while the real ruler hid elsewhere. It's a little like posting on social media while secretly being somewhere else entirely. Same energy, just fewer hashtags and more torches. But paranoia had its own kind of poetry, because with fear came confession. It's often in those sleepless hours that the human mind becomes brutally honest. A king might call for his scribe to record a sudden revelation about justice or mortality. A queen might summon her priest and confess something that sounded like love but smelled of regret. The medieval world thrived on ceremony, but in the dark, ceremony melted away. Titles didn't matter. Crowns gathered dust on bedside tables. The voice that ordered armies in daylight often trembled like a child's in the dark. Not all confessions were noble, of course. Some were pragmatic, even transactional. There's a record of a 14th century English noblewoman who, on her deathbed, whispered to her confessor that she'd borrowed a necklace from the queen 40 years earlier. The priest absolved her naturally, though one suspects his smile was more amused than holy. Medieval faith was often flexible when jewelry was involved, and perhaps there's comfort in that, realizing that even in the age of saints and sinners, people were still just people, greedy, vain, terrified of being caught, and desperate to be forgiven before dawn. But not every night ended with confession. Some ended in laughter, the inappropriate kind that happens when you realize how absurd life really is. The royal court could be a comedy club if you knew where to listen. Servants tripped, lovers got caught, priests snored in corners during vigils. There's an account of a Danish king whose chambermaids found him asleep holding a loaf of bread, apparently mid-snack, during a dream about feasting. They told the story for years, calling it "The Night His Majesty Battled Hunger in His Sleep." A power, it turns out, doesn't stop you from being ridiculous. It just makes your mistakes historical. It's that strange blend of grandeur and absurdity that keeps the medieval world alive in our imagination. These were people trying to control everything: the weather, their subjects, their own hearts, and failing spectacularly at all three. They built beds big enough for entire families, perhaps believing that size could ward off loneliness. They surrounded themselves with luxury to keep reality at bay. But no matter how much silk they draped over their fears, the truth always slipped through. A cracked laugh, a nervous prayer, a whispered name that wasn't their spouse's. The details change, but the pattern remains. And sometimes, beneath the paranoia and politics, real tenderness emerged. Small, unplanned moments that would never make it into official records. A tired monarch reaching for a hand instead of a scepter. A queen removing her jewelry not out of duty, but because her neck ached. There's something profoundly moving in those simple gestures. History tends to paint rulers as marble statues, majestic, untouchable. But in those unguarded moments, they were more human than ever. Maybe that's why their stories still matter. Not because of their crowns, but because of their cracks. One might think the royal bed was a symbol of excess, but in truth it was a paradox, a place where too much meant too little. The more power they had, the less they could rest. The more comfort they owned, the harder it was to feel safe. It's the same irony we live with today, just with better mattresses and fewer assassins. We chase peace by surrounding ourselves with things. But the real battle is always internal. The kings feared betrayal. We fear irrelevance. They looked for signs in dreams. We look for them in notifications. Perhaps we're not as far from them as we'd like to believe. Even the way they faced death felt theatrical. When a monarch knew their end was near, the bed became a throne once again. Courtiers gathered, physicians hovered, priests muttered Latin prayers, and somewhere in the crowd, a scribe waited to record the final words. And here's the fascinating part. Those final moments were often strangely calm, even humorous. One Italian duke reportedly sighed, "At last, a night without an audience." Maybe he was tired of being watched even while he slept. Maybe he understood something we're still learning, that peace only comes when you stop performing. After all the pageantry, the royal bed was never really about sleep. It was about legacy. Every pillow held stories of ambition, lust, fear, and hope, stitched into the seams. And when those great rooms eventually emptied and the candles burned out for the last time, what remained wasn't the grandeur. It was the humanity. The echoes of laughter, the confessions whispered to no one, the warmth of hands that once trembled with both love and power. It's easy to see the Middle Ages as distant, but those whispers still sound suspiciously familiar. So if you ever visit a castle and find yourself standing in front of an ornate bed, don't just see it as an artifact. See it as a mirror. It's not really about kings or queens. It's about all of us, lying awake in our own modern versions of those chambers, wondering what we've built, what we've broken, and who will remember us when the candles finally go out. Because in the end, the royal bed was never a symbol of sleep. It was a reminder that even in the grandest rooms, peace is something you have to earn in silence. And maybe that's why its stories never fade. Because deep down, we're all still trying to rest beneath the weight of our own crowns. If walls could talk, the royal chambers of the Middle Ages would never stop whispering. They'd hum with laughter, sighs, confessions, and the strange, almost comical chaos of human fragility dressed up as majesty. Because behind every gilded headboard, behind every embroidered canopy and perfumed curtain, lay the same truth that still lingers in every home today. No one ever truly rules the night. The day belongs to politics and performance. But the night exposes everything. There's something poetic about the fact that so much of history's power unfolded in the dark. Treaties signed by day were undone in bedrooms, by candlelight. Wars began with whispers that never left the sheets. A single secret, murmured into the wrong ear, could redraw a map. The royal bed was less a symbol of rest and more a loaded weapon, one that didn't need swords or armies to conquer kingdoms, and perhaps that's what made it so dangerous. Power wasn't just performed in thrones, it was negotiated in private, with trembling hands and uncertain hearts. Some of the most consequential decisions in Europe were made while half the room pretended to be asleep. Ambassadors were smuggled through back corridors for private audiences. Mistresses became diplomats, and letters, sealed with wax, carried words that could topple dynasties. Yet, even in the middle of all that intrigue, absurdity found its place. There's an old chronicle from Burgundy describing a night when a court meeting was interrupted because a cat had climbed into the royal bed and refused to leave. No one dared to touch it, fearing it might be a witch in disguise. So the king held the meeting standing up while the enchanted cat snored on his pillow. It's the perfect image of medieval irony. Paranoia mixed with power and a dash of slapstick. But beneath the humor, there was always tension. The royal bedroom was not just a space of intimacy. It was surveillance disguised as luxury. Servants slept at the foot of the bed. Guards waited behind doors. Even the curtains had ears, metaphorically speaking, because gossip moved faster than light. To survive, you had to learn the art of silence. The best courtiers weren't the loudest. They were the ones who knew when not to hear. And yet, every so often, a secret would slip out. A sigh too loud, a missing slipper, a perfume that didn't belong. It's oddly comforting to know that even in a world obsessed with image, human clumsiness always found a way to ruin perfection. The irony is that while the church preached chastity, the nobility practiced choreography. Every affair, every rendezvous was planned like a military campaign. Signals hidden in jewelry, coded letters disguised as prayers, servants bribed or blackmailed into silence. It was espionage with lace. One Spanish queen allegedly used the pattern of candles in her window to communicate with her lover across the courtyard. 3 candles meant, come. 2 meant, don't risk it. 1 meant, my husband's awake. It's ridiculous, yes, but also strangely ingenious. Humans will always find a way to turn passion into problem solving. Of course, the deeper you look into those stories, the more you realize that love in the Middle Ages wasn't always romantic. It was survival. A queen's affection could protect a knight from execution. A king's mistress could sway a war. Even tenderness had political consequences. One wrong embrace could mean exile, so people learned to perform affection like actors on a stage, measured, strategic, and often hollow. Yet, within all that pretending, real emotion still leaked through. Maybe that's what makes these stories so haunting. You can feel the ache beneath the armor, the longing for a touch not calculated, a kiss not reported to the court chronicler. And when the morning came, the same bed that had witnessed rebellion turned back into a prop of routine. Servants aired the sheets, the priest blessed the room, and everything was folded neatly away as if nothing had happened. But you can't fold away what the mind remembers. That's the secret history of those chambers. An entire world of emotions too private for parchment. Every royal bed became a kind of time capsule, holding invisible traces of what was too dangerous to write down. If you could unmake the centuries and step inside those rooms again, you wouldn't just smell incense and lavender. You'd smell anxiety, guilt, maybe even hope. The fascinating part is that this duality still follows us. We may not have courtiers anymore, but we still perform versions of the same nightly theater. We post pictures of perfect lives while lying awake, wondering if anyone sees the cracks. We decorate our own modern chambers with things meant to impress, while our hearts quietly ask the same questions medieval kings did. Am I loved, or am I useful? Do they see me, or just what I represent? It's unsettling how little changes across centuries. We just upgraded the furniture. And maybe that's why the legend of royal beds endures. It isn't about luxury or scandal, it's about the strange, universal vulnerability of being human, the fear of being seen too clearly, the hope of being held anyway. Even the most powerful among us end the day the same way, lying still, half in shadow, half in thought, waiting for peace that rarely comes. The castles may have fallen, the crowns long since tarnished, but that ritual remains untouched. We still measure our worth in the quiet between heartbeats. Somewhere, perhaps in a museum, an old royal bed still stands. Carved oak, worn silk, silent witness to centuries of sighs. Tourists pass by, snapping photos, pointing at the canopy. They'll never hear what it remembers, the echoes caught in its wood, the laughter, the prayers, the arguments whispered at dawn. They'll leave thinking they saw history, but the truth is, history isn't in the bed at all. It's in the people who once trembled beneath it, pretending they weren't afraid. And maybe that's the final lesson hidden under all those royal sheets. Power fades, beauty rots, and memory blurs, but emotion, that raw, unpolished pulse of being alive, outlasts everything. It survives wars, survives betrayal, survives centuries. The royal bed may be empty now, but it still holds the one thing no throne could ever guarantee. The proof that even the mighty were human, and that in the end, every crown must rest on the same kind of pillow as everyone else. It's strange how history always saves its most revealing stories for the quietest rooms. The royal bed, that grand altar of silk and secrecy, had seen more confessions than any church, and yet, for all its beauty, it was never truly a place of peace. The canopy might have glittered with gold thread, but underneath it, hearts beat like frightened birds. What fascinates me most is not what the kings and queens did there, it's what they felt there when the performance was over and the mask of royalty slipped for just a few breaths. The Middle Ages loved to pretend that power made people immortal, but in those beds, mortality whispered louder than any prayer. It's almost poetic that the place meant for rest became the stage for the most restless minds in history. Many rulers believed that sleep was dangerous, not because of dreams, but because it meant surrender. The idea of being unconscious, vulnerable, and guarded, it terrified them. Some would order servants to watch over them all night, as if keeping an eye on their nightmares could keep death at bay. There's a record of a French monarch who hired a personal dream interpreter to sit by his bed, ready to decode any vision he might have at dawn. Imagine the pressure of that job, trying to explain to a half-awake king why he dreamt of chickens wearing crowns. Perhaps that's why royal interpreters often drank as much wine as their employers. And dreams did matter. The medieval world was obsessed with them. People believed that the soul left the body at night and wandered freely, sometimes bringing back messages from heaven or hell. A nightmare wasn't just bad sleep. It was a spiritual event. Kings took their dreams as warnings, queens as prophecies, and courtiers as opportunities. Entire wars were delayed because of ominous visions. A king might wake up sweating, convinced that God had spoken to him, and by lunchtime, hundreds of soldiers were sent marching in the wrong direction. It's the medieval version of making a life-changing decision based on a horoscope, only with higher casualties. But superstition didn't stop at dreams. The royal bed was also a battleground for the invisible. People believed in curses, spells, and evil eyes cast by jealous rivals. Talismans were hidden in the bedposts, sprigs of rosemary sewn into pillows, tiny relics tied to the bed frame to ward off spirits. One English queen reportedly slept with a saint's finger bone under her mattress for protection, a detail that's both unsettling and strangely human. After all, who among us hasn't kept something ridiculous nearby just to feel safe? We may laugh, but how different is a medieval amulet from a lucky charm on a modern nightstand? Even the architecture of sleep was political. The placement of the royal bed mattered deeply. It had to be high enough to show authority, but not so isolated that it seemed arrogant. The curtains had to be thick enough for privacy, but light enough to remind people the monarch was approachable. In a way, even rest had to be choreographed. The bed wasn't just for sleeping, it was a statement. To be seen there, or invited there, meant proximity to power. And that, of course, made it dangerous. More than one noble learned too late that the closer you lay to the throne, the sharper its shadow. The irony is that while everyone feared the royal bed, they also envied it. Its luxury, its scent, its promise of warmth. Most people in the Middle Ages slept on straw or wooden boards, often sharing space with animals for warmth. So when travelers described the royal chambers, velvet drapes, embroidered sheets, cushions stuffed with swan feathers, it sounded less like a bedroom and more like heaven. But comfort, like power, has a cost. The higher the feather count, the heavier the crown. The more perfect the bed, the more impossible it became to rest in it. Maybe that's the real curse of luxury. It makes you comfortable everywhere except inside yourself. And yet, not every royal night was solemn or symbolic. There were evenings of laughter, of unplanned joy, even mischief. Imagine the king's cook sneaking into the chamber to deliver a late-night feast, or a queen hosting secret midnight gatherings with her ladies-in-waiting, sharing gossip and forbidden wine. These moments, though fleeting, were rebellions against expectation. They remind us that even those raised to be icons longed for the freedom to be foolish. The Middle Ages may have been draped in solemnity, but behind closed doors, humanity always found a way to giggle. Still, laughter could only last so long before the weight of morning returned. The dawn had a cruel way of reminding everyone of their place. The same bed that had felt like a sanctuary became, once again, a throne of responsibility. Servants entered with wash basins, priests muttered blessings, and the cycle of appearances began anew. It's funny how quickly the sacred and the mundane blur together. 1 minute you're half asleep, drooling on your pillow. The next, you're the living embodiment of divine authority. Maybe that's why some monarchs became addicted to the night, because only in darkness could they escape the performance of daylight. What lingers most, though, is the quiet humanity beneath all the pageantry. Those kings and queens, wrapped in jewels and fear, weren't so different from us. They searched for meaning in dreams, tried to protect themselves from invisible threats, laughed when they weren't supposed to, and stared into the dark, wondering if anyone truly understood them. Power changes what surrounds you, but it doesn't change what haunts you. The same doubts that kept a medieval ruler awake still keep people awake today. Only the vocabulary has changed. So when we look at those ancient beds, preserved behind ropes and glass, maybe we're not just seeing relics of another world. Maybe we're seeing our own reflection, our fears, our longings, our endless need to turn chaos into comfort. Every wrinkle in those centuries-old sheets carries the same story. that no matter how high we rise, every one of us eventually returns to the same fragile truth. We lie down, we close our eyes, we hope for rest. And we learn, again and again, that even in the grandest bed, peace has to be earned from within. The strangest thing about power is how ordinary it becomes once the door closes. No matter how many guards stand outside or how many crowns glitter on the shelf, the night always levels everything. In those hours when even the torchlight flickers with fatigue, kings and queens become just two people trying to make sense of their own stories. The royal bed, that stage for both politics and passion, turned into something far quieter after the laughter faded and the whisper stopped. That's when the real kingdom revealed itself. Not the one drawn on maps, but the one inside the human heart, where control is always an illusion and peace is a negotiation. Sometimes it began with silence, so heavy it seemed alive. The queen's breathing, slow and careful, pretending to sleep. The king's restless turning, pretending not to notice. Between them, a distance wider than the empire they ruled, it's almost comic in its irony. Two people who could command entire armies, unable to bridge the 3 feet between their pillows. History tends to glorify these couples, painting them as divine unions destined for greatness. But if you looked closely, most were just awkward roommates bound by destiny and etiquette. The candles might have glowed with holy light, but the conversations rarely did. And when the silence became too much to bear, it was often broken by something mundane, an argument over drafts, the weight of blankets, or whether the window should stay open. Yes, even the chosen of God fought about temperature. There's a letter from an English queen complaining that her husband preferred to sleep with the cold, like a corpse. It's an oddly comforting reminder that marriage, royal or not, always finds its way back to petty negotiations. Perhaps that's why so many royal chronicles gloss over the domestic details. They're too relatable to be majestic, but once in a while the night became a kind of truth serum. The same couple who spent their days surrounded by courtiers and sycophants found themselves face to face with something neither politics nor power could disguise: loneliness. The bed, vast and carved like a cathedral, had room for 2 bodies, but too little for honesty. Maybe that's why so many royal love stories ended in scandal or tragedy, because in a world obsessed with image, genuine affection was the most dangerous secret of all. Still, human beings have an impressive ability to turn suffering into ceremony. Some monarchs responded to the tension by making bedtime a ritual of control. Servants announced the hour, priests offered blessings, musicians played soft hymns, and every candle was extinguished in a precise order. It was less about rest and more about reassurance, the illusion that structure could tame the chaos of intimacy. One king even ordered that his bed be sprinkled with rose petals to remind him of divine purity. Whether it worked is doubtful, but the gesture says everything about the medieval mind. When emotions got complicated, they tried to solve them with furniture. Of course, not everyone sought purity. Some sought escape. The bedchamber, for all its sanctity, often became a portal to rebellion. Queens kept diaries hidden in the folds of mattresses. Kings snuck out through secret passages that led to the rooms of lovers, artists, or occasionally co-conspirators. One chronicler tells of a monarch who used the pretense of prayer before sleep to meet with a court musician, a scandal that nearly caused a revolt, not because of the affair itself, but because the musician was better liked than the king. It seems even in the Middle Ages, charisma was more powerful than rank. But for every act of defiance, there was an equal act of resignation. Many royal couples accepted their strange coexistence as fate. They lived parallel lives under the same roof, their bed an emblem of duty rather than desire. And yet, within that resignation, something subtle began to shift, a quiet yearning for authenticity. The medieval world, for all its rigidity, couldn't suppress the human craving for connection. Even kings, armored by authority, longed to be understood without titles or ceremony. Maybe that's why some of them turned to confession, poetry, or even superstition. Anything to be seen as human again, if only for a moment. It's easy to mock their contradictions, their grand gestures, their holy hypocrisy, but aren't we still doing the same thing? We build our own versions of royal beds today. Curated lives, picture-perfect moments, carefully arranged appearances of happiness. We chase perfection as if comfort could erase complexity. And yet, when night falls, we all end up in the same place, alone with our thoughts, hoping someone might understand them. Maybe that's the quiet truth the Middle Ages left behind, that no matter how much power or performance surrounds us, the real battle always happens in the dark, where the only crown that matters is the one we try to put on our own hearts. Even the architecture seems to echo this. Step into an old castle and notice how the royal chambers are always both grand and claustrophobic. The ceilings soar, but the corridors twist. The walls were meant to impress, but also to isolate. Privacy, for all its luxury, came with its own price. Echo. Every whisper bounced back like a memory you couldn't forget. Some claim that's why so many monarchs heard voices at night. Spirits, ghosts, angels. But maybe it was just their own guilt echoing off the stone. The Middle Ages didn't have therapists, after all. They had confessionals, and when that failed, they had insomnia. As centuries passed, the royal bed evolved, but its paradox stayed the same. It became softer, larger, more ornate, but no amount of silk could quiet the mind. Generations of rulers were born and died in those same beds, their legacies shaped as much by their sleepless nights as by their victories. And today, when you visit one of those preserved rooms, velvet ropes keeping you a few feet away, you can almost feel it, the leftover pulse of anxiety, the warmth of secrets long gone cold. History doesn't disappear, it just lies dormant, waiting for someone curious enough to listen. And if you listen closely, really closely, you'll hear what all those kings and queens tried to hide, the sound of vulnerability. Not grandeur, not authority, but the fragile rhythm of people pretending they were more than human. That's what makes these stories timeless. They remind us that beneath every title, every robe, every crown, there's always a heartbeat trying to find its rhythm against the noise of the world. The royal bed wasn't just where history happened, it was where humanity whispered through the cracks of power. And maybe, in the end, that's why we keep returning to it. Because deep down, we know that behind every curtain, whether in a castle or an ordinary home, lies the same eternal question. Can love, in any form, ever survive the weight of expectation? There's something fascinating about how silence behaves inside a castle. It's not the peaceful kind. It hums, it breathes, it waits. At night, when the torches fade and the corridors empty, the royal bedchamber becomes the center of that silence. The velvet curtains stop moving, the fire burns low, and even the walls seem to listen. History paints these spaces as grand, but if you strip away the gold and the ceremony, what remains is deeply human. The quiet unease of people pretending to be gods while trembling like mortals. The royal bed wasn't just a place to rest. It was where every insecurity came to life. You can almost see it. A king, staring at the ceiling carved with angels, wondering if he'll be remembered as a ruler or a failure. A queen, twisting the ring on her finger, wondering if the child she carries will live. It's easy to forget that these figures who defined entire centuries were often sleepless, pacing their own chambers, haunted by decisions they couldn't undo. And it's almost funny, isn't it? The same people who controlled nations couldn't control their own thoughts after midnight. That's the cruel trick of power. It grants you everything except peace of mind. The Middle Ages were obsessed with appearances. Every gesture was performance, every word rehearsed, every emotion filtered through duty. Yet at night, the act collapsed. In the privacy of their rooms, kings muttered to ghosts. Queens cried for children lost, and courtiers whispered prayers they didn't believe. The morning would erase it all, makeup reapplied, masks reset, smiles polished. But for those few hours, they were as raw as anyone who's ever lain awake questioning their own life. Maybe that's why so many rulers surrounded themselves with opulence. Gold ceilings and embroidered pillows were distractions, visual noise meant to muffle the chaos inside. Still, no matter how much comfort surrounded them, fear found its way in. Poison was a nightly concern, so was betrayal. Imagine the paranoia. You eat dinner surrounded by smiling faces, and by bedtime, you're wondering which of those smiles was holding a knife. Some kings refused to drink wine that hadn't been tasted first, or sleep without a trusted guard by their bed. A few even built elaborate mechanisms, ropes and bells, to alert them if someone entered the room. It sounds excessive until you remember that half of Europe was built on betrayal. The medieval motto could have been, "Trust no one, not even your pillow." And yet, there was humor even in that fear. There's an old story about a German duke so terrified of being assassinated that he ordered his servants to remove every sharp object from his chamber, including the quills. When he needed to sign documents, they brought him breadsticks dipped in ink. It must have looked ridiculous, the most powerful man in the region signing decrees with a baguette. But that's the irony of power. It makes you the punchline of your own paranoia. You can rule an empire, but you can't stop a rumor or a shadow. Sometimes, though, that same paranoia created strange beauty. The royal bed itself became a kind of fortress, raised on platforms, draped with thick curtains, guarded like a relic. In some castles, the canopies were so high they vanished into darkness, embroidered with stars and celestial scenes, as if the heavens were watching from above. The bed became a microcosm of the universe, where flesh and faith collided. And within that tiny cosmos, kings prayed for redemption while mistresses plotted survival. History might record wars and coronations, but it's in those beds that the real human drama unfolded. What's oddly touching is how even the grandest rulers needed symbols to soothe them. Beneath their pillows, they hid relics, holy charms, bits of parchment with Latin prayers. One queen reportedly slept with a tiny wooden carving of St. Michael, holding it like a child clutches a stuffed toy. It's a small detail, but it says everything. No matter how much power you wield, fear still finds you in the dark, and comfort often comes in absurd forms. Maybe that's not so different from modern times. We've just traded saints for smartphones, still scrolling for salvation in the glow of artificial light. But fear wasn't the only visitor. Love, too, made its appearances, often uninvited and always complicated. The royal bed saw as much tenderness as treachery. Lovers met there in secret, not because of lust, but because the world outside was too cruel for softness. A knight sneaking through corridors, a queen risking everything for a stolen hour. These moments carried a kind of desperate poetry. It wasn't about defiance or duty, it was about remembering what it felt like to be human in a life that demanded perfection. The tragedy, of course, was that morning always came, and morning meant masks. It's easy to romanticize these stories, to imagine candlelit passion and whispered oaths, but the reality was often messier. Many of these relationships ended in scandal, exile, or worse. Some lovers were erased from records entirely, their names scratched out of manuscripts as if affection itself were a crime. Yet, despite the danger, people kept falling in love. That's the most rebellious act of all, isn't it? To love in a world that punishes vulnerability. It's as if the royal bed, meant to uphold lineage and law, kept secretly nurturing the one thing no law could control, the heart. And as centuries passed, the whispers didn't stop. Even after the rooms grew empty and the kingdoms collapsed, something lingered in the air. Maybe it's just imagination, but many of those old chambers are said to feel alive, as if the walls absorbed every secret they heard. Visitors claim to sense warmth, laughter, sorrow, or even the faint smell of roses where a queen once prayed. Of course, skeptics call it nonsense, but perhaps they forget that emotion leaves residue. The past doesn't vanish, it settles like dust, and if you listen closely, you can still hear it shifting. That's the strange gift of history. It refuses to die. The stories of those royal beds, of love and fear and absurdity, still echo because they're our own stories, dressed in older clothes. We may not live in castles, but the same contradictions haunt us. Power without peace, desire without freedom, beauty without rest. Maybe that's why we're drawn to these old tales, not for their grandeur, but for their honesty. They remind us that no matter how high the ceiling, every bed holds the same truth. We all lie down hoping the world outside will be kind when we wake. And maybe, just maybe, that hope is the one thing history will never manage to conquer. There's a kind of magic that lives in the dust of old rooms. Not the kind of magic with wands and spells, but something quieter, more unsettling, the magic of memory. When you walk through the royal chambers of centuries past, it's almost as if the air itself remembers. The scent of lavender and wax lingers, the fabric still holds the warmth of bodies long gone, and somewhere, between the cracks of the wooden floorboards, time hums softly, refusing to move on. The royal bed, standing at the center of it all, seems to breathe. It has seen birth, betrayal, desire, and death, and somehow it has survived all of it. It's strange to think that an object so still could contain so much motion. But perhaps that's what makes it powerful. The bed was the only witness that never left, never lied, never flattered. It watched kings fall in love, queens lose hope, and dynasties crumble under the weight of secrets too heavy for the morning. Maybe that's why visitors still whisper when they enter those rooms, even if they don't believe in ghosts. Somewhere deep down, we sense that what happened there never truly ended. It just paused, like a breath waiting to be exhaled. Every piece of furniture in those palaces had meaning. Chairs were for counsel, thrones for rule, tables for negotiation. But the bed was the contradiction. It was private and public, sacred and scandalous, a symbol of both creation and decay. That's why it became the center of so many rituals. Monarchs were born in them, crowned beside them, and buried from them. A royal bed was never just a place to sleep. It was a stage for every act of human vulnerability dressed in the costume of authority. And in a world obsessed with hierarchy, that vulnerability was both terrifying and irresistible. It's easy to romanticize it now, imagining velvet sheets and moonlight through the window, but the truth was rarely elegant. The royal bedchamber could be chaotic, a miniature court filled with attendants, guards, and advisors who refused to leave even when decency begged them to. The first night of a royal marriage, for instance, often included witnesses. Yes, witnesses. Imagine trying to consummate your politically arranged union while half a dozen nobles politely pretend to look away. The idea was to ensure legitimacy, but it's hard not to laugh at the awkwardness of it all. Nothing says, "Long live the monarchy," like an audience during your honeymoon. And yet, this absurd ritual carried enormous weight. The entire stability of a kingdom might depend on what happened or didn't happen between those sheets. If a queen didn't conceive quickly, rumors began to spread. If a king couldn't perform his duty, enemies saw weakness. The pressure was immense, and so were the consequences. Some couples turned to potions, charms, or even astrologers for help. Others found more creative solutions. There's a story about a noblewoman in France who supposedly hired a poet to recite love verses outside her window every night because she believed passion could be absorbed through sound. Whether it worked or not, she eventually had 7 children, so perhaps there's something to be said for poetry after all. But power, as always, complicated everything. For every story of romance, there were 3 of manipulation. The royal bed became a currency of influence. An invitation could elevate, an exclusion could destroy. Lovers became spies, spouses became enemies, and affection became a weapon. It's tragic, but also darkly comedic. The same place meant for intimacy turned into the most dangerous room in the castle. Maybe that's the eternal irony of human nature. We crave closeness, yet fear it will expose us. We want to be known, but only on our terms. And sometimes the royal bed wasn't just political, it was philosophical. In a strange way, it was the one place where mortality felt undeniable. No matter how divine rulers claimed to be, they all had to lie down eventually. Their crowns rested beside them, their titles dissolved in the dark, and for a few brief hours, they became equal to their servants, their enemies, their subjects. The bed was the great equalizer long before the grave ever was. Maybe that's why deathbeds were treated with such reverence. They weren't just endings, they were final performances of humanity stripped bare. Still, the medieval world had an uncanny ability to blend tragedy with absurdity. One dying king insisted on being surrounded by his favorite tapestries and musicians as he passed, believing that heaven should not begin in silence. Another demanded that his dog be placed at the foot of his bed, so loyalty would accompany him into eternity. You can almost admire the drama of it all, a kind of theater of mortality, equal parts heartbreaking and hilarious. Even in their final moments, rulers choreographed how they would be remembered. But when the curtains finally closed and the room fell silent, the bed remained, unchanged, indifferent. Servants stripped it, replaced the sheets, and prepared it for the next act of history. Life, even at its grandest, moved on quickly. Maybe that's what makes these stories so haunting. The realization that the bed remembers what the world forgets. It doesn't care who wore the crown. It only keeps the shape of the bodies that once sought comfort on it. There's something almost poetic in that. The idea that wood and fabric might be more faithful historians than parchment and ink. And perhaps that's why we're still drawn to these rooms centuries later. Not for their splendor, but for their intimacy. Because behind every gilded headboard lies the same truth we face today, that no matter how much we achieve, every one of us ends the day searching for warmth, forgiveness, or peace. The royal bed teaches us that history isn't written in battles or decrees. It's written in sighs, in laughter, in whispered words no one else will ever hear. That's the part of humanity no empire could conquer. So when you stand before those ancient canopies, surrounded by velvet and echoes, try to listen, not with your ears, but with your imagination. You might hear the rhythm of the centuries breathing in unison, the stories of people who were powerful and powerless all at once. They were flawed, frightened, sometimes ridiculous, but never beyond recognition. And maybe, just maybe, that's the real legacy of those royal knights. A reminder that the greatest drama in history didn't happen on the battlefield or in the throne room. It happened in the quiet dark, between two people who, despite everything, still reached for each other. There's something eerily beautiful about how time lingers in rooms meant for sleep. The royal bedchamber wasn't just a room, it was a confession disguised as architecture. Every tapestry, every candle holder, every velvet drape was a performance of power. Yet beneath that luxury, there was always something quietly trembling. Because the truth is, even the most magnificent beds couldn't protect their occupants from the oldest anxieties in the world: fear, loneliness, and love. Power might have shaped the walls, but emotion haunted the sheets. And that's where history becomes interesting. Not in the documents or the decrees, but in the whispers that never made it to ink. If you look closely at those old royal portraits, the ones painted in heavy oils and darker truths, you'll notice that the eyes always give something away. They stare straight at you, as if daring you to believe in the illusion of control. But behind those gazes were people who hadn't slept properly in decades. Imagine being worshipped by day and doubted by night, surrounded by courtiers who would kneel at your feet but secretly count your mistakes. Even the royal bed wasn't safe from politics. One misplaced rumor about your dreams could end a dynasty. And yes, that actually happened. One unfortunate king dreamt of a black sun, and by morning, priests had already declared it a divine warning of his downfall. He died 3 months later, proving that in the Middle Ages, even insomnia had consequences. But for all their fear of death, medieval monarchs were equally obsessed with immortality. The royal bed wasn't just for sleeping, it was for legacy. The continuation of a bloodline, the creation of heirs, the proof of divine blessing. It's easy to laugh now, but to them, the entire structure of the universe seemed to hinge on whether a particular couple could successfully share a bed. If the queen didn't conceive, astrologers were summoned, midwives were blamed, and saints were bribed through prayer. Fertility wasn't personal, it was political theater. Some kings even invited witnesses to verify the success of the marital act, as if faith itself needed documentation. You can't help but feel a bit sorry for them. Imagine the pressure of knowing that your private life was a matter of state security. And yet, despite the absurdity, there was something profoundly human in their desperation. The same kings who ordered wars to prove their strength also carried tiny relics under their pillows for good fortune. Queens prayed not for victory, but for a child's cry in the night. All their grandeur came down to the simplest longing: to be remembered, to leave a mark that wasn't made of marble or fear. Sometimes, late at night, when the torches dimmed and the corridors went still, that longing turned into something close to humility. A king might whisper a prayer he didn't believe, or trace the shape of his crown on the blanket, wondering if heaven noticed him at all. There's a strange kind of comedy in how human vulnerability always slips through the cracks of power. One French ruler, terrified of divine punishment, refused to sleep lying down because he thought death would mistake it as an invitation. So he spent years dozing upright in a chair, proving that even royalty can lose an argument with their own imagination. His courtiers eventually started calling him the Vigilant King. It sounds noble until you realize it was just medieval sarcasm. But in a way, his paranoia makes sense. When you're taught that your every breath is symbolic, even resting feels like rebellion. The royal bed was also the stage for 1,000 contradictions. It was a place of duty, but also of rebellion, of ceremony, but also of chaos. Some kings used it to forge alliances, others to break them. There are records of marriages dissolving midnight, of confessions whispered under sheets, of guards pretending not to hear arguments that could decide the fate of entire countries. One English queen reportedly threw a goblet at her husband during an argument about taxes. It struck a wall, shattered, and left a mark that's still visible in the castle today. A literal scar in history carved by boredom and rage. And maybe that's the perfect metaphor for power. So fragile, it can be undone by a flying cup. But it wasn't always turmoil. There were moments of humor, too. Moments that made even history blush. One royal couple was famous for their nightly debates, which were less about politics and more about who snored louder. Chroniclers actually noted it down, perhaps out of boredom, or perhaps because gossip was the only honest news in those days. It's strange how even the greatest figures in history were undone by the same ridiculous quirks that plague every relationship. For all the crowns and crowns worth of responsibility, it still came down to the same things. Who took more space in bed? Who forgot to say goodnight? Who turned away first? And while the royal bed was filled with absurdity, it was also haunted by solitude. Despite being surrounded by people, monarchs lived in isolation. Their lovers were chosen for strategy, their children for politics, their friends for convenience. To be royal was to be observed but never truly seen. That's why so many of them turned to superstition, to fill the emotional gap left by power. They slept surrounded by charms, relics, and rituals as if faith could substitute for intimacy. It's both tragic and strangely familiar. How different is that from people today who trade connection for control, who confuse admiration with affection? There's a quiet truth buried beneath all this grandeur. The royal bed, for all its symbolism, always returned to the same purpose, the search for rest. Not just physical rest, but the kind that comes when your heart finally stops arguing with itself. Maybe that's what all those kings and queens were really chasing. Not heirs or history, but stillness. The kind that can't be granted by title or wealth. The kind that arrives only when you stop performing. And perhaps that's the final irony. The royal bed was built to contain power, but what it revealed was fragility. It showed that beneath every golden crown beats a heart desperate to be known, not as ruler or savior, but simply as someone worth loving. That's why those rooms still feel alive, even centuries later. They remind us that the distance between a king and a commoner isn't measured in blood or jewels, but in the universal ache that visits every bed at night. The need to be forgiven, to be understood, to be at peace. So maybe that's why we're still fascinated by those royal chambers, because no matter how old the wood or faded the fabric, the emotions inside them never aged. They're the same ones that keep us awake now. The details change. The crowns become phones, the curtains become screens, but the longing stays. The royal bed isn't just history, it's a mirror. And if you listen closely enough, it still whispers the same truth through the centuries, that even in palaces, even beneath gold and glory, everyone is just trying to fall asleep with a quiet heart. There's something almost theatrical about how the night behaves inside an old castle. The air grows thick, the walls seem to hold their breath, and even the fire crackles more carefully as if afraid to disturb the ghosts of royalty still pretending to sleep. In those hours, when the kingdom is silent and the candles flicker like dying memories, the royal bed becomes more than furniture. It becomes a stage where the truth dares to whisper. The silk sheets, the gilded frames, the heavy velvet curtains, all of it feels less like comfort and more like a disguise. Because beneath that luxury, history's most powerful people wrestled with the same fragile, restless thoughts that haunt everyone. Fear of loss, of time, of being forgotten. It's funny how every age believes it has invented anxiety. The Middle Ages were practically built on it. The church preached it, politics weaponized it, and the royal bed made it glamorous. Even sleep became suspicious. People believed that dreams were not random, but messages from beyond. Warnings, temptations, divine commentary on your moral performance. A bad dream could send a king into days of panic and a queen into weeks of confession. There's a record of one monarch who woke screaming from a nightmare about drowning, immediately emptied his treasury to fund a fleet, and drowned 3 years later on his own ship. History, it seems, has a wicked sense of humor. And yet, even in their paranoia, there was tenderness. Many rulers, terrified of losing control, surrounded themselves with tiny comforts that make them almost endearing. A holy relic under the pillow, a dog at the foot of the bed, a favorite servant sleeping nearby to keep watch against demons. It's easy to smile at their superstition, but really, it's not so different from the modern ritual of checking your phone one last time before bed. Both acts of control in a world that refuses to be controlled. The medieval king feared curses. We fear notifications. Either way, the mind never really sleeps. What often gets forgotten is how social these beds were. The royal bedchamber wasn't always private. It was an extension of the court, a miniature kingdom of its own. Ambassadors were received there, friends gossiped there, and even meals were served there. Some kings preferred to hold morning meetings still in bed, propped up on cushions, wrapped in brocade, dictating laws between bites of honeyed bread. One can't help but laugh imagining a ruler making national decisions while half asleep, crumbs in his beard, mumbling about taxes and theology. Power, it seems, never looked as dignified as history paints it. But not all visitors came by invitation. Behind the curtains, another kind of court existed, the secret one where politics met passion. Lovers, spies, and traitors moved through those hidden doorways like moths to a flame. There were trapdoors, passageways behind tapestries, and secret tunnels leading directly to bedchambers. Some castles still have them, narrow staircases twisting through the walls, built not for safety but for scandal. You can almost hear the hurried footsteps echoing centuries later, the breathless laughter, the whispered promises. The royal bed, meant to symbolize divine authority, often became the most human place in the entire kingdom. And while the powerful slept, or tried to, their servants carried the real weight of the night. They were the silent witnesses, the unseen narrators of royal life. They knew who slipped in and who never came out, who wept quietly after midnight, who murmured names that weren't their spouses. Their loyalty wasn't just about survival, it was about discretion. A servant's silence was worth more than gold. And sometimes it wasn't even silence they offered. It was sympathy. There are recorded moments where maids comforted crying queens, where butlers stayed awake beside feverish kings. These small, unrecorded acts of kindness are the real heartbeat of history. Perhaps what makes the story of the royal bed so enduring is that it reveals something universal about the human condition, the performance of perfection. Monarchs spent their days pretending to be chosen by God, untouchable, eternal. But at night, in the dark, when no one was watching, that illusion shattered. The bed became a mirror reflecting their humanity, flawed, afraid, hopeful. And maybe that's the most humbling truth of all. The higher you climb, the lonelier your pillow becomes. Still, some tried to fight that loneliness with ritual. Certain queens believed that sleeping facing east brought divine favor. Others recited psalms before closing their eyes, afraid that if they died in their sleep, their last thought might betray them. A few even refused to dream at all, claiming that God spoke only to those strong enough to stay awake. It's almost comedic in its extremity, turning rest into a test of willpower, but maybe that's what power does to people. It makes them forget that surrendering, even for a few hours, is not weakness, but survival. Every royal bed was also a time machine of sorts, carrying echoes of those who came before. Monarchs were born, crowned, and buried on the same mattress, as if continuity could cheat death. It's poetic and morbid all at once. Imagine sleeping in the same bed where your ancestor died and being told it was an honor. In a way it was, an inheritance of ghosts. The medieval world loved symbols, and nothing symbolized fate quite like a bed that had outlived its owners. It was both cradle and coffin, the beginning and the end. And yet, despite all the superstition and ceremony, the human heart always found ways to rebel. Beneath the weight of duty and destiny, there was laughter. Real laughter, the kind that slips out when you least expect it. A king snorting at a jester's joke, a queen giggling with her ladies-in-waiting over a scandalous rumor. Even in the most suffocating of courts, humor survived. Maybe that's why history still feels alive when you read between its lines. Because laughter is the one rebellion time can't silence. What lingers after all these centuries isn't the grandeur or the tragedy, but the familiarity. The royal bed, for all its opulence, was just a frame around the same fragile longing that fills every human night. The desire to rest, to be seen, to be safe. Whether you were a peasant on straw or a monarch under silk, sleep demanded the same surrender. And in that moment, everyone was equal. The crown, the titles, the legacy, they all dissolved into the same quiet darkness. Maybe that's why these stories still captivate us, because deep down, we recognize ourselves in them. We might not live in castles, but we still build our own rituals to keep fear at bay. We light our own candles, clutch our own amulets, whisper our own prayers before the dark. The centuries have changed the setting, but not the script. The royal bed was never really about power. It was about the ancient, universal hope that when we close our eyes, the world will forgive us for being human. And when morning comes, maybe, just maybe, we'll wake up a little closer to peace. It's strange how, even after centuries, the quiet of an old royal bedroom feels alive. You walk in expecting emptiness, and yet something in the air watches you. It's not just history, it's residue, the kind that clings to velvet curtains and heavy canopies long after the bodies have gone. Every creak in the floorboard sounds like a sigh. Every shadow looks like it's thinking. It's almost as if the room itself remembers, but politely refuses to tell you everything at once. That's what makes these chambers so haunting. They never shout their stories. They whisper them in layers, daring you to lean closer. There's a certain irony in realizing that the most private place in the kingdom was also the one that revealed the most. The royal bed was less a place of rest and more a mirror, one that reflected ambition, fear, lust, and loneliness in equal measure. For all their sermons about divine order, medieval rulers were prisoners of the same human contradictions as everyone else. They prayed before sleeping, then plotted before dawn. They called their beds sanctuaries, but filled them with secrets that could destroy empires. And perhaps that's the reason the furniture still seems to hum centuries later. It absorbed too much truth to stay silent. But behind the superstition, behind the sanctimony, there was something tenderly absurd about how seriously they took sleep. People believed that evil spirits could enter your body through your mouth while you snored, so some kings slept with their lips covered in holy cloth. Others had priests bless their beds nightly, as if God were an overworked night guard clocking in for another shift. And yet, with all this ritual and protection, they still woke up tired. Maybe that's the first lesson those royal beds teach us. You can surround yourself with every luxury and still not find rest. Peace has never been for sale. There's one story that perfectly captures the madness of medieval nighttime paranoia. A certain duke, who shall remain unnamed to spare him the eternal embarrassment, was convinced his enemies were trying to poison him through his sheets. So every evening his servants had to boil the linens in rosewater, dry them in moonlight, and test them by sleeping on them for an hour before he dared touch them. The poor servants looked more like overworked chemists than house staff, and still the duke died young, not from poison, but from stress, which just goes to show that paranoia has always been more lethal than any assassin's blade. And yet, fear wasn't the only ghost in those rooms. Love haunted them too, though not the sweet kind. Royal romance was less about hearts and more about strategy. Marriages were treaties, and affection was a performance. Still, passion found its way in, because human beings are terrible at following the rules, especially the emotional ones. Queens fell for poets, kings for courtesans, and somewhere between the politics and the poetry, something real would spark. It's almost comforting to know that even people trapped in the most orchestrated lives still found ways to make mistakes. In a world obsessed with control, love was the only rebellion that worked. One particularly scandalous case from France tells of a young queen who, tired of being treated like a political pawn, began hosting midnight poetry salons in her chambers. It sounds elegant until you realize that most of her poets were handsome knights with conveniently short verses. Word spread, of course, as gossip always does, and the king responded by banning poetry altogether. History, sadly, does not record how that went for him, but one can assume it didn't improve morale in the kingdom. It's proof that even monarchs couldn't legislate the human heart, and that, perhaps, is the most hopeful thing about the Middle Ages. Still, not all passion ended in scandal. Some royal couples actually found affection amid the formality. Their tenderness survives not in grand declarations, but in the smallest gestures. A folded note tucked under a pillow, a handkerchief embroidered with initials, a locket worn beneath layers of gold. These were tiny rebellions against the machinery of history, moments where power paused long enough for love to breathe. One king even had a secret phrase he whispered to his queen before bed, a simple Latin blessing that meant, "Sleep safely, my soul." When he died in battle, she had it engraved on his tomb. It's a reminder that even in a world ruled by cruelty, people still managed to love softly. But just as love crept into those chambers, so did guilt. The medieval mind was deeply superstitious, and the line between desire and damnation was paper thin. Every pleasure was followed by penance. Some rulers, after particularly eventful nights, would summon their confessors before sunrise, still wrapped in silk sheets, to beg forgiveness for sins they weren't entirely sorry for. You can almost hear the conversation, half spiritual, half awkward. "Forgive me, Father, for I have been excellent company." The priest would sigh, murmur absolution, and probably wonder how many more dawns like this he'd have to endure. And perhaps that's what makes those old royal nights so fascinating. They were a collision of contradictions, holiness and hunger, luxury and emptiness, power and fragility. In the daylight, monarchs could pretend to be divine, but at night, divinity gave way to humanity. The curtains closed, the crowns came off, and the same doubts crept in that have always haunted the human heart. Was I loved, or just obeyed? Did I rule wisely, or merely survive? Will they remember me kindly, or only for my mistakes? Every royal bed became a confessional for thoughts too heavy to say aloud. When you strip away the titles, the castles, the gold-threaded sheets, the story is really about people trying to reconcile who they were with who they pretended to be. That's why those old chambers still echo. They were theaters of truth. The performances ended there, even if just for a few hours. And maybe that's why we're still drawn to them today. Because deep down, we know what it's like to wear masks, to perform for the world, to seek softness after a long day of pretending. If you ever find yourself standing in one of those ancient rooms, don't look at the bed as just a relic. Look at it as a witness, a survivor of every secret it was sworn to keep. The sheets may have faded, the wood may have warped, but the emotions are still there, folded into the silence like invisible thread. That's the real history, the kind you can't write down but can still feel. And if you listen long enough, you might just hear the faint echo of laughter, of prayers, of whispered names that once meant everything. Because history, in the end, doesn't die. It just goes to bed and waits to be remembered. There's something quietly hypnotic about how a royal chamber breathes after centuries of silence. The air feels thick with memory, like it's been waiting for someone brave enough to listen. The bed, enormous and solemn, sits in the middle, like an altar to human contradiction. Once, it held people who believed themselves chosen by heaven, yet trembled at every thunderstorm. It's strange, isn't it? How power always builds itself a cage lined with velvet. No matter how soft the fabric, it never silences the echoes inside. And maybe that's why these stories still feel alive. Not because of the grandeur, but because the people beneath the crowns were constantly fighting themselves. Every kingdom had its own bedtime rituals, and each was a reflection of its rulers' insecurities. Some kings insisted that no one should enter their chamber after dusk, convinced that the night carried invisible dangers. Others demanded the opposite, a full entourage of servants standing at attention as they slept, in case the darkness decided to make a move. Imagine trying to fall asleep with 12 people watching you breathe. The Middle Ages had no concept of personal space, and royalty least of all. It's almost poetic that the people who ruled the world had no place to be alone in it. But isolation came in other forms. Royal marriages, for example, were like beautifully wrapped business deals. They looked perfect from a distance, but up close you could hear the paperwork rustling beneath the sheets. Couples met on their wedding day, often barely speaking the same language, and were expected to produce heirs as if affection could be ordered by decree. There's a record of one king who kept a translator in the room during his wedding night. Just imagine the awkward pauses. Power may command armies, but it can't manufacture chemistry. And yet, somehow, love still managed to sneak through the cracks, the way ivy climbs over stone, ignoring the rules entirely. The royal bed became the setting for both duty and defiance. Every touch was political. Every whisper could shift an alliance. A king's infidelity might start a war. A queen's silence could save a crown. But amid all that tension, the absurdity of being human always found a way to interrupt the drama. One medieval monarch, famous for his piety, would pray for forgiveness after every intimate encounter, sometimes before he even got out of bed. His confessor reportedly told him that heaven has many concerns, but your private calendar need not be one of them. A rare moment of medieval humor, though one suspects the priest earned himself a few sleepless nights for saying it, and while the elite obsessed over purity and politics, the servants who managed these royal beds saw things differently. They were the invisible audience, the ones who changed the sheets, lit the candles, and pretended not to hear the arguments that would later shape history. Some of them even became historians by accident. There are letters written by chambermaids who described scenes more honestly than any chronicler dared. Kings pacing the floor in their underclothes, queens crying into pillows embroidered with their family crests, noblemen sneaking down hallways in the wrong direction. It's these details, messy and small, that make history feel human. The chronicles may record the victories, but the servants remembered the emotions. And then there were the nights when royalty turned to superstition. The line between faith and fear was thin, and the bed was its most intimate battlefield. Queens kept small crucifixes under their pillows to ward off demons. Kings slept with relics sewn into their blankets, and everyone believed that bad dreams were omens rather than symptoms of indigestion. Some even hired dream interpreters, who would analyze the night's visions and offer advice for the day. It sounds foolish now, but really, have we changed that much? People still wake up, check their horoscopes, and blame Mercury for their bad decisions. Maybe we just swapped saints for star signs. The obsession with dreams led to some truly strange behavior. A certain queen once woke from a nightmare about being swallowed by waves and immediately ordered the construction of an inland castle, far from the sea's reach. It bankrupted her treasury, but she slept better, at least until she realized her new fortress was surrounded by a moat. There's a lesson in there somewhere about how fear doesn't care about logic. It just wants to feel safe, even if safety is an illusion. And perhaps that's the greatest comedy of history. The smarter we think we are, the more creative our foolishness becomes. Still, not every royal night was filled with dread. There were moments of tenderness, though fleeting. Some kings wrote poetry for their queens, clumsy but sincere. Others had lullabies sung to them before sleep, not for comfort, but for nostalgia. The lullaby, after all, was a rare sound that belonged to childhood, to a time before crowns and courts. It's moving to think that even those burdened with power longed for something as simple as being rocked to sleep. One chronicler describes a ruler who demanded that a cradle be placed beside his bed, not for a child, but for himself. He claimed it reminded him that even kings must be soothed. There's something both funny and profoundly sad about that image. A grown man swaying in his own cradle, chasing innocence that power had stolen. Of course, the royal bed wasn't always about sentiment. Sometimes it became a courtroom. Arguments about succession, confessions of betrayal, even executions were decided in those same chambers. The most intimate room in the palace was also the most dangerous. And yet, that danger carried its own strange allure. Perhaps that's why so many rulers built their bedrooms high in towers, closer to heaven, but also easier to defend. Sleep, like power, required vigilance. It's poetic justice that the people who could command the world couldn't command their dreams. What's most fascinating is how the royal bed evolved into myth long after the people were gone. When you visit those ancient rooms today, you expect to find grandeur, but what you actually find is stillness. The tapestries hang like frozen sighs. The canopy droops like a memory collapsing under its own weight. You can almost imagine the ghosts rolling their eyes at the tourists. You think we were glamorous? We were just tired. And maybe that's the real legacy of the royal bed. Not the splendor, not the sin, but the exhaustion. The eternal truth that no matter how high you rise, you can never outclimb the need for rest. If you stand there long enough, in that heavy silence, it begins to make sense. The royal bed wasn't just where history happened, it was where it paused. It was where ambition stopped pretending, where desire stopped performing, where human frailty finally took off its mask. And maybe that's why those old chambers still captivate us. Because behind the gilded wood and the faded silk, they remind us of something beautifully ordinary, that everyone, even the mighty, ends their day the same way. Lying in the dark, eyes half open, wondering if they did enough, if they were enough, if morning will be kinder than the night. It's funny how the past never really sleeps. It just lies quietly under the covers, pretending. When you walk through those royal chambers today, it's as if time has merely stepped out for a moment and will return any second. The curtains still hold the weight of old perfume, the walls still echo faint laughter, and the bed sits there, proud and tired, like an actor who's played too many roles and forgotten which one was real. You can almost imagine the ghosts stretching, yawning, and rolling their eyes at yet another visitor, whispering, "Imagine what must have happened here." The truth is, everything happened here. Love, deceit, politics, boredom, redemption. The royal bed was less a piece of furniture and more a witness to the entire emotional inventory of humanity. The morning after a royal night often began like a play resetting for its next act. Curtains pulled back, maids rushing in, trays of hot wine or watered-down ale, whatever dignity looked like before caffeine was invented. A king rubbing his temples while pretending to listen to advisors. A queen trying to smile while already calculating the day's diplomacy through exhaustion. It's easy to picture it all as majestic, but beneath the robes and ritual, it was messy. Real people waking up with bed hair and regrets, trying to look divine before breakfast. The difference between royalty and the rest of us, really, is just better embroidery on the hangover. The royal chamber was not only a bedroom, but a stage of performance in politics. Many rulers held audiences in bed, propped up by mountains of pillows like half-awake judges. Ambassadors bowed before a monarch, still in nightclothes, trying to discuss treaties while politely ignoring that the ruler's crown of the morning was a pillow crease. The medieval mind had no concept of privacy the way we do. To them, intimacy was power displayed. There's a record of a French king conducting state business while having his beard trimmed in bed, a multitasking legend centuries ahead of his time. Somewhere, a modern CEO would call that efficiency. But once the meetings ended and the attendants left, the chamber fell silent again, and the real kingdom returned, the mind. It's there, in those still moments, that the grandeur of royalty collided with the fragility of being human. Imagine lying beneath gilded ceilings painted with angels, while wondering whether heaven actually listens. Imagine commanding thousands, but still fearing the dark. These were people who could control the fate of nations, but not their own thoughts. And there's a certain tragic comedy in that. The world outside saw them as chosen, almost godlike, yet inside their heads they were just as lost as anyone who's ever stared into the dark and asked, "What's the point of all this?" In some castles, insomnia became almost fashionable. There are entire journals of rulers who documented their sleepless nights in poetic despair. One queen described her restlessness as "a crown of fire I cannot remove." Another king ordered musicians to play softly at his bedside to lull him into slumber. But after a month, the poor musicians started falling asleep instead, and the king grew furious that everyone but him was dreaming. It's a scene worthy of comedy, yet painfully familiar. Power doesn't just isolate, it exhausts. You can command silence in a room, but not in your own mind. For many rulers, dreams were not simply dreams, they were prophecies. The medieval imagination gave meaning to every flicker of the subconscious. A nightmare about falling was not a bad dream, it was a message from God. Some kings kept entire dream councils, men tasked with interpreting visions and advising policy accordingly. There's an actual record of a ruler canceling a diplomatic meeting because he dreamt of a fox stealing bread from his hand. It sounds absurd, but who among us hasn't avoided a hard conversation over a bad feeling? The Middle Ages just did it with more incense. Even the bed itself carried symbolism. Its design wasn't merely for comfort, it was a statement. The higher the bed, the closer to heaven. The heavier the canopy, the stronger the kingdom's shield. In a sense, these grand constructions were metaphors for their owners' insecurities. The bigger the bed, the lonelier the sleeper. There's a strange poignancy in that, building monuments to protect yourself from the very emptiness you created. You can almost hear the wood creaking with irony. Despite the seriousness of it all, humor always found its way into these sanctuaries. After all, no one escapes the ridiculousness of being human. One English nobleman, famous for his pride, once refused to share a bed during a freezing winter because he would rather die than appear needy. He died of pneumonia 3 days later. The court poets didn't dare write about it, but you can imagine the servants exchanging looks and thinking, well, that aged poorly. Pride has always been a terrible blanket, and perhaps that's what makes these ancient rooms feel so modern. Strip away the language, the titles, the architecture, and what remains are the same contradictions that define us today. We crave closeness, but build distance. We surround ourselves with symbols of security while feeling perpetually unsafe. We decorate our lives with beauty to distract from the chaos inside. The royal bed was just a grander version of the same illusion, a soft disguise for the truth that even kings lay awake wondering if they're good enough. Yet, amid all that restlessness, there were moments of grace. A lull between candlelight and dawn when even the most anxious monarch could surrender to stillness. In that half-light, they weren't rulers, or legends, or prisoners of expectation. They were simply people, tired, flawed, and fleeting. That's what history forgets, but the rooms remember. Every wrinkle in the sheets, every dent in the mattress is a fossil of vulnerability. Standing in those chambers now, you begin to see that history wasn't written in grand gestures, but in the quiet spaces between them. The royal bed, for all its symbolism, was ultimately a place of truth, the one spot where power dropped its armor and faced itself. And perhaps that's the reason those rooms still pull us in. They remind us that beneath every crown is a restless mind, beneath every title a trembling heart. The centuries have changed the furniture, but not the story. We've traded canopies for screens, attendance for algorithms, prayers for playlists, but the search for peace remains the same. The royal bed may have been made of oak and silk, but the ache it held is timeless. It's the ache of wanting to be seen, to be forgiven, to be free from our own noise for just one night. And as the dawn crawls through those ancient windows, you realize something quietly humbling. Kings, queens, and all of us share the same bedtime prayer. That sleep, even for a moment, might finally feel like peace. There's something uncanny about the way the light creeps through old castle windows at dawn. It doesn't illuminate, it reveals. Dust turns into memory. The silk canopy glows faintly like the ghost of luxury, and suddenly you realize that this was never just a bedroom. It was a stage for centuries of restless nights. The royal bed, magnificent in its silence, has outlasted every person who ever lay upon it. Kings, queens, lovers, conspirators, they all came and went, each convinced they were the main character of history. Yet the bed remains, patient, indifferent, as if it knows that power is temporary but sleeplessness is eternal. There's a certain comedy in how seriously those medieval monarchs took their rest. They had entire manuals dedicated to proper royal sleep. Some swore by rosewater baths before bed, others by reciting specific psalms to keep demons at bay. There were rules about which direction to face: east for divine favor, west for wisdom, south if you wanted good dreams. No one dared face north. Apparently, that was how you invited the devil to join your nap. It's impressive, really, how much effort people put into avoiding the inevitable chaos of their own thoughts. Modern life isn't that different. We've just replaced psalms with podcasts. But behind all that ritual was a deep, unspoken truth. The night terrified them. Daylight offered distraction, courts to run, people to impress, wars to plan. But night demanded introspection. It stripped away ceremony and left them alone with themselves. Imagine being a ruler worshipped as God's chosen and then lying awake at 3 a.m., wondering if anyone truly loved you or if loyalty was just well-paid fear. Some things never change, whether you wear a crown or a bathrobe. The darkness has a way of leveling everyone. Of course, some handled the darkness with more flair than others. There's the story of a king who, unable to sleep, ordered his servants to bring in jesters for midnight amusement. One of them, tired of the endless nights, reportedly said, "Your Majesty, perhaps God keeps you awake because he's waiting for you to listen." The jester was banished the next morning, proof that humor has always been a dangerous form of honesty. Still, the point stands, the human mind doesn't like silence. It fills it with noise, guilt, or distraction, anything but reflection. What fascinates me most is how the royal bed became both a sanctuary and a battlefield. It was the only place where kings could remove their crowns, yet it's also where they faced their most personal wars. Love could begin there, but so could betrayal. The same sheets that witnessed tenderness also soaked up fear and rage. There's something almost poetic about that duality, a place built for intimacy becoming the epicenter of power struggles. And maybe that's the great metaphor of history itself. Every comfort has a shadow. One of the strangest customs was the Royal Awakening, a ceremony that turned even getting out of bed into an act of theater. Courtiers gathered to witness the monarch's first words of the day, as if divine wisdom would emerge between yawns. Servants presented robes, combs, and sometimes breakfast, depending on how generous the king felt. It sounds absurd until you realize that our own mornings aren't so different. We wake up, check our phones, and perform for an invisible audience. The props have changed, but the performance remains. The bed also had an oddly public role in death. Monarchs often chose to die where they'd ruled, in their chambers, surrounded by witnesses. It was as if even their final breath had to be a spectacle. The bed transformed into a throne once more, draped in white linen instead of red velvet. Priests murmured, courtiers wept strategically, and someone, there's always someone, made sure to record the scene for posterity. One queen reportedly took so long to die that her attendants began taking shifts. You almost admire the commitment to drama. Death, like everything else in royal life, had to follow protocol. Yet beyond all this pageantry, what lingers is the quiet humanity beneath it. The same patterns we still fall into today, using ritual to mask vulnerability, turning ordinary moments into performance, pretending control where none exists. The medieval king and the modern insomniac aren't so different. Both lie awake at night, haunted by the same question. What will be left of me when I'm gone? That question probably echoes louder in a room where portraits stare down from every wall, their painted eyes reminding you that legacy is just another word for memory with better lighting. And still, amid all that pressure, there were fleeting moments of peace. A moonbeam slipping through the curtains, the sound of distant bells marking time, the warmth of another body beside you, rare, but not impossible. These were the tiny mercies that kept people sane, the reminders that even in gilded cages, beauty existed. Maybe that's what the royal bed symbolized most, the fragile intersection between survival and surrender. You had to let go of the crown to find sleep, even if only for a few hours. It's easy to mock their eccentricities now. The holy water, the embroidered sheets, the entourage of attendants hovering like anxious relatives. But perhaps those details reveal something profound. Power magnifies loneliness. The more authority you hold, the harder it becomes to be touched without purpose. The royal bed, for all its grandeur, was the only place left where a monarch could be fragile, if only in the dark. And fragility, whether royal or common, is what makes us human. Standing in those old rooms today, you realize the irony. The people who feared mortality the most are the ones we remember. The kings who couldn't sleep now live forever in history books, while the servants who helped them vanish into anonymity. But maybe that's the way it's meant to be. The grandeur fades, but the humanity stays. You can feel it in the stillness of the chamber, in the way the air hums with invisible emotion. It's as if the walls themselves are trying to tell you softly that every story, no matter how powerful, ends the same way, with a deep breath, a long silence, and a bed that waits patiently for the next dreamer. And perhaps that's the secret the royal bed has been keeping all along. It doesn't care who you are, king, queen, or stranger. It holds everyone the same. It listens without judgment, remembers without mercy, and forgives without asking. Maybe that's why these old rooms still draw us in. They remind us that history isn't about crowns or conquest. It's about the shared vulnerability of lying down in the dark, closing your eyes, and hoping that, for once, sleep might come without ghosts. There's something oddly intimate about standing in front of an empty royal bed. You can feel the gravity of all the people who once slept there, the weight of centuries condensed into wood and fabric. The bed doesn't need to speak. It already knows too much. It's witnessed laughter that never made it into history books, tears that could have altered alliances, secrets whispered in the dark that reshaped kingdoms. You almost expect it to sigh, to groan with exhaustion from holding the burden of so many restless dreams. It's funny how an object meant for rest became a monument to anxiety. Royal sleep was never really sleep. It was performance. Even slumber had politics. The right number of attendants had to be present, the proper prayers recited, the candles extinguished in precise order. There was a choreography to closing one's eyes. In the medieval court, everything was symbolic. Even the act of lying down was a metaphor for humility before God and power over man. Yet the irony was unbearable. The more they tried to make sleep divine, the less human it became. There's something darkly humorous about a man wrapped in gold-threaded sheets begging for the same peace a peasant could find on straw. The bedroom itself reflected this contradiction. It was part chapel, part fortress. Religious icons hung over the bed, but so did hidden daggers. The saints watched over the sleepers while guards watched over the door. It was a sacred space and a paranoid one. Some rulers even slept in rotating beds or moved chambers each night to avoid assassins. You can almost picture it. A king, exhausted, spinning in circles like a weary rotisserie chicken, convinced this time he's cheated death. And yet, despite all the precaution, mortality always found its way in. No one ever truly escaped the night. But in those hours before dawn, when fear finally lost its voice, something quieter often took its place. Reflection. The medieval world was noisy, bells, markets, courtiers, arguments, but night forced stillness, and stillness has a way of unmasking truth. The same kings who barked orders by day would sometimes whisper prayers of apology by candlelight, asking forgiveness, not from their enemies, but from themselves. There's a kind of strange tenderness in that image. The world's most powerful people negotiating peace with their own conscience. And yet, not every reflection was spiritual. Some were hilariously mundane. There's a story of a monarch who, unable to sleep, wrote entire essays about how uncomfortable his mattress was. He declared that a poor bed breeds poor governance. Perhaps he wasn't wrong. After all, many revolutions might have been avoided if rulers had simply gotten 8 hours. Still, it's endearing to think that someone commanding armies could be undone by a lumpy feather pillow. It's the kind of detail that makes history feel less like a textbook and more like a comedy of errors. The royal bed was also an archive of intimacy, the kind that no chronicler dared record. Love, or something like it, lived there. Affairs began in whispers, alliances in sighs. There were nights when passion eclipsed politics, when two people forgot for a moment that the world expected them to perform. But even those moments carried the weight of consequence. A single kiss could shift borders. A birth could rewrite history. The bed was both cradle and battlefield. And perhaps that's why so many royal romances ended in tragedy, because nothing built on duty can survive the gravity of desire. Still, affection found ways to bloom in impossible soil. Some royal couples, despite the arranged beginnings, grew to love each other sincerely. They wrote poems, exchanged charms, and created their own small rituals, shared prayers, private jokes, secret touches disguised as gestures of etiquette. One queen kept a single lock of her husband's hair inside her rosary. When he died in battle, she slept with it every night until her own death. For all the grandeur of their lives, it's that one quiet act that endures. Maybe that's the ultimate truth of history. The grand gestures fade, but the human ones survive. And yet, for every act of devotion, there were equal measures of deceit. The royal bed was the perfect theater for betrayal. Behind those thick curtains, plans were whispered, deals sealed, and confidences broken. Lovers became informants, spouses became rivals. It's hard not to see the dark comedy in it, how the most intimate place in the palace was also the most political. One chronicler noted that secrets breed best in silk. He wasn't wrong. Power doesn't whisper in corridors. It murmurs in the dark, wearing perfume. But perhaps the greatest irony is that the royal bed, the symbol of control, often revealed just how little control anyone truly had. Death, scandal, and fate all made their entrances there, uninvited and unapologetic. Monarchs who spent their lives commanding others couldn't command their own endings. Some died peacefully, surrounded by prayers. Others gasped their last words to empty air, abandoned by courtiers already calculating their next allegiance. The bed became both womb and tomb, where life began and where legacy ended. Today, when we look at those beds behind museum ropes, it's tempting to see only grandeur, the gold leaf, the embroidery, the artistry. But look closer and you'll see something else. Creases, faded colors, imperfections. They're reminders that all that opulence was built to contain very ordinary things. Sweat, fear, longing, sleep. The contrast is humbling. You realize that beneath every crown lies a pillow, and beneath every story of conquest lies the quiet wish to be understood. The more you think about it, the more those royal nights start to resemble our own. We may not have attendants or astrologers, but we have our own rituals of rest and unrest. We turn off screens instead of candles, pray to algorithms instead of saints, and still lie awake wondering if we're enough. The technology changes, the longing doesn't. Maybe that's why these ancient rooms still captivate us. They hold a mirror to our modern anxieties, dressed in velvet instead of blue light. And as the morning creeps in through those tall, cold windows, you can almost sense the centuries folding into each other. The bed, once alive with ceremony and superstition, now rests in quiet dignity, a survivor of every story it contained. It doesn't judge or explain, it simply waits, because it knows something we forget too easily, that every life, no matter how grand, ends in the same rhythm, the slow exhale before sleep, the fragile peace before dawn, the endless unspoken hope that tomorrow might finally bring rest. There's a peculiar kind of silence that lives inside royal chambers, a silence too heavy to be peace, too alive to be empty. It lingers between the velvet curtains and the gilded mirrors, carrying the faint scent of incense and secrets. You can almost hear it breathing, as though the room itself remembers everything it was forced to witness. In that silence, the royal bed stands not as a symbol of rest, but as an artifact of contradiction, a place meant for dreams, yet crowded with ghosts. It's ironic that the people who ruled entire nations never truly ruled their own sleep. There's something strangely comforting about realizing that kings and queens spent as many nights tossing and turning as the rest of us. Power doesn't buy peace of mind. If anything, it rents anxiety at a higher price. Some monarchs treated insomnia like an enemy that could be outwitted. They drank concoctions of poppy milk and honey, had monks chant lullabies in Latin, even ordered musicians to play divinely soft tunes on harps until dawn. One French king famously demanded that his minstrels compose an entire symphony about the serenity of sleep. The irony, of course, is that he died of exhaustion. It's proof that even when royalty chased rest, they did it competitively. The obsession with nighttime ritual became an art form. There were prayers to protect against bad dreams, amulets to keep away evil spirits, and beds carved with symbols of divine protection. The sheets were perfumed with lavender and rose oil, not for comfort, but to ward off disease. Every detail was an act of control in a world that never stopped threatening chaos. Yet, despite the luxury, fear always crept in. Because no matter how high the bedposts rose, or how thick the walls were, darkness had a way of finding them. It's a strange comfort to know that even a king in silk still needed a nightlight. And while superstition offered a kind of placebo, it didn't solve the deeper problem, the weight of solitude. Imagine spending your entire life surrounded by people yet being utterly alone. The attendants who bowed before you were paid to do so. The courtiers who praised you were rehearsing survival. Even the person sharing your bed might have been chosen by politics, not affection. So, in the dead of night, stripped of ceremony and applause, rulers found themselves face to face with their own reflection, something most people spend their lives avoiding. Maybe that's why they filled their chambers with gold and tapestries, to drown out the echo of their own thoughts. But not every night was haunted by dread. Some were filled with laughter, the kind of laughter that only happens when people forget to be royal for a while. There's a wonderful account of a queen who, after a particularly tense day of diplomacy, gathered her ladies-in-waiting and ordered a pillow fight. The chroniclers, scandalized, described it as a display unbecoming of divine authority. But you can almost picture it. Feathers floating through candlelight, crowns abandoned on chairs, a moment of rebellion disguised as joy. Sometimes laughter was the only form of protest left to those trapped by dignity. The human comedy of these royal nights extends even to the details we rarely imagine. For instance, in the 14th century, beds were so large that entire families sometimes slept in them, not out of affection, but because heating was a luxury even palaces couldn't fully manage. A king might share his bed with advisors, guards, or even favored guests. Talk about awkward morning meetings. One ambassador wrote that sleeping beside a monarch was an honor and a punishment, since the king snored like a cavalry charge. It's the kind of detail that collapses the myth of grandeur and reminds us that power, stripped of ceremony, is just another human trying to breathe comfortably. And yet, for all the absurdity, these rooms were where some of history's most delicate decisions were made. Treaties were drafted on those embroidered sheets. Confessions whispered between heavy breaths changed the fate of nations. A queen's tearful admission might start a war. A king's late-night apology could end one. It's strange to think that while soldiers froze in trenches and peasants prayed for harvest, the world often turned on conversations held in the soft glow of candlelight over a restless bed. History, it seems, isn't always written in ink, it's written in whispers. The more you look at these royal nights, the more they resemble our own private chaos. Different centuries, same emotions. The endless search for calm, the need to feel loved, the fear of being forgotten. A medieval queen kneeling beside her bed to pray isn't so different from someone scrolling through their phone at 2 a.m., looking for reassurance in glowing pixels. We've traded altars for algorithms, but the ritual is the same, trying to fill the emptiness that wakes up with us. Some rulers tried to outwit mortality itself through their beds. They had them constructed like monuments, carved with their names, symbols, even depictions of angels carrying them heavenward. Sleep, for them, was rehearsal for eternity. There's a certain tragic poetry in that, imagining people so powerful that they built furniture to outlive them. And in a way, they succeeded. Those same beds still exist, polished and preserved, their occupants long gone. The bodies decayed, the power dissolved, but the place where they sought rest remains untouched, waiting for the next curious soul to stare at it and wonder what it felt like to be both worshipped and weary. What's left behind isn't grandeur, it's fragility. The faint indentation on a pillow that once cradled a crown, the tapestry threads dulled by candle smoke, the air thick with stories no one dared to tell aloud. When you stand in those rooms, you don't just see history, you feel it humming beneath your skin. It's the collective heartbeat of people who learned that control is an illusion, that love can't be commanded, and that peace, no matter how ornate its bed, must be earned. And perhaps that's the great lesson hidden beneath all the ceremony and superstition. The royal bed was never truly about luxury, it was about longing. A longing to rest from the weight of expectation, to be touched without agenda, to close one's eyes without fear of what waits in the dark. The centuries may have changed everything, the clothes, the crowns, the rituals, but that longing hasn't aged a day. Even now, in our own beds, surrounded by our own ghosts of thought and memory, we're not so different from them. We too reach for peace, fumbling in the dark, hoping the night forgives us for being human. It's strange how a bed can become a time machine. When you stand beside one of those old royal beds, the air feels different. As if the centuries never really left, the embroidered curtains still hold the scent of stories, the wood still hums with memory, and the silence is almost alive. It's not emptiness you feel, but presence. You can sense the people who once slept there, nervous, hopeful, terrified, or pretending to be all three at once. That's the thing about power. It gives you everything except rest. The royal bed was, in many ways, a confession booth. In daylight, kings and queens wore crowns that blinded others with gold. At night, they faced their own reflection in the dark. Power makes you lonely because it teaches you that love can be bought, loyalty can be borrowed, and trust must always be tested. Imagine lying in a bed large enough to fit a banquet table, and yet feeling smaller than a servant in his straw corner. Some monarchs tried to fill that emptiness with rituals, prayers, candles, even elaborate bedtime blessings. But you can't pray away the feeling of being feared instead of loved. And maybe that's the most ironic curse of royalty, to be surrounded by people and yet completely alone. It's not hard to picture it. The flicker of candlelight dancing across jeweled bedposts, the sound of distant footsteps echoing through endless stone halls. Somewhere beyond those walls, the kingdom slept, but inside that chamber, the rulers stared at the ceiling, rehearsing decisions that would break or save lives. The bed was never just a place of rest. It was an office, a confessional, and sometimes a battlefield. It's where strategy met insomnia, where passion met guilt, and where dreams collided with the burden of reality. You can almost hear the bedsheets rustle with ghosts of decisions that couldn't be undone. And yet, not every night was heavy. There were moments, small, almost invisible ones, where laughter dared to return. A queen teasing her husband over his snores, a prince sneaking out to chase a forbidden romance, a servant whispering gossip while pretending to adjust the drapes. Those fleeting instants of absurd humanity kept the royal court alive. In a world obsessed with appearances, a single burst of genuine laughter was an act of rebellion. One chronicler wrote of a king who, during a stormy night, made his entire court sleep on the floor so they would know his discomfort. The irony? They all snored peacefully while he lay awake counting thunderclaps. Perhaps karma has a sense of humor after all. There was also something theatrical about royal sleep. Everything was staged, from the arrangement of the pillows to the order of attendants standing nearby. Even dreaming became a matter of state. If the king dreamt of lions, it was seen as a sign of strength. If he dreamt of drowning, it sparked panic in the council. Some courtiers became experts in decoding these nocturnal prophecies, hoping to gain favor by interpreting them correctly. Imagine a group of grown men in robes arguing at dawn about what a flying fish in a dream might symbolize. And we think modern politics is strange. Still, behind the mysticism and absurdity, the fear was real. Night was dangerous in medieval life. Fires, assassins, and diseases moved through the dark like whispers. The royal bed had guards posted nearby, but what could swords do against nightmares? Sleep meant surrender, something rulers were never good at. That's why so many of them turned to superstition for comfort. Amulets under pillows, relics of saints tucked into headboards, even holy water sprinkled over the mattress. The beds became shrines of desperation where fear and faith intertwined beneath the sheets. And yet, despite all the rituals, death always found its way in. It didn't matter how many locks were on the door. The most haunting thing about those royal chambers is that they were both places of beginnings and endings. Children were conceived there who would later inherit empires or die trying. Lovers whispered promises that history forgot. And many monarchs, after years of ruling with divine authority, took their final breaths surrounded by people pretending to mourn. Death in the royal bed was a ceremony, a performance, but death itself, well, death doesn't care for ceremony. The same bed that witnessed passion and plotting became a stage for silence. And somehow, through all of this, the bed outlived them all. It became a survivor, an unintentional historian. If it could speak, what would it say? Maybe it would laugh at the irony of power or weep for the fragility beneath the crowns. Maybe it would tell us that history isn't made in battlefields or throne rooms, but in the quiet moments when someone lies awake, wondering what kind of person they've become. It's humbling to think that all those rulers, so feared, so admired, spent their nights battling the same invisible enemies we do: regret, longing, self-doubt. The difference is, we can scroll through our phones to distract ourselves. They had only the ceiling. And perhaps that's the real thread connecting us to them. Despite centuries of progress, our nights aren't that different. We still wrap ourselves in comfort, hoping it will quiet our minds. We still invent rituals to keep our fears at bay: meditation, caffeine limits, podcasts about calmness that somehow make us more anxious. The royal bed may be gone, but the human condition hasn't changed. Whether you're sleeping under silk or polyester, the heart doesn't care about thread count. It just wants peace. In the end, what those ancient rooms remind us of is beautifully simple. Every crown, no matter how heavy, eventually rests on a pillow. Every command fades into a whisper. And every life, from the humblest peasant to the most exalted monarch, ends the same way, with the slow surrender to darkness and the fragile hope that morning will still come. Maybe that's what made those kings and queens so tragically human. They spent their days pretending to be immortal and their nights praying they weren't alone. And if that doesn't make us reflect, if that doesn't make us laugh at our own illusions of control, then perhaps we haven't learned as much from history as we think we have. The strangest thing about standing in a royal bedroom is how alive the silence feels. It isn't empty, it's charged, like the air before a storm. You can almost sense the echoes of whispers that once decided the fate of kingdoms, the muffled laughter of forbidden lovers, the tremor of secrets that never reached the light. The bed sits in the center, enormous and motionless, as if waiting for another confession. And maybe that's what it always was, a confessional dressed in velvet. Every sigh, every dream, every betrayal began and ended here. People kneeled before altars by day and before desire by night, and the bed witnessed both kinds of prayer. It's hard not to find irony in the rituals of royal sleep. To close one's eyes was to surrender control, something rulers despised more than death, so they tried to ritualize even that. Before bed, servants would sprinkle holy water on the sheets, as though purifying the sins yet to happen. Candles burned through the night because darkness was considered an ally of demons and, perhaps more dangerously, of honesty, and every object had meaning. The curtains symbolized purity, the feather mattress heaven's softness, and the carved headboard the strength of divine authority. It's almost touching how desperately they tried to make sleep look like virtue, but no matter how ornate the bed, the nightmares didn't care. Some monarchs, convinced that dreams were divine messages, kept notebooks beside their beds to record them at dawn. You can imagine the scene. A king jolting awake, scribbling something like, "A fish wearing a crown, must consult the bishop." Court interpreters would then debate whether it meant good harvests or impending doom. Once, a ruler halted a military campaign because he dreamt of wolves near a monastery. The clergy praised his wisdom. His generals muttered about missed opportunities. It's absurd, and yet it's also strangely human. This belief that the universe leaves us clues in our sleep, if only we're important enough to deserve them. The royal bed also served a more physical kind of diplomacy. Alliances weren't only forged at tables, they were often sealed under sheets. Marriages arranged for power became nightly negotiations of endurance. The bride, terrified and expected to prove fertility, the groom pressured to perform virility under the eyes of history. And sometimes those moments were public, literally. In certain courts, witnesses stood nearby as proof that the union had been consummated. Imagine trying to find romance while an archbishop clears his throat in the corner. It gives a whole new meaning to the term pressure to perform. But for all its political purpose, the bed remained a profoundly human space, a place where masks cracked. There are letters from queens apologizing for the coldness they showed their husbands, and from kings admitting that they longed to be seen as men rather than monarchs. In the glow of candlelight, beneath the weight of expectation, people rediscovered their own fragility. Sometimes they found tenderness. More often they found loneliness. Because even love, when arranged by treaty, can start to feel like theater. And the cruelest part? The audience never left. Still, humor had a way of sneaking into even the most solemn rooms. There's a story of a queen who, frustrated with her husband's endless affairs, replaced his mattress feathers with nettles. He woke up screaming, and she simply said, "Perhaps next time you'll keep your vows." The court chroniclers called it an unfortunate domestic dispute. But let's be honest, it's hard not to admire the creativity. History likes to paint queens as demure and dignified, but behind closed doors, some wielded wit sharper than any sword. After all, power takes many forms, and sometimes it hides beneath a smile. Beyond the royal chambers, the bed was a social symbol. Only the wealthy could afford to have one of their own. Most people slept communally on straw or wooden planks. So, when travelers described royal beds with silk canopies and silver-threaded blankets, peasants treated the stories like glimpses of paradise. The irony, of course, is that the poor often slept better. Their straw beds didn't come with the burden of inheritance or assassination plots. There's a lesson in that somewhere. The simpler the bed, the deeper the rest. But humanity rarely learns from simplicity. It prefers extravagance even in discomfort. Even the act of waking up was choreographed. Royal awakenings were morning ceremonies, complete with attendants, trumpets, and prayers. Imagine opening your eyes to find 10 people waiting to hand you your clothes, your breakfast, and your sense of importance. The first words, spoken each morning, were recorded in diaries, as though they might contain prophecy. Once, a king's first utterance was, "Bring me bread." The court theologians debated its meaning for days. In truth, he was just hungry. But in the medieval world, even hunger had to sound holy. And then there was the bed's final role, the stage for death. Many monarchs took their last breath beneath the same canopy where they had been conceived, married and betrayed. Death in the royal bed wasn't private. It was performance. Priests surrounded the dying ruler, chanting prayers while courtiers rehearsed their grief for the cameras of history that hadn't been invented yet. One chronicler described a scene so crowded that the dying king reportedly whispered, "I can't die with all these people watching." You almost want to tell him, welcome to monarchy. Even your final exhale is a public event. After centuries of such restless nights, it's almost poetic that those beds now rest quietly in museums. No guards, no priests, no trembling servants, just glass cases and tourists with cameras. The gold has dulled, the silks have faded, but something deeper lingers. You can feel it in the air, the echo of every sleepless thought, every guilty whisper, every breath that once filled those rooms. The irony is that, after all that grandeur and suffering, the beds themselves finally got what their owners never did: peace. And maybe that's why people still feel drawn to these rooms, standing there in quiet awe. It's not the gold or the history, it's recognition. We see ourselves in those old ghosts, still wrestling with the same questions in our own smaller beds. We build empires out of worry, dress our fears in silk, and hope that comfort will finally conquer the restlessness inside us. But just like them, we learn the same truth. The bed can cradle the body, but it can't quiet the mind. That work then as now belongs to the soul, still tossing, still searching, still waiting for morning. It's odd how something as ordinary as a bed could carry the weight of an empire. You'd think that power was forged on battlefields or in war councils, but sometimes it was decided between sheets, soft, perfumed, and treacherous. The royal bed was less a place of sleep and more a stage where human weakness put on its finest costume. It's strange to imagine the same mattress hosting both coronations of love and conspiracies of betrayal. The creases on those silk sheets weren't just from bodies, they were from history folding over itself. And somewhere beneath the embroidery and the prayer whispers, you can almost hear the creak of guilt. It's almost comical to think how much ceremony surrounded such a simple act as lying down. The bed had to be perfectly arranged, the curtains drawn at a specific angle, the temperature regulated by servants who had to stand in silence as if the slightest cough might offend God. It was as though rest had to be earned through performance. Some monarchs treated sleep like a moral victory, proof that divine favor still protected them. And yet, in the dead of night, they would wake in cold sweats, haunted not by demons but by the things they'd done in daylight. That's the cruel trick of power. It never lets you rest easy. The rituals didn't stop with sleep. In many royal courts, waking up was a production too. There was something called the lever du roi, the king's rising, a daily ritual where attendants, nobles, and even foreign ambassadors gathered to watch the monarch get out of bed. Imagine starting every morning with an audience while someone combed your hair and another recited your schedule. For us, a bad hair day is embarrassing. For them, it could be treason. You'd almost feel sorry for them if not for the fact that they invented the whole thing to remind everyone who was in charge. But maybe it also hid something else. That power, once removed from its bed, still had to be dressed up every morning like a fragile illusion. There's a quiet hypocrisy in how these rooms were designed. Every inch of the royal chamber was meant to project purity, control, and divine blessing, yet it was here that some of the most scandalous stories unfolded. One queen, tired of her husband's endless mistresses, reportedly installed a secret staircase so she could sneak out at night and visit her lover, a poet who wrote sonnets in her honor and gossip in his journals. Centuries later, historians found the passages bricked up, as if the castle itself wanted to keep the secret. You can almost hear it sighing, "Let's not bring that up again." And while we laugh at their melodramas, perhaps the reason those stories fascinate us so much is because they expose the one truth that history always tries to hide. Even the powerful are absurdly human. They argued about the same things: love, loyalty, fear, exhaustion. They made mistakes that no crown could protect them from. The only difference is that their mistakes were embroidered into legend. There's a peculiar comfort in realizing that kings lost sleep over heartbreak just like anyone else. Their beds may have been bigger, but their hearts were still small and fragile. It's funny to think how those enormous canopies, meant to symbolize grandeur, also trapped the air, the heat, and every anxious breath. Some monarchs couldn't sleep without the heavy curtains drawn. Others kept them open, afraid of suffocating in their own luxury. It says something about human nature, doesn't it? We crave protection until it starts to feel like a cage. The royal bed was both, a sanctuary and a prison. Some found comfort beneath its velvet weight, while others felt like they were sleeping inside their own tomb. But what truly makes those chambers haunting is how they blurred the line between the sacred and the profane. The same bed that hosted coronations of love also became the setting for final confessions. Many kings died in those same rooms, the same sheets, surrounded by the same attendants who once dressed them in glory. There's something profoundly theatrical about that symmetry, the stage of pleasure doubling as the stage of death. In one account, a dying monarch asked his servant to open the curtains so God might see what's left of his creation. The servant obeyed, trembling, while the morning light revealed nothing divine, just an old man afraid to sleep forever. And still, the room carried on, unbothered. The moment the royal heart stopped, attendants rushed to clean, replace, and prepare the bed for its next occupant. Mourning was a luxury no one could afford. Power had to keep moving. Within hours, new hands touched the same sheets. New lips whispered new oaths. The cycle resumed, indifferent to tragedy. Maybe that's why those old beds feel so eerie now. They're monuments to continuity, reminders that no matter who lies in them, the story always repeats. Yet, amid all that repetition, there were flashes of real tenderness. Not the kind poets invented, but small, clumsy gestures of humanity. A king who tucked his daughter in before going to war. A queen who hid a letter under her pillow, knowing it would never be sent. A court jester who sat beside his ruler one sleepless night and said, "Majesty, perhaps you'd rest easier if you stopped trying to be majestic." He was almost executed for it, but the king spared him, and, according to legend, slept well for the first time in weeks. Maybe truth, not comfort, is the real cure for insomnia. When you walk through those chambers now, it's hard not to feel the weight of all those restless centuries. The air is thick with untold stories, like perfume that never faded. The gold leaf on the walls has dulled, the fabrics have frayed, but the feeling remains, a quiet, stubborn hum of memory. You realize that those rooms were never really about royalty. They were about being human in public, about performing peace while carrying chaos. We may have traded crowns for calendars and courtiers for co-workers, but the theater hasn't changed. We still build our own chambers of illusion, still try to make rest look like control. And maybe that's the lesson buried beneath all those layers of silk and secrecy. The struggle for peace is the same, no matter how soft the pillow. The royal bed, for all its grandeur, was never a guarantee of comfort, only a mirror of its owner's soul. It cradled ambition, fear, tenderness, and guilt in equal measure. It was both a throne and a confession booth, a promise and a punishment. And, as you step away, one thought lingers, that perhaps history's grandest beds weren't built for sleep at all, but for the endless, restless act of being human. The strangest thing about history's most opulent beds is that, for all their gold, carvings, and embroidered canopies, they rarely offered what they promised, rest. The royal bed was a contradiction, a place designed for comfort but built on tension. Every inch of silk seemed to whisper both luxury and loneliness. You can almost picture it, a king lying awake, surrounded by perfection, staring at the ceiling as if it might answer for all the decisions he wished he could take back. The irony, of course, is that while peasants dreamed of sleeping like kings, the kings were wishing they could sleep like peasants. And the truth is, it wasn't really a bed, it was a stage. A royal bedroom wasn't private in the way we think of privacy. It was a theater of appearances, filled with attendants, guards, and even courtiers who documented the most mundane acts as if they were divine rituals. Imagine trying to fall asleep while 3 people stood silently at the foot of your bed, waiting to help you breathe more efficiently. Some kings even had sleep attendants whose sole job was to listen in case the monarch mumbled something prophetic in his dreams. It's almost poetic and deeply unsettling to realize that not even sleep belonged to them. But perhaps the most fascinating part of these royal nights was the way superstition wove itself into every thread of fabric. The bed wasn't just furniture. It was armor against the unseen, amulets sewn into the mattress, relics hidden in the headboard, and priests called in to bless the bed before every royal birth or wedding. Some believed that evil spirits could slip into the mouth of a sleeping person, so kings slept with their faces covered by cloths dipped in holy water. The result? They'd often wake up drenched and furious, swearing vengeance on Satan and their laundry servants alike. It's the medieval version of blaming your bad morning on the wrong pillow. The fear of the night was everywhere. Darkness wasn't just absence, it was presence. In a world lit only by candles, every flickering shadow seemed alive. A draft could be mistaken for a ghost, a creaking beam for a curse. Some monarchs even had entire chambers built around their beds to block drafts and trap wandering spirits. The irony, of course, is that the true ghosts weren't supernatural at all. They were memories, regrets, and ambitions that refused to let them rest. People will build walls against demons, but never against their own thoughts. Yet not all the sleeplessness came from fear. Sometimes it came from love, or something dangerously close to it. Royal affairs were often tangled in politics, and the bed was where alliances turned into betrayals. One king was so paranoid about being poisoned by a lover that he made her sleep first and watched for signs of agony before joining her. It's not exactly the foundation for a lasting relationship, and still, the longing was there. Beneath the grandeur and suspicion, the same human hunger pulsed, to be seen not as a symbol, but as a person. Maybe that's what all the romance and scandal of the royal courts were really about. Desperate people trying to find intimacy in a world that rewarded distance. The bed was also a place of diplomacy. Many treaties were whispered in candlelight, between sheets rather than signatures. Lovers became messengers. Pillows turned into parchment, and secrets moved faster than armies. One French noblewoman was known as the Pillow Ambassador, because she used her romantic entanglements to gather intelligence for her king. History doesn't record how well she slept, but one can assume not very. Politics, like passion, has a habit of keeping people awake. And then there was the problem of heirs. So much of royal life revolved around producing them, and the bed was the central stage for that pressure. There were nights when a queen's entire worth rested on whether she would conceive by morning. Failure wasn't just personal, it was political. The weight of an entire dynasty pressed down on her shoulders while the courtiers whispered outside the door, counting the minutes. Some monarchs even invited witnesses to confirm the act, as if love could be notarized. It's hard to imagine a less romantic setting for conception than a room full of bureaucrats, but such was the theater of power. Love became a public duty, and desire became an instrument of statecraft. Despite all this intensity, moments of absurdity still broke through. One account tells of a queen who, in frustration, threw a golden candlestick at her husband during an argument in bed. The blow missed, but the object shattered a priceless mirror instead. When the servants rushed in, she simply said, "You see? Even the reflection of our marriage is broken." Centuries later, historians would analyze her as a tragic figure, but honestly, she just sounds like someone who needed therapy and a vacation. There's a kind of timeless truth in that. Even under crowns and candles, people still bickered over affection, ego, and who forgot to blow out the last candle. The older these royal chambers get, the more they start to resemble metaphors. The gold fades, the silk rots, but the essence remains. A room built to contain too much emotion, too much expectation, too much humanity. When you walk through them now, what strikes you isn't their splendor, but their silence. You can almost hear the ghosts of sighs and laughter tangled in the air like echoes that refuse to leave. It's humbling to realize that every generation has filled these same walls with its own version of the same story. Power chasing peace, love wrestling with fear, and sleep always just out of reach. In the end, maybe that's what makes the royal bed such a powerful symbol. It's not about the jewels or the silk, it's about the paradox of being human in a world that demands perfection. These rulers built monuments to immortality, but they couldn't escape the simplest truth of all, that even kings close their eyes, hoping for the same thing as everyone else, a moment of peace before the morning comes. And perhaps that's the true legacy left behind in those vast, silent rooms. Not the crowns or conquests, but the quiet confession that power, no matter how divine it pretends to be, still dreams of rest. The more you think about it, the more absurdly poetic the royal bed becomes. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, a private haven where kings and queens could finally rest, but instead, it turned into a living contradiction. It was a throne disguised as comfort, a stage pretending to be peace. In those chambers, surrounded by tapestries and perfumed air, power lay down every night and remembered that it was still human. And maybe that's what makes those old beds feel so haunting today. They remind us that even the highest crowns couldn't protect their wearers from insomnia, regret, or heartbreak. Sometimes I imagine a king lying awake while the entire kingdom sleeps, staring at the canopy above him as if it were a map of his own confusion. He probably tried counting sheep once, before realizing he owned too many to finish the exercise. Instead, he'd start replaying decisions in his mind, battles he ordered, promises he broke, people he betrayed in the name of peace. It's a cruel kind of quiet, the kind that magnifies guilt. And no matter how thick the velvet curtains were, the noise inside his head was louder than the silence outside. It's funny, really. People spend their lives climbing to the top of the world only to discover that the air up there is too thin to breathe. The Queen's nights weren't much easier. Hers came with their own kind of weight. The pressure to produce heirs, the expectation to smile in public, the need to remain dignified even when her heart felt like a battlefield. Beneath all the pearls and lace, she was a woman constantly watched. Even her dreams, if written down, would have been read by priests or physicians. Privacy was a luxury she could never afford, not even in her own bed. Some queens turned that pain into strategy, learning to perform serenity so convincingly that it became its own armor. Others rebelled quietly, carving out tiny moments of freedom, writing poetry, sharing jokes with their ladies-in-waiting, or, on rare nights, sleeping without the crown's shadow hovering over their chest. The idea of comfort itself became a political statement. Beds weren't just for rest, they were declarations of power. The higher and more ornate the structure, the greater the ruler's perceived authority. One French monarch's bed was so tall that a set of steps had to be built for him to climb into it. It sounds majestic until you imagine him, half asleep, tripping over his own ladder at 3 a.m. Another king ordered that no one was allowed to sleep on a mattress softer than his, as if good rest were a divine right exclusive to royalty. It's a perfect metaphor for how privilege works, hoarding comfort while pretending it's virtue. But comfort, no matter how luxurious, can't silence the truth. There were always cracks in the gold. Take, for instance, the infamous royal snores. Chroniclers politely described them as the sounds of a great lion. Others were less kind. Servants recorded nights so thunderous that courtiers had to leave the room. One queen, unable to bear it, had a separate chamber built next door, connected by a small door, romantic in theory, but mostly practical for survival. And still, she'd complain that even through walls, the echoes of his snores sounded like an army marching toward her. Power can conquer nations, but apparently not sinuses. Of course, the bed wasn't just a place for sleeping, it was also a confessional. There, in the dark, rulers said things they could never speak aloud by day. Fears of rebellion, doubts about faith, guilt over lovers lost or executed. Some spoke to priests, others to pillows, which, to be fair, kept secrets far better. A few even left letters hidden beneath the mattress, knowing they might never be found. In one such note, a dying queen wrote, "I was born into silk, but slept beside sorrow." It's a line that could have been written yesterday. The more you study history, the more it becomes clear that emotion doesn't evolve. Only the furniture does. And yet, despite all the melancholy, there was something strangely comical about how seriously they took bedtime. The routines were almost military in precision. First came the hand-washing with rosewater, then the prayers, the anointing oils, the music, and finally the ceremonial laying down. Servants stood like statues, ready to adjust pillows or chase away flies. It's hard to imagine feeling sleepy with 20 people watching you pretend to be at peace. But perhaps that was the point. Royalty wasn't allowed to rest. They were expected to perform rest. The entire ritual was another extension of power, a show designed to prove that even sleep bowed before them. And yet, when the candles dimmed and the doors finally closed, the truth returned like a shadow. The grandeur faded, the performance stopped, and what remained was simple. A person, alone, vulnerable, and awake. It's the same vulnerability that still follows us today, when the lights go out and no one is watching, and we realize that all the titles and possessions in the world can't protect us from the human condition. In that sense, we're not so different from them. The modern glow of a phone screen is just a softer version of the flickering candlelight that once kept monarchs company through their sleepless hours. There's a quiet poetry in that continuity. Every night, across centuries, people have laid their heads down with the same hopes: to be forgiven, to be loved, to wake up lighter than they were before. The royal bed, for all its grandeur, wasn't a symbol of separation, but of similarity. Beneath the silks and crowns, the fears were the same: the fear of not being enough, of being forgotten, of losing control. Power didn't erase those fears. It magnified them. That's the final irony of it all. The higher they rose, the harder it became to find rest, until even sleep felt like a rebellion against their own importance. And as you picture those vast chambers, heavy with gold and candlelight, it's almost impossible not to smile at the thought that somewhere, centuries ago, a king turned in his bed and muttered the same words we've all said after a long day: "I just want one night of peace." Maybe that's the great unifying truth that ties us to the past. No matter how powerful we become, we'll always be at the mercy of the same fragile need to close our eyes and believe even for a few hours that the world can wait until morning. It's almost unsettling how still those royal chambers seem now. The air doesn't move, yet it feels heavy, as if centuries of breath are still lingering there. Fear, desire, confession, and exhaustion, all trapped beneath embroidered ceilings. You can almost imagine the candles flickering back to life, the soft rustle of silk sheets, the muted sound of servants padding across stone floors. The royal bed stands in the center, enormous and silent, a monument to everything that once happened there and everything that was never spoken aloud. For all its grandeur, it was never just a bed, it was a mirror, and in its reflection, power saw its own fragility. There's something strangely comforting about how human those kings and queens become when you picture them trying and failing to sleep. The bed may have been carved with gold and angels, but the mind beneath the crown was still plagued by the same questions that haunt everyone in the dark. Did they make the right choices? Could they trust the people around them? Would they be remembered or simply replaced? You can imagine a ruler once feared by thousands lying awake and realizing that power doesn't silence doubt, it amplifies it. It's like being the loudest person in the room but still not being heard by yourself. The rituals meant to soothe the night often turned into theater. There were prayers, chants, perfumed oils, and entire sequences of movements designed to ward off evil spirits. Sleep was treated like a sacred ceremony, because in a world obsessed with control, surrendering to dreams felt dangerously close to dying. Some monarchs even slept surrounded by relics, crosses, saintly bones, or fragments of scripture sewn into the mattress. One king, terrified of assassination, insisted on sleeping in a bed that could rotate towards secret passageways. It's ironic that the man who ruled a nation couldn't trust the stillness of his own pillow, and yet, who among us hasn't felt the same, turning over restlessly, trying to outmaneuver our own thoughts? Of course, not all the anxieties were spiritual or political. Some were profoundly personal. Royal marriages were often arranged for alliance, not affection. Beds became negotiation tables draped in linen. Love, if it appeared at all, was an act of rebellion. There's a record of a queen who used to whisper to her lover while her husband slept beside her, softly enough that the walls, not the man, would remember. It's tragic and a little comedic, this idea that even in the most lavish of rooms, intimacy had to hide in the corners. Royalty may have owned the world, but they didn't always own their hearts. And yet, beneath the weight of crowns and expectations, humor always found a way to sneak in. History is full of absurdities that somehow survived the solemnity of court life. One French king, notorious for his appetite, kept snacks hidden in a drawer beside his bed. His attendants were sworn to secrecy, but apparently not very good at keeping it. Every morning the servants found crumbs in the royal sheets. The official record described it delicately as a nighttime indulgence. It's both hilarious and deeply human. Even the most powerful people in history couldn't resist the midnight snack. Those moments of vulnerability, the crumbs, the snores, the whispered apologies, are what make those centuries feel alive again. They remind us that the grandeur was a costume. The royal bed, the gilded throne of intimacy, was where masks slipped, where the divine became embarrassingly mortal. Some kings confessed sins to their lovers instead of priests. Some queens, exhausted by ceremony, pretended to be asleep just to get a moment of silence. You can't help but laugh at how little has changed. Today, we do the same thing, pretend to scroll on our phones so we don't have to talk, or fake sleep to escape conversation. Humanity's inventions evolve, but our small rebellions remain timeless. What's even more fascinating is how those royal bedrooms blurred the line between the living and the dead. Death was not a stranger there. It was an expected guest. Many monarchs took their final breaths in the same rooms where they were born, married, and betrayed. Deathbeds were as choreographed as coronations, surrounded by courtiers and clergy, as if the act of dying had to maintain its dignity. But even then, the illusion cracked. Some wept, some begged, some cursed the very god they'd been painted to represent. The curtains that once framed pleasure and power now closed in on fear. The same bed that promised rest in life became the stage of surrender in death. And when the monarch finally slipped away, the rituals began again, servants washing the sheets, replacing the linens, preparing the bed for its next occupant. Life, even in the palace, didn't stop for mourning. Power never sleeps, they said. And maybe that's the saddest part. The bed outlasted them all. It became a witness, impartial and patient, carrying the memory of everyone who tried and failed to conquer the night. There's a strange poetry in that endurance, how something built for rest became a vessel for restlessness itself. If you think about it, that's what makes those rooms so magnetic today. We don't visit them just to see how kings lived, we visit to see how they felt. The emptiness of the bed tells a story louder than any portrait or crown. It whispers that luxury doesn't guarantee peace, that power doesn't erase loneliness, that even the greatest names in history were at some point just people lying in the dark, begging for sleep. And maybe that's why we keep returning to their stories, not to admire them, but to recognize ourselves in their shadows. The more you dwell on it, the more you realize the bed is the most democratic object in human history. Everyone, from peasant to emperor, meets the same truth there. It's where empires are imagined and undone, where vows are made and broken, where the performance of control ends. Strip away the silk, the ritual, the gold, and what remains is simply this: a fragile body, a wandering mind, and a heart that won't stop beating long enough to rest. It's both tragic and absurd. And maybe that's the secret all those royal beds have been keeping for centuries, that beneath the canopy of history we all dream the same dream, to be free, if only until morning. There's a peculiar kind of gravity inside royal bedrooms, as if time itself refuses to leave. The air feels thick with stories that were never meant to be told, the kind of stories that survived not because someone wrote them down, but because the walls remembered. You stand there, and it's almost as if the bed is watching you. Its carved wood, once polished to perfection, has absorbed everything. Whispers of love, cries of betrayal, even the shallow breath of someone trying not to cry. It's easy to romanticize it now, to see it as an artifact of grandeur, but back then, it was a stage, one where the performance never stopped, not even when the candles went out. Royal nights weren't peaceful, they were negotiations with destiny. A king might spend hours tossing between the weight of power and the ache of regret. For all the ceremony surrounding their existence, they were still just people trying to convince themselves that the world wouldn't collapse without them. You can almost picture it. A monarch sitting upright in bed, hair disheveled, whispering to the darkness, "What if I'm wrong?" But kings were not allowed to be wrong. Doubt was a privilege reserved for the powerless. So they buried their uncertainties under layers of ritual, prayers, perfumes, and superstition, hoping the smell of lavender could mask the stench of fear. Some rulers were so terrified of bad omens that their beds became altars of paranoia. There are records of monarchs changing sheets nightly, convinced that enemies could curse the linen. One queen reportedly slept with a small mirror beneath her pillow to reflect evil spirits back to hell. The irony? She died of mercury poisoning from the mirror's silver backing. You'd think centuries of superstition would have taught them something about overdoing it, but humans have always had a habit of trusting magic more than medicine. Maybe because magic, unlike truth, doesn't judge you. It just promises to keep the nightmares away. But not all the nights were filled with dread. Some were absurdly human. One French ruler, for instance, insisted that his favorite dog sleep beside him every night. When the court complained, he declared, "My dog is more loyal than any of you." Honestly, he wasn't wrong. The animal didn't scheme or gossip, didn't write treacherous letters or fake allegiance. It just wanted warmth and affection. Sometimes it takes a spoiled monarch and a snoring dog to remind you that loyalty is simpler than politics. Another queen demanded that her parrot be brought to her bedside each evening, so it could sing before she slept. The parrot, by all accounts, hated this arrangement and screamed obscenities instead. If that isn't a metaphor for court life, I don't know what is. Still, even comedy has its edges. Behind every ridiculous story, there was always a trace of longing. Beneath the gold and velvet, these rulers were constantly performing the role of perfection, never too human, never too vulnerable. Imagine living in a world where every yawn might be misinterpreted as divine displeasure. Some monarchs wrote in secret diaries that they wished, just once, to sleep in a common bed, to hear crickets instead of courtiers, to wake up without someone bowing at their bedside. For all their power, they were prisoners of image, caged by expectations that didn't allow for rest. It's almost cruelly funny that the people who could command armies couldn't command sleep. And it wasn't only the nights that were staged. The mornings were performances too. The Lever du Roi, the Royal Awakening, was like a ritualized spectacle, complete with attendants, candles, and whispered greetings. A servant would approach cautiously, as if disturbing a sleeping god, and the first words spoken by the monarch were sometimes recorded in chronicles. One king's first words one morning were, "Is it still raining?" It ended up in 3 separate historical documents. It's a reminder that history often confuses significance with proximity. You just happened to be near power when it sneezed. The more you think about it, the more the royal bed feels like an allegory for control. Everything about it, its size, its placement, its rituals, was designed to project authority, yet what happened within it was utterly human. The creak of the mattress, the restless turning, the sighs that slipped into the dark, all spoke of people who could conquer nations but not their own unrest. There's something darkly comedic in that contradiction. The king might have a scepter, but the pillow always had the final say. And maybe that's why the stories that come from those beds feel so timeless. They aren't really about power, they're about the illusion of it, about people who tried to manage the chaos of existence by dressing it in gold. The royal bed, for all its grandeur, was nothing more than a fragile structure attempting to hold human frailty. It's easy to mock their vanity now, but are we really that different? We may not have velvet canopies or attendants with torches, but we've invented our own rituals, our phones glowing beside us, the endless scroll for comfort, the playlists promising calm we never quite feel. Perhaps the only thing that's changed is the type of light that keeps us awake. There's an old legend that says a king once ordered his bed burned after a nightmare so terrifying he refused to lie there again. The bed, he claimed, remembered too much. I've always found that story fascinating, not because of its drama, but because of its honesty. Maybe he was right. Maybe beds do remember. The quiet weight of our thoughts, the nights we begged the darkness to be kind. Perhaps all of it lingers, every wrinkle in the sheets, every dent in the pillow, a record of who we were when no one was watching. If that's true, then those royal beds, preserved behind ropes and glass today, aren't just relics. They're archives of humanity itself. And as the candles burned down to ash and the dawn crept through those heavy curtains, the room always returned to silence. The monarch would rise, the servants would rush in, the day would begin again. Another cycle of grandeur, another performance of control. But for one brief moment, before the door opened and the masks were put back on, there was truth, a heartbeat in the stillness, a flicker of vulnerability too small for history to record. That, more than the gold or the glory, is what lingers in those rooms, because even kings, for all their crowns, were just dreamers, searching for rest they could never quite find. The royal bed has always been more than a place to sleep. It was a kingdom of its own, bordered by silk and guarded by silence. To step inside it was to cross a threshold, not into rest, but into revelation. Everything that happened in that bed, every sigh, every secret, every decision whispered into the dark, shaped the fate of nations. And yet, if you stripped away the velvet curtains and jeweled pillows, what remained was something astonishingly ordinary. 2 people trying to survive the night, pretending not to be afraid of themselves. There's a curious irony in that. The idea that the most powerful people in the world spent their lives terrified of what might happen when the lights went out. For all their palaces and armies, they were at war with their own thoughts. The medieval imagination saw night as dangerous, a time when demons roamed, diseases spread, and the boundaries between heaven and hell blurred. So, every night, the royal bed became a fortress. Charms were hung from the posts, psalms whispered over the sheets, relics tucked into the corners like invisible guards. You could almost say that kings fought 2 wars, one by day for their crown, and one by night for their soul. But superstition was only half the story. The other half was loneliness, the kind of loneliness that no kingdom could fill. A crown, for all its glitter, is a wall. It keeps people out, even the ones who want to stay. Many monarchs wrote about this in secret journals that historians later found, usually hidden behind religious texts. One entry by a 15th century queen reads, "The people kneel before me, but no one dares touch my hand." Imagine that, surrounded by thousands yet untouched. It makes you realize that power isolates, not because others step back, but because you forget how to step forward. Even marriage, that supposed cure for solitude, was rarely what it seemed. Most royal unions were transactions written in ink long before the bride and groom met. The bed became their negotiation table, sometimes their battlefield. There are stories of newlyweds forced to perform their union before witnesses. a grotesque ceremony meant to ensure legitimacy. One chronicler even notes that the onlookers cheered politely. It's hard not to laugh at the absurdity. Romance apparently had to be government approved, and yet within all that formality, sparks of real connection sometimes managed to bloom like wildflowers breaking through stone. Those fragile moments of humanity are what make the history of these beds so magnetic. Between the prayers and the politics, there were gestures so small that they almost vanished from record, until someone cared enough to write them down. A queen secretly passing her husband a note under the sheets. A king refusing to sleep until he heard his lover's footsteps outside the door. One even had a ritual of tucking a rose petal under his pillow to remind him of kindness. Imagine leading armies by day and sleeping with flower petals by night. Maybe the truest power is the ability to stay tender in a world that rewards cruelty. Still, tenderness had its limits. The royal bed could just as easily turn from sanctuary to stage. Scandals were born there as often as heirs. One particularly dramatic example involved a monarch who, upon discovering his mistress in bed with another man, had the sheets burned as a warning to future lovers. The court, ever pragmatic, promptly replaced them with identical ones. Power, as it turns out, doesn't erase foolishness, it only decorates it with embroidery. The stories of jealousy, deceit, and indulgence that unfolded in those rooms read less like historical accounts and more like tragic comedies written by someone who knew that pride always wins the first act but never the last. There's something painfully relatable in that. We all build our own little royal beds, our private stages where we perform confidence, romance, or indifference for an audience of one. We arrange our pillows, just so, tell ourselves stories to fall asleep, and wake up pretending they were never dreams. The difference is, we don't have courtiers documenting every mistake. Imagine living in a world where your worst breakup became a public holiday. That's what it meant to be royal, to have your most intimate failures carved into history while your happiest moments vanished into rumor. And yet, amid all this pressure, there were rare nights when even kings stopped pretending. A servant's memoir once described a scene where his master, unable to sleep, asked for a candle and sat up reading poetry until dawn. Not religious texts or philosophy, poetry. Words about longing, regret, and hope. He read aloud softly, the servant wrote, and it sounded as if he were apologizing to someone who was not there. You can't help but feel that in that moment the crown slipped away. There was no monarch in that bed, only a man learning how to forgive himself in the quiet. As centuries passed, the royal bed evolved from symbol to relic. The rituals faded, the fears softened, but the weight of memory remained. Today, those massive wooden frames sit behind ropes in palaces and museums, their grandeur dulled by dust and time. Tourists walk past, whispering about what might have happened there, never realizing they're standing in the echo of every emotion imaginable. The bed, stripped of its power, has become what it always secretly was, a confession carved in wood. A reminder that no matter how much we build around ourselves, walls, rules, crowns, we are still fragile creatures trying to make peace with the dark. And that's the beautiful irony of it all. The royal bed, meant to elevate its owner above the world, ended up proving the opposite. It revealed the sameness of all human lives, the restless nights, the quiet fears, the desperate search for meaning between dusk and dawn. In the end, whether wrapped in silk or shivering under a threadbare blanket, everyone faces the same truth when the candles burn low. Power fades, names blur, but the heartbeat in the dark remains stubbornly familiar. Perhaps that's what the kings and queens finally understood in their last sleepless hours, that what they had been chasing wasn't glory but peace, and that, in the end, was the only crown worth wearing. There's something almost theatrical about the way history lingers in silence. You can walk into an ancient royal chamber today and feel that it's not truly empty, it's just waiting for someone to start the scene again. The walls are too attentive, the air too patient. The royal bed stands there like a retired actor, heavy with memories it never got to forget. The irony, of course, is that these grand beds, once symbols of absolute power, spent most of their time witnessing the most fragile, unguarded moments imaginable. Power strutted in by day, but by night, it collapsed into something that looked a lot like fear. The night was when the masks fell. In the glow of a dying candle, a king wasn't a ruler. He was a man counting his mistakes like sheep. The same lips that declared wars in daylight now whispered prayers into the dark, hoping God had a soft spot for hypocrites. It's almost poetic, really. The bed became a courtroom, and the judge, jury, and executioner were all in his own head. You can almost picture him staring at the canopy above, wondering if heaven could forgive him for the things he justified in its name. It's a very human scene, and perhaps the cruelest joke of all. The higher you climb, the harder it becomes to find someone who can tell you the truth before you fall asleep. For queens, the night carried a different kind of burden. Their beds weren't just symbols of rest, they were instruments of legacy. The kingdom measured their worth not by wisdom or kindness, but by how many heirs they produced between those sheets. And while court painters immortalized them as serene and saintly, the truth was far more complicated. Imagine the pressure of having your fertility treated as a political contract. Some women were praised as divine vessels. Others, when they failed, were quietly replaced or publicly humiliated. It's no wonder some of them learned to turn survival into strategy. A well-timed smile could be as sharp as a dagger. A feigned headache could delay a dynasty. Power, after all, isn't always about control. It's about endurance. But endurance has its limits, and so does illusion. Behind the closed curtains, things rarely match the fantasy. Some royal couples barely spoke. Others shared their chambers only for the sake of appearances. One king famously kept his mistress in the adjoining room, separated by a door he locked from his side. He claimed it was for security reasons. History, however, is fairly unanimous that it was more about convenience than fear. And while it's easy to judge, there's something oddly relatable about that level of pettiness. The royal bed wasn't so different from any modern relationship. It just had better linens and far worse consequences. Of course, the absurdity of court life didn't stop at love. Even rest was a performance. The royal awakening, the morning ritual, was practically a ceremony. Servants entered quietly, light flooded in, and courtiers lined up to greet the monarch as if watching the sunrise itself. They called it the Awakening of Majesty, which sounds majestic until you imagine a half-asleep ruler, hair sticking up, muttering something about missing breakfast, while 20 people bow dramatically. History often forgets to mention that kings were also humans who probably hated mornings. The divine right of kings didn't exempt anyone from bedhead. Still, for all its pageantry, the bed was the only place where truth had any real chance of surviving. Lovers whispered it, children feared it, rulers avoided it. When you think about it, it's the most democratic object in the world. No one escapes its honesty. It doesn't care about crowns or titles. It remembers everything you try to forget. In that sense, the royal bed was less a piece of furniture and more a philosopher, an immovable one that quietly observed the comedy of power and the tragedy of ego. If it could speak, it wouldn't tell us about treaties or wars. It would talk about silences, about the confessions made in half sleep, about the sighs that never made it into history books. And perhaps that's why those rooms still feel alive. They were built for performance, but they ended up preserving something real. When the curtains fell shut each night, the masks slipped too. The queen stopped posing, the king stopped pretending, the servants stopped performing reverence and started performing routine. And in those few stolen hours, life stopped being political and became, dare one say it, almost normal. There were nights of laughter, of wine spilled on the mattress, of whispered jokes about foreign diplomats. Even royalty, it turns out, couldn't resist the temptation to mock bureaucracy. But dawn always came too soon. The bed that had held secrets all night now had to hold ceremony again. The curtains opened, the daylight spilled in, and the illusion returned like clockwork. A monarch who had wept in the dark would greet his courtiers with divine calm. A queen who had prayed for forgiveness would smile like she'd never sinned. That's the strange rhythm of power. It demands performance, not just in public, but in private too. Maybe that's why so many of them went mad. They never got to stop acting, even for themselves. There's something deeply funny and deeply sad about that, because no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't escape the simple truths that bind everyone. The need to love, to be seen, to rest. The bed exposed them. It reminded them that crowns come off at night, and that sleep is the great equalizer. The peasant and the king both face the same darkness, the same restless thoughts, the same hope that tomorrow will be kinder. And isn't that the greatest irony of all? The very thing they spent their lives chasing, control, was the one thing sleep refused to give. Even now, centuries later, those beds stand untouched, preserved like relics. Tourists walk by, pointing at the gold frames and the velvet drapes, unaware that what they're really looking at isn't power, it's vulnerability frozen in time. Those beds have seen empires rise and crumble, yet they remain quiet and unimpressed. If you listen closely, you might even imagine them sighing, not from ghosts or grandeur, but from recognition. Because every person who's ever stood there, no matter the century, has wondered the same thing. What did they dream about? And maybe, just maybe, the answer isn't grand at all. Maybe they dreamed of what we all do: peace, love, forgiveness, and the feeling of finally, truly being home. It's easy to forget that behind every silk curtain and gilded frame there was a smell of life that no amount of incense could hide. Old candle wax, human breath, a touch of fear, that mix lingers longer than perfume. The royal chambers, so carefully curated to project control and sanctity, were more human than their owners wanted anyone to believe. At night, when the echo of footsteps faded and the courtiers retreated to gossip elsewhere, those walls became witnesses to something both universal and absurd: the eternal struggle between grandeur and discomfort. The most powerful people on earth still complained about drafts, still snored, still argued about which side of the bed was better. It's funny when you think about it. Some of these royal beds were so massive they required ladders just to climb into, yet the kings who slept in them were terrified of the dark. There are accounts of monarchs who demanded a dozen candles to burn through the night, convinced that shadows were doorways for demons. Others hired sleep guardians, yes, real people, whose only job was to stay awake and make sure the king didn't die in his sleep. It's one of those medieval details that sounds both dramatic and strangely relatable. After all, who among us hasn't checked that the door's locked 3 times before bed, just in case? The difference is that most of us don't have someone paid to do it for us. And while superstition ran deep, so did the hunger for comfort. Some royal beds were feats of engineering, mechanisms that could adjust height, slope, or even vibrate slightly for circulation. A few nobles experimented with herbs and feathers to create what we'd now call orthopedic mattresses. One king swore that the secret to restful sleep was stuffing his pillow with dried rose petals. Another insisted on goose down from geese that had been well fed but not pampered. Don't I explaining that job listing to a medieval farmer? Wanted, balanced geese for royal dreams. It's both ridiculous and endearing, a reminder that even the most powerful people in history were just trying to get comfortable at night. Yet, the royal bed wasn't just about comfort, it was a stage for theater. Every detail, from the drapery to the headboard carvings, sent a message. A bed adorned with lions said strength, angels implied divine blessing, cherubs hinted at fertility. The choice of fabric itself was politics. Silk meant trade power. Linen showed piety. Velvet screamed excess. And all this decoration served one purpose, to make something deeply private look dignified enough to be public. Because, paradoxically, royal sleep wasn't always private. Some rulers, like Louis XIV, staged their bedtime as a ritual performance. Courtiers attended the king's going-to-bed ceremony, complete with bows, prayers, and applause. Imagine needing an audience just to pull up your blanket. There's something hilariously tragic about that. The idea that you're so admired you can't even yawn in peace. But the deeper tragedy was that such rituals made rest impossible. Sleep, that most democratic of human experiences, became a symbol of hierarchy. Kings didn't get to close their eyes without consequence. Every twitch, every sigh, every whisper became subject to interpretation. Was the king restless, troubled, sick? Was God displeased? The same bed that was supposed to offer peace became a pressure cooker for paranoia. In that way, it wasn't so different from modern celebrity life. The curated perfection, the fear of scandal, the loneliness that comes from always being observed. It's the oldest irony of power. The higher you climb, the less room you have to lie down. And still, amidst the solemnity and superstition, there was absurd humor. Some royal couples fought epic bedtime battles, not over politics, but over snoring. One queen reportedly banished her husband to a separate chamber after claiming his nightly rumble was louder than a siege cannon. He retaliated by commissioning a special mask of scented cloth to soften the noise. It didn't work, of course, but history has a way of preserving even our failures with dignity. Others use the bed as a place for political games. A visiting noble might be invited to rest briefly on the monarch's bed as a gesture of trust, only to later realize it was also a way to test loyalty. One wrong word, one careless gesture, and you might never wake up again. Sleep, it turns out, wasn't always safe. But perhaps the most striking aspect of these royal nights was how they blurred the line between sacred and profane. The same bed that saw coronation dreams also saw nightmares of betrayal. Heirs were conceived there, and assassins sometimes waited beneath it. Some monarchs even had trap doors built into the floor below, just in case. Others placed relics beneath their pillows, a saint's bone, a lock of a beloved's hair, a coin for luck. The bed became a microcosm of life itself. Love, fear, death, and faith all tangled in the same sheets. It's no wonder many rulers struggled with sleep. How could anyone rest on top of that much symbolism? The funny thing is, for all their rituals and luxuries, most royals probably slept worse than their servants. While the nobles obsessed over omens, the servants, sleeping on straw in the next room, drifted off without guilt. Maybe that's the real secret of peace, knowing you have nothing to lose when you close your eyes. The bed may have been a throne at night, but it also revealed how powerless power could feel. You could own the world and still spend the night staring at the ceiling, haunted by the thought that someone, somewhere, might take it from you before morning. And that's what lingers most in those grand chambers today, the tension between the illusion of control and the reality of human frailty. When you look at those royal beds behind museum ropes now, you're not really seeing luxury, you're seeing exhaustion turned into art. Every carved headboard, every embroidered pillow, is a monument to the oldest desire of all, to be at peace, if only for a few hours. The monarchs never quite found it, and maybe that's the lesson. No matter how high the canopy, no bed is big enough to keep out the weight of one's own conscience. And yet, they kept trying, layer after layer of silk and prayer, chasing a sleep that would never bow to them. Because in the end, the one thing even a king can't command is his own dreams. There's something strangely intimate about walking into a royal bedroom centuries later. The bed still stands there like a silent witness, too proud to admit how much nonsense it has seen. It's almost comedic. The grandeur of the canopy, the embroidered drapes, the heavy velvet meant to impress visitors who would never see it in use. A bed designed for spectacle rather than sleep. If comfort was the goal, they failed spectacularly. Some of those mattresses were so stuffed with straw, feathers, and symbolic nonsense that lying down on one must have felt like resting atop a mildly hostile cloud. Yet the irony persists. Kings and queens, desperate for control over their empires, couldn't even control their own bedtime peace. People tend to imagine royal nights as sensual and glamorous, but in truth, they were more administrative than romantic. Every aspect of the bedchamber was governed by ritual. Who could enter? Who could speak? Who could help undress the monarch? It was all documented. One wrong move could end a career or spark a scandal. Imagine living in a world where your bedtime routine required a legal protocol. Some courtiers even fought for the privilege of handing the king his nightshirt, as if that would somehow transfer divine favor. It's proof that human absurdity predates bureaucracy by a few centuries. We think modern office politics are bad, but try surviving medieval sleep politics. It came with sharper knives. And still, amid this suffocating order, moments of humanity found a way to breathe. In the quiet after ceremony, when attendants withdrew and the candlelight softened, the illusion of divinity cracked. A queen might whisper secrets to her maid, a king might laugh at a private joke, a royal child might sneak into bed after a nightmare. Those fleeting minutes of normalcy, tucked between layers of hierarchy, are the most beautiful contradictions of all. Because beneath the crowns and the silks, these were just people who needed what everyone else does. To be held, to be heard, to be reminded that the world outside could wait until morning. Sometimes, though, the night didn't offer comfort. It revealed weakness. There are diaries that describe kings pacing through corridors at midnight, tormented by guilt, insomnia, or the sheer terror of mortality. A chronicler once wrote that the king's lamp burned longer than the stars. It sounds poetic until you realize it's a description of anxiety. The very same men who commanded armies couldn't command sleep. They feared dreams because dreams had no etiquette, no rules, no courtiers to interpret them. Dreams leveled the playing field. They stripped power down to its bare humanity and often reminded rulers of the things they tried to forget. Betrayals, executions, the faces of the condemned. It's oddly comforting to know that even history's tyrants couldn't bully their subconscious into obedience. Of course, not all sleepless nights were tortured. Some were spectacularly chaotic. There's a famous anecdote about a duke who accidentally fell out of his absurdly tall bed during a thunderstorm and demanded the court astrologer be punished for misaligning the stars. The astrologer, quick on his feet, blamed the duke's fall on Venus's jealousy and was promptly promoted. That's the medieval equivalent of blaming Mercury retrograde for being clumsy. Another tale tells of a queen who locked her door against her husband after discovering his latest affair, forcing him to sleep in a hallway for 3 nights. When the servants complained about stepping over him, she replied, "A king who can't rule his own desires deserves a humbler throne." Brutal, yet entirely reasonable. History forgets how funny these people could be when not busy conquering or scheming. The royal bed also carried the weight of legitimacy. When a child was born, witnesses gathered, not out of medical necessity, but political paranoia. Everyone wanted proof that the heir had indeed arrived from the queen's body and not, say, from someone else's. Imagine trying to give birth with a half-dozen courtiers pretending not to look directly at you while taking mental notes for history. Privacy was a luxury that power refused to afford. It's both tragic and strangely comic. An entire empire depending on whether a midwife sneezed at the wrong moment. And yet, that's how dynasties rose and fell, through the unpredictable theater of the bedchamber. Sometimes that same bed became a battlefield, long after the wars had ended. Betrayals were confessed there, alliances forged in whispers, and final breaths drawn under embroidered canopies. Death in a royal bed wasn't a peaceful affair, it was a political event. Servants took turns watching. Chroniclers scribbled furiously. Doctors muttered prayers disguised as diagnoses. Some kings tried to make their deaths poetic, giving grand last speeches, but most probably just wanted to stop sweating. One monarch, delirious with fever, reportedly declared, "At last, I will sleep without an audience." It's darkly funny and heartbreakingly human all at once, the ultimate wish of someone who never had a private moment. What's fascinating is that centuries later, those same beds still hold power. Not the political kind, but the emotional kind. Visitors stand before them, hushed, as if the velvet still remembers its purpose. Maybe it does. Objects absorb energy, after all, and royal beds absorbed more than most. They've seen everything from conception to conspiracy, from laughter to last words. They remind us that history isn't written only in ink, but also in fabric, in wood, in the invisible residue of human longing. When you stand there looking at those empty sheets, it's impossible not to wonder what stayed trapped in their silence. And that's the beauty of it, the strange, haunting comedy of history. These grand beds, once symbols of control, are now relics of vulnerability. Their owners are long gone, their names polished smooth by time, but the essence remains: ambition, love, fear, fatigue. It's a universal story dressed in royal costume. Because no matter how rich, how powerful, or how divine they believed themselves to be, every ruler eventually had to lie down and face the same darkness we all do. That's where power ends and truth begins. The royal bed was never just a place to rest, it was a mirror. And like all mirrors, it reflected what its owner most wanted to ignore. There's a peculiar silence that fills a royal chamber after centuries of emptiness, a silence that hums, almost as if it's rehearsing lines it once overheard. The bed sits there in perfect stillness, untouched, yet somehow louder than anything else in the room. You can feel it, can't you? That mix of awe and absurdity. This was where kings fell asleep convinced they were immortal, and queens woke up realizing they were not. The irony seeps from every inch of carved wood. Those grand canopies and gold-threaded sheets weren't just decorations. They were armor against the loneliness that power brings. And no matter how majestic the bed looked, it couldn't stop the truth from slipping in through the cracks of the night. Imagine the scene centuries ago. The candles burned low, the corridors outside finally quieted, and the monarch was alone for the first time all day. No courtiers, no flatterers, no one rehearsing loyalty. Just them, the dark, and the weight of every decision made in daylight. Some prayed, others drank, many simply stared at the ceiling until dawn. Because once you remove the ceremony, power is mostly insomnia dressed in velvet. A man who could order an execution before breakfast suddenly couldn't fall asleep without reciting psalms. It's a darkly funny contrast, isn't it? The world obeyed his word, but his own mind refused to. The royal bed was not only a refuge, it was also a stage. Every gesture inside it mattered. If a queen turned away from her husband, it was considered a political act. If a king refused to call for his mistress, rumors spread like wildfire. Even the way they slept became a statement. Chroniclers would write, "The king rested peacefully, as did his conscience," which is medieval PR at its finest. The truth, of course, was usually far messier. Many of them tossed and turned, haunted by debts, conspiracies, or their own families. Some dreamt of rebellions, others of simpler lives they'd never live. There's something deeply human in that, how even surrounded by luxury they couldn't escape themselves. Maybe that's why so many of them filled their rooms with relics and charms. Beneath the pillows, there were saints' bones, amulets, bits of fabric soaked in holy water. You can almost picture it, the most powerful person in the world sleeping beside a dried finger of St. Catherine because it made him feel safe. Faith, fear, and absurdity all tucked under the same blanket. And yet, those superstitions tell you more about them than their crowns ever could. Power didn't make them fearless, it just gave them fancier ways to be afraid. But the bed also held power of a different kind. It was the birthplace of alliances, the setting for betrayals, the silent witness to more secrets than all the court scribes combined. One French king reportedly signed state decrees while lounging beneath his sheets, declaring that comfort sharpens judgment. Another refused to discuss politics anywhere else, claiming the bed was the truest throne. There's a strange sort of wisdom in that. After all, how many of our best or worst decisions are made when we're tired but pretending we're not? History may change, but human behavior doesn't. Of course, not every royal night was filled with introspection. Some were downright chaotic. Picture a court jester tripping over a discarded slipper during a midnight summons, or a panicked servant sprinting through candlelit halls because the queen demanded hot milk that must not boil, not even a little. The absurdity is endless. There's even a record of a nobleman who fell asleep during a royal meeting in bed, literally beside the king, and was later promoted for trustworthiness. That's either the world's best nap or history's first documented example of workplace favoritism. And yet, through all the opulence and farce, the royal bed remained strangely democratic in one sense. It reminded its occupants that no matter how much power they had, sleep was never guaranteed. You can't negotiate with exhaustion or bribe it with gold. The body, that stubborn servant, always demands its due. It's almost comical to imagine these rulers, draped in silk and pride, tossing like restless children because their conscience wouldn't quiet down. For all their crowns and titles, they were just like us, people trying to reason with their own minds in the dark. As the centuries rolled on, these beds became monuments to the contradictions of royalty. Today, tourists gaze at them through ropes, admiring the craftsmanship but rarely considering what they represent. They see elegance where there was anxiety, grandeur where there was guilt. Those carved posts and embroidered canopies are not just relics, they're confessions. You can almost hear the creak of regret in the wood. Each indentation on the mattress was once a moment of weakness, a whispered apology, or a plan for revenge. The history books captured the battles and the treaties, but not the nights when kings whispered to the dark, "What if I was wrong?" It's strange, isn't it? How history polishes away the most human parts. The royal bed becomes a museum piece, frozen in perfect light, its flaws erased. But if you lean in close, you can still feel the warmth of all that chaos, the laughter, the tears, the restless shifting of bodies, burdened by too much power and too little peace. It's a quiet reminder that control is an illusion we invent to make the night less frightening. Because, whether wrapped in silk or in rags, everyone faces the same truth when the lights go out. We are all temporary, all uncertain, all fragile. And maybe that's what gives those rooms their strange power even now. The emptiness isn't really empty. It hums with what's been left behind. The air remembers the weight of crowns, the trembling of hands, the sound of whispered regrets. It's the kind of silence that makes you both laugh and shiver, because it tells you the truth no historian dares to write. The mighty didn't sleep well either. They wrestled with the same ghosts we do. They just had better sheets. And somewhere, beneath all that velvet and ceremony, maybe they understood the one lesson that outlasted their reigns, that no throne, no bed, no crown can protect you from your own restless soul. If you've ever stared at your ceiling in the middle of the night, convinced that your thoughts were louder than the world itself, then you already understand the heart of every royal insomnia. Because even centuries ago, when kings and queens slept beneath embroidered canopies and portraits of angels, they weren't dreaming of heaven, they were bargaining with their own minds. The royal bed was less a place of rest and more a negotiation table between guilt and exhaustion. You can almost picture it, a monarch lying awake, calculating not armies or taxes, but which decision from that day would haunt him longer, the war he started or the truth he ignored. There's a strange kind of honesty that creeps in during those hours before dawn. All the layers of grandeur begin to peel away. The gold doesn't shine in candlelight the way it does in sunlight, and even the crown resting nearby looks more like a burden than a blessing. In those moments, the royal bed became the loneliest place on earth, a place where power offered no protection and silence offered no mercy. The servants thought their masters slept soundly, but in truth, those lavish chambers echoed with restless breathing and whispered apologies that no one was meant to hear. It's almost comical how history paints royalty as serene, divine figures. But if you look closer, you find stories of absurd midnight habits. Kings who made their servants read them ghost stories to fall asleep, queens who demanded that their parrots recite psalms, dukes who hired musicians to play until the sun rose because silence invited demons. One ruler even kept a live lion in his bedroom, claiming the animal's breathing helped him relax. You can't help but admire the confidence of someone who thinks a lion is more soothing than solitude. But maybe that's what power does. It convinces you that noise is safer than quiet. And yet, despite all their distractions, the night always found a way to confront them. Every flicker of the candle became a reminder that their empires, their wealth, their legacy, none of it could buy an uninterrupted dream. Some of them feared sleep itself, believing that death used dreams as a rehearsal space. So they fought against rest, pacing their chambers, reading aloud, anything to avoid closing their eyes. It's tragically relatable. We may not wear crowns, but how many of us still bargain with sleep, afraid of what might surface when the mind stops pretending? The difference is that our nightmares aren't chronicled by court historians. Of course, where there's fear, there's also ritual. Royal bedtime was practically a religious event. Incense burned to purify the air, relics were placed on bedside tables, and holy verses were whispered like secret passwords to keep misfortune out. One medieval queen reportedly slept only after a servant sprinkled holy water on her sheets, her slippers, and even her cat. Another king demanded that his bedposts be blessed after every political betrayal. At that point, it wasn't a bed, it was a fortress disguised as furniture. It's easy to laugh at the superstition, but maybe there's something tender about it too. For all their power, they still clung to small human gestures of hope. The same way we check our phones one last time, searching for reassurance that the world is still spinning. And yet, the irony runs deep. These royal chambers, built to impress, became prisons of performance. Even in the privacy of the bedroom, they couldn't truly be themselves. A queen couldn't cry without risking gossip. A king couldn't admit fear without eroding authority. So they trained themselves to perform composure, to sigh gracefully, to wake solemnly, to disguise despair as contemplation. But emotion doesn't obey etiquette. It leaks through the cracks. It's there in the creases of their letters, in the hurried ink of their midnight notes. "I have everything," one ruler wrote, "and yet I feel nothing." A confession so simple it could belong to any of us, centuries later, staring at the same kind of ceiling. But not all royal nights were heavy with sorrow. Some were delightfully chaotic, filled with laughter, scandal, and the kind of drama that would make modern tabloids blush. A king sneaking through secret corridors to meet a forbidden lover. A queen staging elaborate accidental encounters to test her husband's loyalty. One duke even faked sleep for 3 nights straight to eavesdrop on what his courtiers said about him in the morning. You can't invent material that good. It's proof that power doesn't extinguish curiosity. It just funds better opportunities for mischief. The royal bed wasn't just a symbol of duty, it was also the world's most expensive stage for very human absurdities. And when morning came, the transformation was instant. The same person who spent the night wrestling with insecurity would emerge radiant, untouchable, divine. Curtains drawn back, servants bowing, rituals repeating, the mask slid effortlessly into place. That's the cruel genius of monarchy. The bed was where truth lived, but the throne was where lies thrived. Still, somewhere between those two spaces, between sleep and spectacle, a glimpse of humanity survived. Maybe in the way a ruler hesitated before giving an order. Maybe in a letter never sent. Maybe in a sigh that history forgot to record. Those beds now roped off in museums and palaces still carry that energy. Tourists stare at them, snapping photos, whispering as if afraid to disturb something sacred. But what they're really feeling isn't awe, it's recognition. Because deep down we know what those beds represent. The same longing for peace, the same exhaustion, the same fragile hope that, after everything, rest might finally come. The royal bed wasn't built for sleep. It was built to hold the weight of being human. And that's what makes it timeless. So when you stand before one of those beds today, don't think about the gold or the velvet. Think about the silence that followed after the last candle went out. Think about the laughter that faded too soon, the fears that whispered louder than prayers, the moments of truth that never made it into history. Because beneath all that royal splendor lies something startlingly familiar, the same restless heart that beats in all of us. And maybe that's the greatest irony of all. For all their crowns and conquests, what kings and queens truly wanted was what every ordinary soul still seeks: a night of peace, a moment of stillness, and a dream that doesn't hurt to wake from. If you look closely enough, every royal bed tells the same quiet story. People who thought they ruled the world but couldn't rule the night. Behind the grand curtains and embroidered sheets, there were human beings just trying to find a position comfortable enough to forget the weight of their own existence. The irony of it all is almost poetic. The higher the crown, the harder the pillow. Because when power finally lies down, it doesn't rest. It wrestles. Imagine the room. The air smells faintly of wax and roses, but underneath that sweetness, there's something sour: fear. The walls are heavy with portraits of ancestors watching from above, as if silently judging every move. It's hard to fall asleep when 40 generations are staring at you from gilded frames, whispering things like, "Don't ruin the lineage, dear." Even sleep became an act of performance. The royal body wasn't just personal, it was political property. It had to look serene even in slumber, graceful even in vulnerability. Somewhere along the way, humanity got replaced by choreography. Some monarchs fought back against the weight of formality with ridiculous strategies. One French king reportedly ordered his servants to tickle his feet gently each night until he drifted off, insisting it encouraged divine dreams. Another insisted his bed be placed at a perfect north-south alignment so that his soul could breathe with the earth's rhythm. Why, a German duke commissioned a bed so wide that 15 courtiers could lie across it comfortably, not for pleasure, but because he feared sleeping alone. Say what you will about medieval logic, but it never lacked creativity. And maybe that's the lesson. When power isolates you, absurdity becomes a form of comfort. Even so, the bed remained a battlefield of contradictions. It was where heirs were conceived and where kings met their end. The sheets that witnessed passion one night might cradle a dying body the next. Some rulers made elaborate plans for their final sleep, designing deathbeds, with mechanisms to prop them up for dramatic last words. One monarch even had a mirror installed above him so he could watch himself die with dignity. The court physician fainted before he did. If there's any constant in human history, it's that we never run out of ways to overcomplicate dying, but death, at least, offered truth. In those final moments, when the silk no longer mattered and the titles lost meaning, the royal bed became something astonishingly democratic. The king gasped like any other man, the queen reached for comfort that power could never give, and maybe that's why so many rulers feared the night so much. It reminded them of the one thing they could never conquer. No army, no wealth, no crown could protect them from that quiet surrender to sleep, that rehearsal for the inevitable. Of course, the bed also carried the weight of desire. Affairs, confessions, forbidden meetings. So many of them happened beneath those canopies, hidden behind layers of brocade and deceit. Courtiers whispered about which royal couple still shared a bed and which ones didn't. Lovers left tokens, a ribbon, a letter, a scent, that could topple dynasties if discovered. There's a record of one queen whose husband found another man's glove under her pillow. When confronted, she calmly replied, "It must belong to the gardener. He trims roses, not virtue." Say what you will about infidelity, but the woman had style. And in the middle of all that scandal and ceremony, there were also moments of strange tenderness. Letters written from one side of the bed to the other, when speaking aloud wasn't possible. A tired monarch letting his child climb under the covers for warmth. A widow sleeping on the far edge of the mattress, leaving the other half untouched for years. History tends to remember the wars and decrees, but it's in these small, intimate gestures that the real stories live. The ones that never made it into the chronicles because they were too soft to survive politics. There's something strangely comforting about how familiar it all feels. You can stand before one of those royal beds today, velvet faded and wood creaking, and realize that nothing has changed. We still chase comfort with the same desperation, still mistake luxury for peace, still lie awake rehearsing our own regrets. The difference is that we no longer need silk curtains to hide behind. We have glowing screens instead. Every era invents its own version of insomnia. Kings had omens and astrologers. We have notifications and existential dread. It's progress, of a sort. Maybe that's why those ancient chambers still feel alive. They remind us that beneath all the artifice of civilization, we're still trying to make peace with the same things: love, loss, fear, and the endless hum of our own thoughts. The royal bed, stripped of its splendor, is just a stage for that drama, and perhaps that's why it endures. Because deep down, we're all monarchs of our own small kingdoms, lying awake at night, negotiating treaties with our own memories. Some of us win. Most of us just promise to try again tomorrow. If you listen closely enough to those old rooms, you can almost hear it. The faint rustle of a body turning over, the quiet sigh of a mind surrendering to the dark. It's not history you're hearing. It's recognition. The same rhythm that has pulsed through centuries. Power fades, rituals crumble, but the human heart keeps beating, stubborn and uncertain beneath the covers. And maybe that's the most royal thing of all. There's a certain irony in how history treats royal beds. They've been preserved like sacred relics, guarded behind velvet ropes, as if time itself still fears to disturb the dreams of the dead. But if you were to stand close enough, if you could lean past the rope and run your fingers along the carved wood, you'd realize those beds don't whisper of glory. They sigh. You can almost hear the exhaustion in them, the collective groan of centuries spent holding up the weight of people who couldn't hold up themselves. They were designed for grandeur, but they absorbed something much heavier: loneliness. It's strange how every royal bed seems to tell the same story, no matter the century or kingdom. A story of people who had everything yet couldn't find rest. They built their beds like their empires, larger, higher, more elaborate, believing that comfort was something that could be engineered. But peace isn't a matter of silk or feathers. It's the one thing you can't order by decree. One French monarch, for example, spent a fortune on his mattress, imported from Persia and stuffed with moon-soft wool, whatever that means. He bragged it would make sleep divine. 2 months later, he had it burned, claiming it gave him nightmares. You can almost see him, pacing in candlelight, muttering that even the furniture had joined the conspiracy against him. The truth is, kings didn't sleep well because they weren't meant to. When your crown depends on paranoia, rest feels like surrender. Imagine closing your eyes, knowing that at least 3 people in your inner circle are probably plotting your downfall. The bedchamber became a fortress in miniature. Locks, guards, even food tasters stationed at the door. And yet, the danger they feared most was invisible. Betrayal doesn't creak like a floorboard. It moves quietly in whispers. So they lay awake, counting breaths in the dark, haunted not by ghosts, but by memory. Maybe that's why insomnia is the real inheritance of power. Still, not every royal night was tragic. Some were spectacularly ridiculous. Take Henry VIII, for instance, a man who treated his bed as a throne, a confessional, and an audition stage all at once. He'd summon courtiers at dawn, still in his nightclothes, to discuss affairs of state while half-eaten pies and empty goblets lay scattered across the sheets. He claimed the mind works best when warm, though one suspects the heat he meant wasn't intellectual. Or consider Catherine the Great, who had her bed custom-built with hidden steps, so her dogs could climb in beside her. History books rarely mention that kind of detail, but it's somehow more human than any treaty or war. Power makes people strange, but it's the small strangeness that tells the truth. And then there were the rituals, those elaborate ceremonies designed to make even sleep look royal. Servants knelt while unbuttoning a king's sleeves. A queen's maid would warm the sheets with bricks wrapped in lavender cloth. Every movement, every breath, was part of a routine meant to disguise the fragility underneath. Because the bed wasn't just a place to rest, it was a stage where authority had to be performed one last time before the lights went out. Yet, behind all that choreography, there was always a flicker of absurdity. Picture it. A monarch, surrounded by 15 attendants, each bowing while someone whispers, "Your Majesty, would you prefer 1 pillow or 2?" Nothing exposes the comedy of power quite like its bedtime procedures. But the most revealing moments weren't the ceremonies, they were the silences afterward. When the door finally closed, when the flames dimmed, the room would breathe again. That's when truth crept in, soft and uninvited. The same person who ruled thousands by day suddenly felt small enough to disappear into the mattress. That's the thing about solitude. It doesn't care how many titles you have. And maybe that's why so many kings left behind letters filled with melancholy, confessions they'd never speak aloud. "I am surrounded," one wrote, "yet utterly alone." The irony writes itself. The more people bowed to them, the less human they became. Still, the royal bed wasn't always a prison. Sometimes it was the only place where love could exist freely, even if secretly. Within those canopies unfolded some of history's most forbidden romances. Lovers hidden in shadowed corners, messages slipped between sheets, kisses stolen before dawn. There's a record of one English nobleman who disguised himself as a servant just to spend a single night with the queen. He was caught, of course, but the legend insists he left smiling. Love, it seems, has always been the one rebellion that no crown could suppress. It crept beneath the silks, it defied the locks, it laughed in the face of duty. And then, inevitably, the bed became the last witness. When illness came, when power began to crumble, it was there, quiet, steadfast, patient. The courtiers would gather around the dying monarch, pretending reverence while secretly rehearsing their loyalty to the next ruler. The air grew thick with incense and unspoken relief. One chronicler described a deathbed scene where the king's favorite hound whined louder than his heirs. In that single image lies the tragedy of monarchy. Those who loved sincerely were always the ones forbidden to matter. Centuries later, those beds remain, frozen in perfection, roped off from touch, bathed in artificial light. People stare at them, imagining decadence, but they're really monuments to exhaustion. Each wrinkle in the fabric is a scar of history, each carved detail a reminder of how fragile power truly is. You can stand there and almost feel it, the weight of expectation, the ache of a body pretending to be divine. It's hard not to laugh and shiver at the same time. Because if these royal beds teach us anything, it's that the human condition doesn't change. Only the sheets do. And perhaps that's why their silence feels so alive. It hums with everything left unsaid, the laughter that never escaped, the tears swallowed before dawn, the words that would have changed everything if only they'd been spoken aloud. Those rooms were theaters of contradiction, passion and paranoia, faith and fear, tenderness and tyranny. The royal bed didn't just hold bodies, it held history's most private truths. And if you listen closely, you can almost hear them still. The faint rustle of a restless king turning over, the sigh of a queen who pretended not to care, and the echo of something universal, something unmistakably human, the endless, aching hope for peace that even a crown could never buy. The royal bed was always a paradox, the softest place in the hardest life. Beneath its embroidered canopy, power came to rest, but never to peace. You'd think that with all that gold, silk, and ceremony, sleep would come easily, but imagine trying to relax when every thread of your sheets was woven with expectation. The bed wasn't a refuge, it was a throne in disguise, a nightly reminder that even dreams had to behave like diplomacy. You could fall asleep a king and wake up a headline, or worse, a ghost story. The grandeur of it all would almost be funny if it weren't so tragic. The mattress, often stuffed with feathers imported from exotic birds, wasn't built for comfort, but for status. There are accounts of monarchs boasting about the purity of their bedding, as if a goose from Constantinople offered moral superiority over a French one. Some even sprinkled perfumes between layers of linen to keep the air worthy of royalty. The irony? Those same perfumes often contained mercury, which made them slowly go insane. Power always had a way of poisoning itself. Quite literally in this case. There's a kind of poetic justice in that, a cosmic reminder that the line between elegance and absurdity is razor thin and smells faintly of lavender. And yet, the royal bed wasn't just a resting place, it was a witness stand. It heard every confession, every lie, every whispered prayer for forgiveness that history conveniently forgot. When the court chroniclers wrote about kings and queens, they mentioned battles, coronations, alliances, but never the nights when those same rulers stared into the dark, wondering if they'd done something unforgivable. Those moments didn't fit the narrative of glory. The bed, however, remembered them all. It remembered the shivering hands, the sleepless pacing, the muttered promises to a god they half believed in. In the stillness of night, the crown always slipped, and what was left wasn't majesty, it was mortality. Sometimes the absurdity of their rituals bordered on comedy. One French queen refused to sleep in a bed that had been used by anyone else, ever, so she ordered a new one every year. When she died, the palace storerooms were filled with empty beds, untouched, like a graveyard of anxieties. Another ruler demanded that his attendants test his sheets each evening to make sure no foreign scent lingered. The servants, exhausted and resentful, began secretly adding herbs just to see how paranoid he'd get. Within weeks, he'd convinced himself that invisible enemies were trying to hex him through the mattress. They say madness often starts in the mind, but in his case, it started with fabric. The thing about the royal bed is that it was never truly private. Behind the curtains, beyond the pretense of solitude, there was always someone listening. A servant in the shadows, a guard outside the door, a chronicler pretending not to take notes. Even intimacy was a performance. Newlyweds were sometimes observed on their wedding night, not for romance, but for politics. Witnesses were needed to confirm the union. Can you imagine trying to consummate your marriage while a bishop stands in the corner, humming psalms? It's no wonder so many royal couples had headaches. But the deeper truth is that these beds weren't just about sleep or sex, they were about legacy. Every movement beneath those sheets could change the course of history. A single heir conceived meant stability. A single failure meant war. That's a heavy burden to carry into bed, especially when the fate of nations depends on your fertility. And yet, in their desperation to produce heirs, many royals turned to bizarre remedies. One king was advised to drink wine mixed with powdered emeralds. A queen bathed in milk scented with honey and ashes to make the womb receptive. Oh, it's equal parts tragic and hilarious. The world's most powerful people, reduced to alchemy and superstition because love and biology refuse to obey protocol. Still, for all the chaos, the bed could also be a stage for redemption. In its quiet moments, when the court had gone still and the moonlight turned the velvet pale, some kings dropped the act. They spoke to the walls, to ghosts, to lovers long gone. One dying monarch famously apologized to his bed for weighing it down with sins. There's something beautifully absurd about that. A man who conquered half of Europe asking forgiveness from furniture. But maybe he wasn't wrong. That bed had absorbed more human truth than any battlefield ever did. And perhaps that's the lesson these royal relics still whisper centuries later. When you stand before one today, its silk faded and its wood cracked, you can feel the contradiction humming through it, the illusion of control and the inevitability of surrender. It's strange to think that the same people who dictated the fate of millions couldn't dictate their own peace of mind. The royal bed, for all its splendor, was ultimately just a glorified cage lined with satin. Inside it, kings trembled, queens wept, and dreams, the only realm they couldn't govern, had their quiet revenge. What's haunting isn't their tragedy, but how familiar it feels. Strip away the titles, and it's the same story we live today. The same restless minds, the same chase for peace disguised as ambition. We no longer sleep under crowns, but the anxiety is the same. We measure our worth in numbers, our power in possessions, and still wake at 3 a.m., wondering what it's all for. Maybe that's why the image of the royal bed lingers so powerfully. It's not just history, it's a mirror. Every night, as we settle into our own beds, some humble, some grand, we repeat the same ancient ritual, laying down our armor, confronting ourselves, and hoping that, this time, sleep will be kind. And if those long-dead monarchs could speak from their gilded graves, they might offer this one piece of advice: don't let your bed become a throne. Don't turn rest into another arena for control. Because power fades, luxury rots, and even the grandest canopy cannot silence a restless conscience. In the end, the truest kind of royalty isn't in ruling others, it's in mastering the art of closing your eyes without fear. The strangest thing about royal bedrooms is how quiet they seem now. You can walk into one, centuries later, and it feels as though the air itself remembers. The tapestries don't just hang, they listen. The bed stands there like a monument, not to sleep, but to every night that refused to end. It's odd, really, how something so delicate, so luxurious, could hold so much fear. It wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was a battlefield disguised as silk. The wars waged in those sheets weren't fought with swords, but with secrets, glances, and thoughts that couldn't be said out loud. Even in a world built on excess, rest was a currency no monarch could afford. The mind of a ruler was a noisy place, an orchestra of guilt, ambition, and paranoia playing on a loop. There's something almost comical about it when you think about it. Men who conquered continents terrified of their own shadows. They feared the quiet because quiet had a way of whispering back. And so they filled their nights with noise. Music, servants, prayers, sometimes lovers, anything to drown out the sound of their conscience. It's an ancient truth that still holds today. We build our distractions from the same fabric as our fears. And then there was the bed itself, a masterpiece of contradiction. It was both fortress and trap, comfort and cage. Monarchs commissioned artisans to carve their victories into the wood, as if decoration could rewrite destiny. Some beds were so enormous they could fit a small orchestra, which, admittedly, some kings did. One ruler supposedly had musicians play lullabies at the foot of his bed every night. When the music stopped, he'd jolt awake in panic, convinced that silence meant death. There's a grim sort of humor in that. The most powerful man in the world undone by a missing violin. The rituals around these royal beds bordered on the theatrical. Sleep had to be choreographed. Courtiers entered in procession, carrying candles, muttering blessings, adjusting pillows with reverence usually reserved for holy relics. A simple act, like drawing the curtains, was a political duty. And yet, amid all that ceremony, there was something deeply fragile about it. A room full of people bowing, lighting candles, whispering prayers, all for a person who just wanted to close their eyes without fear. Maybe the greatest irony of monarchy is that the farther you rise above others, the less human you're allowed to be. But the absurdities didn't end there. There were the lovers, the mistresses, the forbidden guests sneaking through side doors while guards pretended not to notice. Some kings, too paranoid to sleep beside anyone, hired servants to lie fully dressed in the same room, decoys in case of assassination. Others went the opposite way, surrounding themselves with people for comfort. One queen was so afraid of dying alone that she made her ladies-in-waiting sleep in a circle around her bed, holding candles until sunrise. By the end of the night, half the women had fainted from exhaustion, and the queen still claimed she didn't sleep a wink. You have to laugh. Power may buy obedience, but it can't negotiate with anxiety. And still, for all the paranoia, there were moments of pure, absurd tenderness. A widowed monarch refusing to remove his late wife's side of the bed for 20 years. A young prince terrified of the dark, insisting that his royal tutor sleep beside him until adulthood. A queen who trained her parrots to recite compliments before she fell asleep. It's ridiculous, yes, but in that ridiculousness lies something deeply human. Because when you strip away the titles, what's left is the same universal craving: to be comforted, to be understood, to not face the night alone. The royal bed also doubled as a political theater. It was where heirs were born, treaties consummated, and rumors conceived. Witnesses would gather for childbirths to confirm legitimacy, a royal audience for the most intimate act of all. Imagine giving birth surrounded by courtiers taking notes. Privacy wasn't just rare, it was a luxury denied. Every breath, every gesture had meaning. The king turning his back in bed could signal more than marital fatigue. It could signal rebellion. The queen's sigh might spark diplomatic panic. You can't help but wonder how anyone ever slept at all. And yet, those same beds were also altars of illusion. When visitors entered the royal chambers, they were meant to gasp. The fabrics shimmered. The carvings glowed, and for a moment, everyone forgot that beneath all that beauty was a mortal who snored, sweated, and sometimes cried. The illusion had to hold because the kingdom depended on it. The bed wasn't built for sleep, it was built for belief. It reminded everyone, even the monarch, that power could be made to look effortless, even when it wasn't. And maybe that's what luxury really is. Not comfort, but camouflage. As centuries passed, those grand beds became relics, empty, immaculate, preserved in museums. Tourists stare at them, marveling at the craftsmanship, the gold leaf, the faded silk. But what they're really seeing isn't wealth. It's weariness. The indentations on the mattress, the slight bend of the wooden frame, the invisible residue of human uncertainty. Those beds have outlasted their owners, their empires, their names, yet they still hum with a quiet kind of truth. That every night, even the most powerful person in the world had to face themselves. And maybe that's why the image of the royal bed still fascinates us. Because in it, we recognize something of our own lives. We may not wear crowns, but we all build our little kingdoms, our homes, our reputations, our illusions. And when night falls, we retreat to our own thrones of linen and doubt, rehearsing the same rituals, chasing the same elusive peace. The difference is only in scale, not in essence. The royal bed may have been gilded in gold, but it carried the same dream every pillow still holds. The hope that just for a few hours the noise will stop and rest, real, honest rest, will finally arrive. And perhaps the greatest comedy of all is this. Centuries later, we're still losing the same war. We've traded velvet for memory foam, attendants for alarm clocks, candles for glowing screens, but the restlessness remains unchanged. The royal bed was never truly about kings or queens. It was about what it means to be human, to lie awake in the dark, surrounded by everything you thought you wanted, and realize the one thing you can't command is peace. And if the walls of those ancient chambers could speak, they'd laugh softly and say what history never dares to admit. No one, not even a king, ever really slept well. The royal bed was, in many ways, a confessional disguised as luxury, a place where the world's most powerful people faced their least powerful moments. It's strange to imagine that a structure so monumental, 4 posts carved from rare woods draped in silk worth more than a village, was ultimately built for something so humble, sleep. And yet, for centuries, these beds weren't symbols of rest, but of burden. They held more weight than any crown ever could, not from the body that lay upon them, but from the ghosts that joined uninvited. Every wrinkle in the sheets was political. Every sigh could be scandal. Even rest itself was a performance. A monarch couldn't simply lie down. They had to retire. They didn't close their eyes. They surrendered to divine slumber. There were attendants whose only job was to announce the king's bedtime to the court, as though the entire empire needed reassurance that he was indeed horizontal. The absurdity of it all is magnificent. Empires rose and fell, and somewhere in the middle of it, someone had to make sure the royal socks were folded properly. And yet, for all the ceremony, the night remained treacherous. Darkness was democracy. It treated kings and beggars exactly the same. Once the candles were snuffed, the world shrank to the size of one's fears. Superstition filled the void. Monarchs hung relics over their heads, whispered charms into their pillows, even ordered priests to sleep nearby, just in case God needed reminding of whose soul to prioritize. One queen had a priest sleep under her bed, claiming she rested better, knowing holiness was close to the floor. You have to admire the logic. Somewhere between reverence and insanity, there's comfort. It's easy to laugh at these rituals now, but are we really any different? They had relics. We have sleep apps. They fear demons. We fear notifications. The rituals have changed form, but not purpose. They're all just ways of bargaining with the unknown. We still crave control over the one thing that refuses to be tamed, the night. The difference is that modern insomnia comes with better branding. We call it mindfulness instead of panic. Still, the intimacy of those royal chambers tells stories that history books can't. Behind the polished portraits and official chronicles, there was chaos. A king rehearsing speeches he'd never give, a queen clutching letters she'd never send, servants pretending not to hear the muffled sobs that no decree could silence. The royal bed saw it all. It was where masks cracked, where the human beneath the crown tried to breathe. You can almost feel the exhaustion soaked into the mattress, the kind that no rest can cure because it isn't the body that's tired, it's the soul. And then there were the absurd accidents, the moments that make history feel almost like satire. One emperor, famous for his paranoia, built a rotating bed so that he could spin away from danger if attacked. It worked beautifully, right up until the night he accidentally triggered it himself and rolled directly into a wall. Another royal, obsessed with cleanliness, ordered new sheets for every single night of the year. By December, the palace staff was drowning in laundry and rebellion almost broke out, not over taxes, but thread count. You start to realize that history isn't written by the winners. It's written by people with too much fabric. But for all the grandeur, there was something heartbreakingly human about these nightly routines. Some monarchs couldn't sleep without their favorite objects: rings, pets, even childhood toys. One 17th century queen kept a wooden doll by her side, hidden beneath the blankets long after she had grandchildren of her own. She called it her quiet friend. Historians chuckle about it now, but you can't help but feel tenderness there. Even the most exalted hearts ache for something familiar, something that doesn't judge, something that listens in the dark. The royal bed was also, paradoxically, the setting for the most public of private acts: birth and death. Heirs were born under candlelight and careful supervision, while dying monarchs turned their final breaths into political theater. Servants recorded every cough, every last word, every flutter of the eyelid. One king reportedly whispered, "I go now to sleep," and 5 different scribes debated whether sleep was a metaphor for death or a divine joke. The irony, of course, is that after a lifetime of command, even the act of dying wasn't fully his. Power clings until the last breath. There's a story that captures this beautifully. A dying queen, her body failing, refused to lie in her bed. She insisted on dying upright, seated, crown on her head. "I came to this world as a sovereign," she declared, "and I will not leave it as a sleeper." It sounds majestic, almost cinematic, until you imagine her attendants awkwardly holding her up for hours, trying to keep the crown from slipping. The grandeur of royalty was always balanced on the edge of farce. That's what makes it fascinating. The way tragedy and comedy lived under the same canopy. Today, those same beds stand frozen in museums, velvet faded, wood splintering, ropes keeping visitors at a distance. Tourists take photos, whispering about romance and power, but if they listened closely, they might hear something else. The faint echo of someone turning restlessly, the sigh of a life spent pretending to be divine. The room smells of history, yes, but also of something far more universal: longing. Because even surrounded by beauty, the heart still yearns for the same thing: to rest without pretending. And perhaps that's what keeps us staring at these relics centuries later, not because we envy the power, but because we recognize the fatigue. It's comforting, in a way, to know that kings and queens lay awake just as we do, haunted by different worries perhaps, but trapped in the same sleepless theater of the mind. The royal bed becomes a mirror, showing us that peace has always been the rarest luxury. Maybe that's the final secret it keeps, that all the crowns, all the rituals, all the velvet and gold were just noise to distract from a truth as old as time. No matter how high you build your throne, the night always comes, and the dark never bows. The royal bed was not just a piece of furniture, it was an institution, a silent witness to the fragile theater of power. It stood at the center of everything, both literally and symbolically, a stage where humanity played out its most unguarded scenes beneath the illusion of control. The weight of its meaning was almost comical when you think about it. Generals planned invasions there, priests whispered absolutions there, lovers plotted escape or eternity there. And every night, after the last candle was snuffed, it returned to what it always was: a box of wood and cloth, too honest to lie, too quiet to interrupt the performance. Every detail of those beds was designed to impress. Some were so enormous that servants joked a family could get lost in them and never be found again. They were draped in tapestries, depicting saints and mythic heroes, because nothing says romantic evening like Hercules strangling a lion above your head. Gold leaf shimmered on the posts, the scent of perfumed linen filled the air, and yet, for all their grandeur, most of these royal beds were deeply uncomfortable. The mattresses sagged, the feathers pricked, and the canopy trapped heat like a divine punishment. There's a strange poetry in that, a reminder that comfort has never been the true goal of luxury. Luxury is about being seen, even by no one at all, and they were seen. Servants and courtiers paraded in and out like clockwork. There were rules about who could draw the curtains, who could touch the sheets, even who could hand the king his nightcap. Each gesture was a ritual act of devotion to hierarchy. The king's bedtime became a state event. Imagine an entire room of people bowing as you yawn. It must have been exhausting to be that revered. But it also explains why so many monarchs were desperate for solitude. Power may be addictive, but privacy is intoxicating. They had all the first and none of the second. Night was the great equalizer. No amount of divine right could protect a monarch from his own mind once the doors were closed. The very same king who spent the day giving orders now lay awake, wondering if the prayers he'd ignored might come back to collect interest. It's one of the great ironies of history. Power doesn't buy peace. It only rents it, and the landlord is anxiety. Many rulers wrote of sleepless nights spent pacing their rooms, their imaginations haunted by shadows of betrayal. They built entire philosophies around their insomnia. One French monarch, after decades of rule, wrote in his journal, I believe sleep is for those who are not burdened by destiny. Translation: he was terrible at napping, but excellent at self-justification. The royal bed also played host to the absurd. Take Louis XIV, the Sun King who practically invented the concept of sleeping with an audience. Each morning, dozens of courtiers gathered to watch him wake. There was applause when he opened his eyes, flattery when he stretched, and reverent silence when he sneezed. And if you think that sounds ridiculous, you're right, but also maybe not as far removed from modern life as we'd like to think. Social media has made exhibitionism a hobby, and Louis would have loved Instagram. #blessed, he'd write, beneath a portrait of himself in silk pajamas. Still, there were moments when even the pomp couldn't disguise the vulnerability beneath. The royal bed saw love as much as it saw politics. It bore witness to secret tendernesses that never made it into the official record. A king whispering to a queen long after everyone thought their marriage was dead. A queen hiding a lover's token beneath her pillow. A widowed ruler tracing the empty space where someone once slept. History doesn't preserve these moments because they don't fit the narrative of grandeur. But that's where the truth always hides, in the quiet spaces where no one's pretending. The royal bed also served as a pulpit for confession. Many monarchs delivered their most honest thoughts in the middle of the night, surrounded not by advisors, but by flickering candles and their own uncertainty. A 16th century queen once admitted in her diary that she feared the dark not for what it concealed, but for what it revealed, herself. That confession feels timeless. The night doesn't show us monsters, it just turns up the volume on the ones already living in our heads. And perhaps that's why even the most powerful rulers surrounded themselves with distractions, incense, prayer, music, anything to keep from hearing the truth whispering in the silence. It wasn't all gloom, though. Royal bedrooms had their share of comedy, too. One medieval duke, famed for his snoring, had his bed moved into the castle courtyard so his wife could sleep. The servants complained that his thunderous breathing still echoed through the halls. Another monarch was so paranoid about being poisoned that he made his taster sleep in the same room, convinced death would strike mid-dream. The poor man died first, from exhaustion. These stories are almost cartoonish, but they reveal something deeper. When you live in constant performance, absurdity becomes your only escape. And maybe that's why these royal beds still captivate us. They're relics of contradiction, symbols of both majesty and misery. You can stand before one today in a museum and almost hear it hum with memory. The wood still holds warmth, the velvet still traps echoes. Not the kind of echoes that make noise, but the kind that make you feel something. The rustle of a gown, the sigh of regret, the faint rhythm of a sleepless heart. These beds remind us that history wasn't written by marble statues, but by flesh and fatigue. It's strange to think that after all their wars, their palaces, their legacies, the final human experience every monarch faced was the same one we all do, closing their eyes and hoping for rest. And maybe that's the real story the royal bed tells, not about power or privilege, but about the fragility that outlives both. Because no matter how gilded the frame or sacred the ceremony, every night ended the same way. One soul, alone with its thoughts, praying that tomorrow might be kinder. And in that moment, for just a few hours, kings and beggars shared the same kingdom, the silent, uncertain realm of sleep. If the walls of a royal bedroom could speak, they wouldn't whisper. They'd sigh. Centuries of secrets, half-truths, and whispered names hang in the air like incense that never fully faded. The royal bed wasn't just where rulers slept. It was where alliances began, where empires trembled, and where the human heart insisted on reminding history that even power has a pulse. And strangely enough, it was where the truth often hid most comfortably. Nothing strips away the illusion of grandeur quite like insomnia. Even kings who ruled with divine authority had to face the most democratic of all realities. The night is long, and the mind doesn't respect titles. Imagine the king lying awake beneath embroidered silk, staring at a ceiling painted with angels that refused to help him sleep. The more luxurious the chamber, the louder his thoughts became. Some monarchs even had architects design acoustics to muffle the sound of their own anxiety. Pillows weren't enough. They wanted geometry to silence guilt. There's something almost poetic about that. You can build walls to keep out assassins, but not remorse. And in those sleepless hours, surrounded by velvet and fear, you begin to see the truest form of royalty. Not the glittering icon of power, but the fragile human trying to remember who they were before the crown. Court physicians didn't help much. Their remedies for sleeplessness ranged from absurd to outright dangerous. One English queen was prescribed warm milk mixed with powdered pearls, because apparently nothing says restful night like drinking your own jewelry. A German duke believed that sleeping on a pillow filled with swan feathers cured bad dreams, though his servants later discovered the swans had fleas. And then there was the French monarch who ordered a new mattress stuffed entirely with lavender blossoms. He sneezed through 3 kingdoms before conceding defeat. The Middle Ages were proof that wealth doesn't buy wisdom, only more creative mistakes. There's a certain tragicomedy in how royalty tried to control the uncontrollable. They ruled armies, dictated laws, bent religion to their will, but sleep remained defiant. It's almost comforting, really. The one thing no monarch could command was peace of mind. You can't decree rest, you can't legislate dreams. Some kings took this personally, as if their inability to sleep were a political rebellion led by their own subconscious. One Italian prince even kept a night guard specifically to patrol against bad thoughts, which admittedly sounds like the first draft of modern therapy. But for all their eccentricities, some monarchs did find inventive ways to lull themselves into slumber. Music was the favorite cure. Entire orchestras would perform lullabies outside royal chambers until dawn. In one castle, musicians were forbidden from stopping unless the king snored audibly. Imagine the stress of that job. A single quiet night could cost you your livelihood. Another ruler preferred storytelling. Courtiers were ordered to read aloud until he drifted off. It's said that one unfortunate minister spent 3 nights recounting the same history of Roman agriculture because the king kept waking up and shouting, "Start again!" There's a lesson there somewhere about leadership and attention spans. The queens, however, mastered the art of psychological warfare within their bedrooms. The bed was their stage, a throne in disguise. They knew the power of suggestion, the choreography of silence, the performance of vulnerability. A single withheld touch could alter a treaty. A tear at the right moment could change a policy. In the dark, politics turned personal. It was where queens learned that control didn't always require shouting. Sometimes it required simply not speaking. There's an entire lost history of female diplomacy conducted under sheets of brocade and candlelight, written not in ink, but in glances. Yet, for all the manipulation and ceremony, there was also the simplest, most human desire, to be loved without calculation. Monarchs were surrounded by people who feared them, admired them, envied them, but rarely saw them. And perhaps that's why their love affairs became so reckless, so public, so doomed. The royal bed became both sanctuary and trap, a place where the heart's rebellion was rehearsed. Some queens risked everything for a kiss that didn't taste like politics. Some kings fell in love with women who dared to forget they were divine. And while history calls those stories scandal, maybe they were the only moments when those gilded souls felt alive. There were, of course, the darker sides too, the forced unions, the marriages made of strategy rather than affection. Some brides wept their first night not from modesty, but from grief. Their bodies became extensions of treaties. The royal bed wasn't just a place of rest, it was a contract signed in flesh. But even there, humanity persisted. A hand brushed too gently, a whispered apology, a glance of understanding. Tiny acts of rebellion against an empire that treated emotion like a weakness. You can feel those moments lingering in the air, reminders that love, no matter how forbidden, always finds a way to exist. The servants, of course, saw everything. They were the silent witnesses, trained to move invisibly, but always watching. Some became experts at reading the subtle language of linen, who shared the bed, who didn't, whose perfume lingered longer than etiquette allowed. Royal gossip traveled faster than diplomacy, and in a world where entire nations waited for heirs, the bed became a matter of public interest. There were inspectors whose sole job was to confirm that a marriage had been consummated. Imagine the awkwardness of that conversation. You can conquer continents, but you still have to provide proof of passion to a stranger holding a quill. The funniest part is that despite all the gold, all the ceremony, all the velvet and music and superstition, the royal bed was never about luxury. It was about control. Who entered it? Who was kept out? Who was allowed to witness? Who dared to dream? It was the most intimate reflection of power itself, fragile, heavy, and never entirely satisfying. And maybe that's the real secret history hidden beneath those sheets. The bed wasn't just where kings and queens slept. It was where they learned, over and over, that control ends where consciousness does. Because when the candles burned low and the last servant left, even a monarch was reduced to the same truth we all face, the quiet negotiation between the self and the dark. And perhaps if we could stand in those rooms now, in the hush that centuries have left behind, we might realize that the royal bed never truly belonged to them. It belonged to the night, to the fears that outlived them, and to the strange universal ache of wanting rest while knowing you'll never fully earn it. Power always had an odd relationship with the dark. In daylight, monarchs were untouchable, bathed in gold, wrapped in ceremony, spoken to in plural as if they were an entire institution in one fragile body. But when night fell, all that grandeur melted into something more delicate. You can wear a crown to dinner, but not to bed. And once the candle is out, even a king has to face the same thing as everyone else, the sound of his own breathing and the thoughts he's been running from all day. In that stillness where the scent of incense mixed with fear, the illusion of control came undone thread by thread. The royal bed wasn't merely a symbol of comfort or desire, it was a diary without ink. Its sheets remembered things no historian could record. A monarch's anxiety, a queen's resentment, the shifting weight of love and politics, everything left an imprint. One French historian once wrote that if you wanted to understand a reign, you should start with the bedroom. He wasn't wrong. The decisions made in council chambers shaped nations, but the whispers shared beneath silk drapes shaped destinies. The bed was, in many ways, the true seat of power, horizontal governance at its finest. It's easy to romanticize those rooms now, to imagine them shimmering with luxury and mystery, but they were also absurdly impractical. Picture this: a canopy so heavy it required chains to stay upright, mattresses stuffed with materials that would make modern allergies explode, and drapes so thick they trapped both warmth and gossip. One English monarch, eager to outshine his rivals, ordered a bed so large it required 10 men to carry it and 2 staircases to accommodate it. He called it a triumph of architecture. His wife called it a nightmare to change the sheets. Even kings couldn't escape domestic arguments. And yet, within that ridiculous splendor, there was something deeply human, almost tragic, in how these rulers clung to ritual to soothe their loneliness. Before sleeping, some insisted that every corner of the room be sprinkled with holy water. Others demanded readings from scripture or poetry or the latest scandal disguised as literature. Some couldn't rest unless a musician played a specific melody in the corridor. There's an almost childish desperation in that, a need to drown out the hum of one's own thoughts. Perhaps that's why power attracts noise. It fears silence. But silence, ironically, was the most honest thing in those rooms. It was in the pauses between conversations that the truth lived. When courtiers left and candles burned low, queens wrote secret letters they'd never send, kings practiced speeches they'd never dare deliver, and both rehearsed apologies they'd never make. You could walk into any royal chamber at night and find someone pretending to sleep, to love, to believe that they were in control. It's comforting to realize that history's most powerful people were just as skilled at faking peace as the rest of us. There's a famous story about a monarch who, unable to sleep, summoned his astrologer to read the stars from his bedside. The astrologer arrived half asleep himself, squinting at the ceiling as though the heavens might appear in the plaster. "Your Majesty," he said, "I see turbulence in your dreams and trouble in your heart." The king, exasperated, replied, "I didn't need the stars for that." Even in insomnia, royal sarcasm thrived. But hidden in that moment was a truth, what the astrologer called turbulence we'd now call being human. The queens, though, often had their own brand of insomnia, one rooted not in guilt, but in constant vigilance. Their nights were filled with the awareness that every smile during the day could conceal a dagger, every maid could be a spy, every kiss could carry ambition. Their beds were both refuge and battlefield. Some even slept with small daggers hidden under their pillows, just in case affection turned fatal. Others trusted in prayer beads more than guards. The irony is rich. The women crowned as symbols of grace were often the most awake, watching shadows move while pretending to dream. One queen reportedly trained herself to wake at the slightest sound, a defense mechanism that made her attendants' lives miserable. One night, after a maid dropped a spoon, the queen leapt up shouting, "Who enters my dreams without permission?" It's hard not to laugh at that, but there's something poignant too. That kind of paranoia doesn't come from vanity. It comes from knowing that survival depends on staying one breath ahead of betrayal. The royal bed was supposed to offer rest, but for many it became a fortress, a place to sleep with one eye open. There's also the tender irony of the royal morning after. Servants would quietly inspect the bed for signs of harmony after a political marriage, as if affection could be measured like taxes. Imagine the awkwardness of explaining to an entire nation why the sheets remained too pristine. It turned intimacy into a spectacle, a bureaucratic performance of passion. And yet, in those moments of forced vulnerability, the truth sometimes slipped through. The awkward laughter, the clumsy gestures, the human awkwardness hidden beneath centuries of ceremony. Love, it seems, has always been terrible at following protocol. What's most fascinating, though, is how much these nightly dramas mirrored the politics outside. The same tactics of charm, deceit, negotiation, and power that shaped kingdoms were rehearsed in miniature beneath those canopies. Every glance was diplomacy, every silence a strategy. In a way, the royal bed was the purest reflection of monarchy itself, intimate, theatrical, and entirely dependent on the illusion of control. When morning came and the masks were put back on, the echoes of those quiet struggles remained, woven into the sheets like a ghost that refused to be exorcised. And maybe that's why these stories still draw us in. We recognize ourselves in them, not in the gold or grandeur, but in the sleeplessness, the longing, the laughter that hides exhaustion. Strip away the titles, and the royal bed becomes just another stage for what it has always been, the comedy of being human. Because no matter how high the ceilings, how thick the curtains, or how divine the titles, everyone eventually has to lie down in the dark and make peace with their own reflection. And in that private, fleeting truce between the powerful and their fragility, the night always wins. The royal bedroom was, paradoxically, both the safest and most dangerous room in the entire castle. Safe because it was guarded by layers of protocol and walls so thick that whispers couldn't escape. Dangerous because it was the only place where masks could slip, and that made it fertile ground for disaster. In public, monarchs were made of gold and marble, but behind those embroidered curtains, they became something much more fragile. People who could be hurt, mocked, or betrayed. Power, when stripped of its performance, is astonishingly naked. Every bedchamber carried its own ghosts, some literal, since hygiene was not exactly medieval Europe's strong suit, and some metaphorical. Imagine the scent of centuries lingering in the drapes, the faint perfume of long dead queens, the musk of candle wax, and the bitterness of secrets no one dared record. A royal historian once joked that if the walls of Versailles could talk, the French monarchy would have fallen decades earlier. But that's the point. Palaces were built not just to house kings, but to silence what they didn't want heard. Every stone was an accomplice. Still, for all their attempts at privacy, the royals could never quite escape an audience. Servants were everywhere, silent and omnipresent, trained to pretend blindness while absorbing everything. A good servant knew when to cough to drown a whispered argument, or when to linger long enough to remind the occupants that gossip was currency. One English attendant became so notorious for leaking bedroom secrets that she was nicknamed the Shadow Chronicle. Yet somehow, monarchs continued to trust her, proving that even rulers crave the comfort of familiar betrayal. There's something strangely comedic about that. The idea that the same people who commanded armies and shaped empires couldn't keep their own pillow talk safe. But maybe that's precisely what made them human. Power always carries a craving for witnesses. No matter how divine they claimed to be, kings and queens wanted to be seen, even when pretending to be asleep. The royal bed became less a place of rest and more a stage, its heavy curtains like velvet theater drapes, closing not for privacy, but for drama. Some monarchs leaned into that theatricality. They turned bedtime into ceremony. Louis XIV's lever and cowsher, his daily waking and sleeping rituals, were attended by courtiers desperate to hand him his slippers or watch him undress, as though proximity to his fatigue might confer divine favor. The absurdity of it all was almost poetic. Imagine an entire court applauding because you managed to change into your nightshirt. It's the 17th century equivalent of a royal live stream. Same performance, different platform. Others, however, detested the spectacle. They rebelled quietly, creating secret passages and hidden rooms to reclaim a sliver of peace. Catherine de' Medici famously had a concealed staircase built behind her bedroom wall, connecting it to her astrologer's quarters. Officially, it was for consultations of state. Unofficially, it was for nights when her dreams needed interpretation. And there's something beautifully ironic about that. A queen who ruled through fear, still relying on the stars to tell her whether she'd sleep well. We still do the same today, though now it's astrology apps instead of court astrologers. Different century, same uncertainty. Royal insomnia was practically an epidemic. Monarchs feared the dark not because of what lurked outside, but because of what stirred within. Guilt, paranoia, temptation. It all came knocking once the torches dimmed. To fight it, they developed elaborate bedtime routines. Some prayed obsessively, others drank concoctions of wine and herbs, and a few took to pacing the halls, wearing grooves into the marble floors. One king insisted on sleeping surrounded by candles because he believed shadows plotted against him. Another, more pragmatic, kept a parrot by his bedside for company. When the bird died, he reportedly held a week-long vigil. Say what you will about monarchy, but they knew how to grieve dramatically. And yet, beneath all that extravagance and eccentricity was something familiar, the eternal human search for peace. Despite the silk sheets and the golden canopies, the royal bed was rarely a place of comfort. It was where decisions became doubts and love became strategy. The body might rest, but the mind never did. Power has always been the enemy of stillness. You can't switch off a crown any more than you can forget what it costs to wear one. And so, the night became their confessor, their punisher, their only honest witness. Even the architecture reflected that duality. Royal bedrooms were often built in layers, outer chambers for attendance, inner rooms for privacy, secret alcoves for escape. They were designed like concentric circles of intimacy, each layer peeling away another illusion. To reach the king or queen, you had to pass through corridors of ceremony, as if approaching divinity itself. Yet once inside, the divine became painfully mortal. A man shivering despite the fire, a woman clutching her rosary, whispering prayers not for salvation but for sleep. The throne room declared eternity, the bed reminded them of time. One of the strangest contradictions was how death and sleep were treated almost interchangeably. Monarchs often retired to their beds as if practicing for their final departure. Even the language blurred the line: to rest, to lie in state, to pass peacefully. And when they did die, it was usually in the same bed where they had loved, ruled, and dreamed. The same sheets that once carried passion now bore ceremony. Crowns were placed at the foot of the bed, candles lit at its head, and courtiers pretended not to notice how quickly reverence turned to calculation. Power never waits long to find a new pillow. It's tempting to laugh at the absurdities of it all, the astrologers, the velvet prisons, the insomnia cured with gemstones, but there's also something deeply sobering beneath the comedy. The royal bed, for all its pomp, was the one place where the truth always crept in. In those final moments before sleep, stripped of armor and applause, kings and queens confronted what they spent their days denying, that no one commands the night. Perhaps that's why, centuries later, we're still fascinated by their bedrooms. They remind us that even at the highest peaks of privilege, the human heart lies restless, waiting for morning, wondering if it will ever truly wake up different. And maybe that's the most enduring irony of all, that the same people who ruled the world never truly ruled themselves. The bed, that grand symbol of rest, became their greatest battlefield, not against armies or conspirators, but against the one adversary power could never conquer, their own reflection in the dark. The royal bed was both a blessing and a trap. It looked like paradise carved in wood and wrapped in silk, but it was also a cage disguised as comfort. Beneath those layers of velvet and gold thread, there was something heavier than all the finery, the weight of expectation. A monarch was expected to rest, to dream, to produce heirs, to appear serene in the morning, as if sleep itself were an act of governance. And yet, every night they fought the same invisible battles as anyone else. No crown can silence a restless mind. The difference is, when a king couldn't sleep, the whole court noticed. When you rule a nation, even your insomnia becomes a political issue. Some monarchs tried to outsmart their own thoughts. They invented strange bedtime rituals, not out of superstition, but desperation. King Philip II of Spain, for instance, believed that by sleeping with his rosary wrapped around his hand, he could ward off nightmares. It worked, until one night he woke up entangled and nearly strangled himself. His advisors quietly replaced the rosary with silk. That's history in a nutshell. The powerful trying to control chaos and only making it more absurd. There's something oddly comforting about that. The realization that even kings failed at bedtime. The queens, meanwhile, carried a different kind of insomnia. Their sleeplessness was born from scrutiny. Every move they made was interpreted through the lens of duty, fertility, virtue. A missed period could start a war. A cold glance could end a dynasty. Their beds were battlegrounds of diplomacy disguised as intimacy. Some even had witnesses on their wedding night, not out of romance, but to confirm consummation for political legitimacy. Imagine beginning your marriage with applause from a small audience. The sheer awkwardness of it could put anyone off sleep for life. But not all royal bedrooms were filled with tension. Some became stages for quiet rebellion. Take Queen Christina of Sweden, who refused to conform to expectations in every possible way. She ordered her bed to be stripped of any symbols of fertility, replaced her pillows with books, and declared that she found philosophy more soothing than companionship. When asked if she ever felt lonely, she famously replied, "Only when surrounded." That kind of wit deserves a crown of its own. Her bed became her protest, a declaration that the mind, not the body, would be her legacy. There were also monarchs who used their beds as command centers. Napoleon famously dictated letters from beneath his blankets, surrounded by aides scribbling down orders while he sipped brandy and complained about drafts. It's an image both comic and revealing, an emperor waging wars in his nightshirt, but it speaks to something universal, the human refusal to pause. Even at rest, the powerful schemed. They built empires from pillows and ruined them from the same spot. The bed, for all its softness, was a place of hard decisions, and sometimes it was a place of confession. Henry VIII, in his later years, reportedly spent long nights talking to the shadows on his canopy. He'd ask forgiveness from the wives he'd wronged, the friends he'd executed, the faith he'd betrayed. His courtiers claimed he argued with ghosts. Whether those ghosts were real or imagined hardly matters. The guilt was. The irony is tragic and a little funny. The man who made his bed of power couldn't lie in it without seeing the faces of the people he'd buried. History doesn't get more poetic than that, but not all ghosts were born of guilt. Some came from longing. The royal bed was often the loneliest place in the palace. Couples who once shared affection became strangers lying inches apart, each pretending to sleep. Some kings avoided their chambers altogether, preferring the company of courtiers or mistresses, while queens took comfort in prayer, pets, or quiet tears. It's a pattern as old as time. The more public your life, the more private your loneliness. One queen of Portugal, after years of her husband's indifference, had a small dog trained to occupy his pillow. When he complained, she replied, "It doesn't talk back." That's not just shade, that's art. The nights could also be absurdly theatrical. Royal dreams were taken seriously, interpreted as omens. If a monarch dreamed of blood, it meant war. If they dreamed of water, it meant betrayal. Some rulers even kept official dream recorders, scribes, who stood ready at dawn to document whatever nonsense spilled from their half-awake minds. Imagine the poor historian trying to make sense of, "I dreamed I was chased by a swan wearing a crown." Yet these dreams shaped real decisions. Armies marched, alliances shifted, all because someone had a restless night. The course of history, it turns out, might have been written in bad REM cycles. And yet, amidst all this absurdity, there's something strangely relatable. The royal struggle for peace at night mirrors our own. They had astrologers, we have sleep podcasts. They burned incense, we burn out. They feared curses, we fear deadlines. Centuries apart, we still wrestle with the same invisible adversary, the mind that refuses to rest. Perhaps that's why stories of royal beds still fascinate us. They're not really about luxury, they're about longing. The longing to stop pretending, to be unobserved, to be, for a few hours, simply human. If you stand before one of those ancient beds today, roped off in a museum, it feels almost alive. The air hums with everything that happened there. Confessions whispered into darkness, tears soaked into pillows, laughter that once filled the silence. You can almost sense the contradiction it held, the grandeur of its form versus the fragility of its purpose. It promised rest, but delivered reality. And perhaps that's its greatest legacy, that even the most powerful, wrapped in silk and guarded by armies, could never truly escape the weight of being awake. And maybe that's what connects us across centuries. The idea that every night, no matter how high we've climbed or how low we've fallen, we all end up in the same place, alone with our thoughts, chasing sleep like a crown that always slips just out of reach. There's something beautifully ironic about how the royal bed, a monument of craftsmanship, gold, and power, was also the most intimate evidence of how fragile that power really was. The same monarch who could command an army with a gesture might spend the night arguing with their own conscience beneath embroidered covers. Kings who ordered wars lost sleep over dreams. Queens, who appeared untouchable by day, counted the cracks in the ceiling by night. It's almost poetic that the most lavish beds in history belonged to people who never truly rested. The bed wasn't just a piece of furniture, it was a silent witness, an accomplice to secrets, and occasionally a victim of poor decisions. One Renaissance monarch, known for his grandeur, spent a fortune importing exotic materials to build a bed fit for eternity. The result was so heavy that it collapsed the floor beneath it. The king escaped unharmed, but declared afterward that perhaps eternity can wait. Even history's mightiest had to respect gravity. It's a humbling reminder that no matter how golden the sheets, the floor remains the same for everyone. But the symbolism ran deeper. The royal bed was a stage on which every possible human contradiction played out. It was where the divine right of kings met the ordinary frailty of human need. By day, monarchs performed their roles, divine, flawless, eternal. By night, they returned to the oldest truth of all: no one escapes their own thoughts. The canopy may have been embroidered with angels, but beneath it, demons had better attendance records. The same bed that held coronations and births also held fear, regret, and loneliness. That's the thing about history. It never tells you how loud silence can be. Some rulers tried to outwit that silence. They surrounded themselves with company, filling their bedrooms with attendants, jesters, and guards, as if noise could protect them from their minds. Others chased rest through elaborate remedies: warm baths in goat's milk, pillows stuffed with herbs, chants whispered by monks. One medieval king even believed that rubbing his feet with fox fat before bed would encourage bravery in dreams. His courtiers complied, of course. What choice did they have? Try saying no to a barefoot monarch holding a jar of animal grease. Yet sometimes, amidst the absurdity, there were flashes of humanity so sincere they almost hurt. A 17th century queen, unable to sleep after her husband's death, ordered his side of the bed to be remade every night, just as it was when he was alive. No one was allowed to touch the pillow. "He should have a place to rest, even if I don't," she said. There's a kind of madness in that. Grief so deep it builds its own ritual, but also a kind of faith. Love that refuses to accept absence, even in the dark. The bed also bore witness to politics disguised as passion. Many royal love stories were strategic arrangements in lace. A smile during the day could mean a treaty. A frown after dark could threaten an empire. But within that theater, some couples managed to carve out something real. A letter from an Austrian archduchess to her husband reads, "I do not love the crown, but I love the head beneath it." That single sentence carries more rebellion than a revolution. Even in a world where affection was duty, truth still found a way to slip between the sheets. Then there were the moments of pure comedy, the kind that history books tend to overlook. One French monarch's mistress famously faked sleep whenever he entered her chamber, hoping to avoid his late-night monologues about politics. The king, convinced she was merely overcome by adoration, bragged to his ministers about how peacefully she rested in his presence. The irony? She later became known for her essays on diplomacy. If that's not multitasking, what is? Even back then, women perfected the art of surviving through strategic naps. The royal bed also had a strange way of blurring boundaries between the sacred and the profane. It was where divine rulers prayed, cursed, seduced, and died, all within the same square of fabric. The same pillows that caught whispered prayers also caught lies. Some rulers even gave names to their beds, as if to acknowledge the relationship. Henry IV of France called his Le Berceau du Royaume, the cradle of the kingdom. Others called theirs My Court of Truth. It sounds poetic until you realize that the truth they referred to was often just exhaustion. A king can fake loyalty, but he can't fake sleep. As time went on, the rituals surrounding royal sleep became increasingly elaborate, almost ridiculous. At Versailles, the ceremony of waking involved dozens of people performing specific tasks. One servant to open the curtains, another to fetch the slippers, a third to present holy water, and at least 3 to stand silently for moral support. It was less about comfort and more about hierarchy, a daily performance to remind everyone, including the king himself, of his own importance. Yet there's a certain tragedy in that too. When you need applause to wake up, you've probably forgotten what peace feels like, and perhaps that's the heart of it all. The royal bed was never truly about rest. It was about control. Who shared it, who waited outside it, who dared to dream within it. It represented everything monarchy both desired and feared. Intimacy, vulnerability, truth. And yet, despite all the rituals, the attendance, and the superstition, no ruler could escape the oldest truth of all, that sleep makes equals of us all. When the candles burned low and the courtiers withdrew, the crown sat quietly on its stand, watching as its owner finally became human. Maybe that's why we're still drawn to those ancient beds today, not because of the gold or the history, but because they remind us that even power kneels before fatigue. Beneath every crown lies a weary head, and beneath every legend a body that needs to rest. The royal bed, for all its majesty, was the great equalizer, a place where divinity faded, where truth whispered louder than ceremony, and where, for a few fleeting hours, kings and queens finally met the one sovereign they could never rule over. Sleep. There's something unsettling about how easily history romanticizes royal bedrooms. The paintings make them look like sanctuaries of elegance, soft candlelight, embroidered sheets, whispers of perfume drifting through the air. But behind that curated image was something far more complicated, often less peaceful and occasionally absurd. The royal bed was both a throne and a confession booth, a battlefield where politics wore silk pajamas. Power didn't stop at the chamber door. It just changed costume. To sleep in that bed was to sleep under surveillance. Curtains didn't guarantee privacy, they framed the performance. Even dreams weren't private, they were treated as political forecasts. If a king dreamt of storms, his ministers debated whether that meant rebellion. If a queen dreamt of fire, the court whispered about passion or prophecy. People forget how literally the medieval world took symbolism. You could accidentally start a war just by talking in your sleep, which, to be fair, might be the only diplomatic incident in history that began with snoring. For some rulers, though, the bedroom became their last refuge, a place to drop the armor, if only for a few hours. The same king who condemned men in daylight sometimes whispered apologies into the dark. The queen who appeared calm at court might clutch her rosary until dawn, bargaining silently with heaven. You can almost imagine the sound of the fire crackling in the corner while ghosts of choices past shuffle through their minds. The royal bed became a paradox, both a fortress and a confessional. The higher they rose, the more they needed something soft to fall into. Of course, not everyone used the bed for reflection. Some used it for strategy. There's an entire subgenre of royal history that could be titled Diplomacy Under the Covers. The bedroom wasn't just a private space, it was an office for persuasion. Courtiers begged favors from mistresses, ministers bribed attendants to plant words in pillow talk, and lovers delivered messages between kingdoms more effectively than envoys ever could. You might call it foreign affairs, but that would be too on the nose. It's proof that power has always known where to hide, in whispers, not decrees. And yet, in between all that scheming, there were the absurd moments that make history feel like gossip. One Habsburg emperor, convinced that sleeping with jewels increased vitality, went to bed each night wearing a diamond-studded nightcap. He died from lead poisoning, a reminder that even royalty couldn't outwit chemistry. Another ruler was so afraid of assassination that he had his servants move his bed every night, until one morning they forgot where they'd put him. The court found him wandering the corridors in his nightgown, muttering, "How does one lose a king?" The answer, apparently, is poor planning and too many candles. Even the architecture of royal bedrooms told stories. They were built to impress more than to comfort. Enormous canopies that trapped heat in the summer, icy drafts in the winter, beds so high they required stools, or in one queen's case, a literal set of stairs to climb into. Servants waited in alcoves just out of sight, their presence both a comfort and a curse. Privacy was a privilege monarchs could never afford. Imagine living in a world where you couldn't sneeze without someone interpreting it as divine wrath. The palace wasn't a home, it was an ecosystem of eyes. But within that confinement, something remarkable often emerged. Creativity. When kings and queens couldn't act publicly, they found ways to express themselves privately. Journals filled with midnight confessions, secret poems written in the margins of prayer books, letters tucked beneath pillows. One queen, trapped in a loveless marriage, used her embroidery as therapy, sewing hidden messages into the fabric. Tiny rebellions stitched in gold. History never credited her as a writer, but her linens whispered the truth long after her voice was silenced. And the humor of it all is that while monarchs built empires by day, their nights looked suspiciously like ours. They worried about betrayal, about love, about legacy. They tossed and turned over conversations that went wrong, over letters they shouldn't have sent, over the creeping sense that even power doesn't guarantee purpose. The candlelight made them philosophers, though not always wise ones. A few even dabbled in early sleep science, if you can call releasing doves in the room to purify the air science. One unfortunate attempt ended with the doves catching fire from the candles. The chronicles describe it as a night of divine chaos. That's one way to put it. There were also the darker nights, those moments when sleep refused to come and the mind turned cruel. Some monarchs began to see their own reflection as an enemy. A certain king of Denmark ordered all mirrors removed from his chamber after claiming he saw his ancestors staring back. Another, convinced the devil whispered through the creaking of his bed, had it burned in the courtyard and replaced with stone. You can almost feel the terror behind those acts, not madness, but exhaustion. The weight of always being watched can make anyone start seeing things. And yet, for all the fear and grandeur, there's an undeniable tenderness in imagining those rooms. The flicker of candlelight on brocade, the faint rustle of servants slipping away, the sound of a weary breath exhaled in the dark. No crown, no throne, no courtly ritual could change the fact that every ruler ended their day in the same vulnerable posture, lying down, eyes closed, pretending for a few hours that the world would still be there when they woke. It's the most democratic act in history. The great equalizer wasn't the guillotine, it was bedtime. Perhaps that's why the image of the royal bed endures so powerfully, not as a symbol of indulgence, but as a mirror. It shows us that the people who shaped the world were just as lost in it as we are, that for all their riches, they still sought what we all crave: rest, reassurance, the quiet mercy of sleep. And maybe that's what makes those gilded relics so haunting today. They remind us that beneath the silk and ceremony, history's greatest figures were just tired humans trying to make peace with the dark. And in that truth, there's something both humbling and profoundly comforting. Because if even kings couldn't master the night, maybe we don't have to either. If you think the royal bed was a place of sleep, you're giving it far too much credit. It was a stage, a negotiation table, a therapist's couch, and occasionally a war zone with better lighting. To lie in that bed was to lie at the center of an empire's heartbeat, a place where whispers could topple governments and sighs could start wars. And yet, despite all that significance, it remained the one space where even monarchs had to face the most inconvenient truth. No matter how many servants you have, no one can sleep for you. The paradox of royal life was that the more powerful you became, the less rest you got. Imagine having an entire country depending on whether or not you have a good night's sleep. It's no wonder insomnia was practically hereditary among monarchs. The French kings had an entire category of court physicians dedicated to soothing the sovereign mind. They tried everything, from opium and wine to enchanted amulets. One doctor even prescribed sleeping with a mirror near the bed to reflect away negative thoughts. It's almost poetic until you remember how horrifying that must have looked in candlelight. A half-asleep king, startled by his own reflection. But the truth is, the royal bed wasn't just haunted by ghosts or paranoia. It was haunted by routine. Every movement was ritualized. Servants had to fold the sheets in specific patterns. The bed curtains had to be drawn clockwise for luck. And certain monarchs even forbade sleeping on their left side for fear it invited bad dreams. The irony, of course, is that nothing invites bad dreams faster than trying too hard to avoid them. You can almost picture it. A king lying there, terrified to roll over, bargaining with his subconscious like a man haggling at a market stall. And yet, amidst all the rigidity, there were moments of striking tenderness, tiny rebellions against the machinery of monarchy. Some rulers found comfort in the most ordinary things. Queen Victoria famously slept with her husband's dressing gown long after his death, tucking it beside her each night as though it could still hold him. Peter the Great of Russia kept a small wooden box on his nightstand containing a lock of his mother's hair. For all their power, they clung to the same small rituals of grief and memory that ordinary people did. The difference is that their sentimentality came gilded in gold. Not every story was sweet, though. Some were darkly comedic, the kind that makes history feel like an elaborate farce. One French noblewoman, trying to impress her royal lover, ordered her bed to be perfumed daily with rose oil. Unfortunately, she didn't consider how flammable that was. One night, a careless servant knocked over a candle and the entire bed went up in flames. The court records dryly note that her affections cooled considerably thereafter. You have to admire how even tragedy was written with elegance back then. The rituals surrounding royal beds weren't limited to sleep. They extended to waking. The act of rising was a ceremony in itself, known in France as le lever du roi. Dozens of courtiers would crowd into the bedroom to watch the king stretch, dress, and exchange morning pleasantries. It was theater disguised as etiquette, and everyone knew it. There's something hilariously human about the idea of people competing for the privilege of handing a monarch his socks. You can conquer nations and still depend on someone to find your slippers. Power, it turns out, is a surprisingly delicate performance. And performances, of course, can be exhausting. Some kings grew so weary of being watched that they created decoys, fake beds in which actors or servants pretended to sleep, while the real monarch rested elsewhere. Louis XV reportedly had 3 identical beds in different rooms, changing nightly to keep potential assassins guessing. He even joked that it is easier to cheat death than boredom, but boredom was its own kind of assassin. The stillness of the royal night left too much room for thought, and thought is dangerous for people raised to believe they're divine. That might explain why so many monarchs turned to superstition. Charms, relics, holy water, even blessed feathers were believed to protect their dreams. A Spanish queen had a small reliquary stitched into her pillow so the saints could guard her heart while it rested. Another monarch insisted his sheets be sprinkled with wine to confuse demons with the scent of celebration. The logic was questionable, but the desperation was real. Power is a lonely kind of madness. It teaches you to fear the invisible more than the visible. Still, the humor of it all lies in how these grand symbols of authority were, in essence, just human beings pretending they weren't. The royal bed, for all its ceremony, was a reminder that every crown eventually ends up on a nightstand. You can't posture while you snore. You can't command reverence from under a blanket. That's why the court feared the royal bed. It stripped away pretense. It was the one place where kings and queens stopped performing and became themselves, if only briefly. And that's perhaps the most revealing thing about it. Behind all the silk and superstition, the royal bed wasn't about sleep. It was about vulnerability. It was the space where the most powerful people in the world had to surrender, if only to the night. Every sigh, every restless turn, every whispered prayer spoke to the same truth that transcends class and time. Power doesn't quiet the mind. It only makes the silence louder. So when you see those enormous gilded beds in museums today, don't just see luxury, see the paradox. See the fear stitched into the seams, the longing pressed into the mattress, the absurdity of trying to choreograph rest. Because no matter how many guards stood outside those doors, sleep remained an act of faith. The same faith that makes all of us close our eyes each night, hoping that for a few fragile hours, the world will forgive us enough to let us dream. The royal bed was more than a place of sleep. It was a stage where history rehearsed its most intimate lies. Every canopy, every embroidered sheet, every polished post was a symbol of order, trying to disguise chaos. In public, monarchy was about spectacle, but in private, it was about survival. The bed was where crowns came off, where masks slipped, and where the performance of power melted into something almost unbearably human. The irony is that the same bed that promised rest often became the very place that robbed them of it. Royal bedrooms were built like fortresses, yet they offered no defense against the mind. Imagine lying beneath a canopy heavy with gold-threaded angels, while the ceiling above you creaked like a conscience. The night was a terrible companion. It had the patience of a ghost. Some kings filled that silence with prayers, others with lovers, a few with paperwork. Louis XIV was known to summon ministers at midnight to discuss state matters while reclining against his velvet pillows. It sounds decadent until you realize it was just anxiety wearing silk. Nothing says divine ruler quite like conducting an emergency meeting in your nightgown. The rituals surrounding royal sleep bordered on the absurd. Every detail had its own hierarchy. Only certain attendants could touch the royal sheets. Others were allowed to hand the nightshirt. And one unfortunate soul had the sacred duty of warming the bed with a copper pan filled with coals. It was all ceremony and no comfort. The king might have been surrounded by 100 servants, but not one could grant him the simplest of human luxuries, peace of mind. And perhaps that's the quiet tragedy of monarchy. It gave them everything, except the ability to feel safe. The queens, on the other hand, turned their beds into battlegrounds of diplomacy and defiance. Some used charm like a weapon, others silence like a sword. Marie de' Medici once hosted ambassadors while still lying in bed, claiming illness, only to negotiate political deals between sips of broth. It's almost comedic when you think about it, the fate of nations hanging in the balance while the queen rearranged her pillows, but maybe that's what made these women so formidable. They learned to rule from the only throne they could truly control, the bed. And yet, even those who mastered power in the daylight found themselves undone by the dark. There are records of monarchs, waking screaming from dreams, convinced that angels or demons had visited them. One 15th century king ordered his guards to patrol his room with torches until dawn because he feared his own shadow. Another claimed that his late father appeared every night at the foot of his bed to remind him of the sins he hadn't yet confessed. It's funny, in a way, how guilt is the one inheritance no royal line can escape. Crowns pass easily from head to head, but regret always finds its own way in. Sometimes, though, the fears were less spiritual and more practical. Assassination attempts were so frequent that some rulers developed elaborate systems to confuse would-be killers. Henry VIII famously slept in different rooms each night, often without telling even his closest attendants where. The result? He occasionally confused himself. One night, he wandered into the wrong chamber and woke up in a servant's bed. The servant, half asleep, reportedly shouted, "Who dares disturb the king?" History doesn't record Henry's reaction, but one imagines it was the quiet horror of realizing even your paranoia has a sense of humor. There were, too, the tender absurdities. The small gestures that turned grandeur into something strangely touching. Queen Anne of England, plagued by chronic pain, insisted that her dogs sleep beside her, believing their warmth eased her joints. The dogs, predictably, didn't care for royal protocol and often left muddy paw prints on her sheets. Servants would scold them, but Anne defended her companions fiercely, saying, "They comfort me better than courtiers ever could." You can't help but admire that logic. Sometimes loyalty doesn't wear a crown, it wags a tail. Other monarchs developed rituals so peculiar they became legends. Catherine the Great refused to sleep without fresh roses in her room, claiming their scent guarded her dreams from sadness. Charles VI of France believed touching metal before bed would keep madness away, which, given his later breakdown, might have been wishful thinking. Then there was Philip IV of Spain, who hired a personal lullaby singer but fired him for singing too accurately. The poor man was told his voice reminded His Majesty too much of reality. And isn't that the core of it? The higher you rise, the more allergic you become to truth. But perhaps the most fascinating part is how much importance these rulers placed on the act of lying down. In a world obsessed with posture and poise, to recline was a form of rebellion. A king on a throne looked invincible. A king in bed looked human. That vulnerability terrified them, yet it also reminded them who they really were. For all their divine titles and embroidered egos, they were still flesh, still susceptible to doubt, desire, and digestion. One English monarch famously said, "Even a crown does not keep the sheets from wrinkling." He meant it literally, but it works beautifully as philosophy. It's easy to mock their extravagance, to laugh at the endless ceremonies and superstitions, but behind the comedy lies something deeply relatable. These were people who couldn't afford to fail, trying to control the one thing that can't be ruled, the human condition. They built walls, courtiers, and rituals between themselves and reality, yet the night always found a way through. No matter how many locks were on the door, the mind remained ungoverned. And maybe that's why the royal bed continues to fascinate us. It's not the silk or the gold, it's the contradiction. The idea that the most powerful people in history still lay awake at night, counting fears instead of sheep. Their beds weren't monuments to wealth, they were monuments to humanity's most universal truth. That no matter how high the ceiling or how soft the sheets, the dark will always come, and in that darkness, power means nothing. All that remains is the fragile, restless heartbeat of a person pretending they don't feel small. There's something strangely humbling about realizing that even the most powerful people in history ended every day the same way, lying down, staring into the dark, hoping to forget themselves for a few hours. The royal bed may have been draped in silk, framed in gold, and perfumed with oils from lands they'd conquered, but at night it became something simpler and infinitely more honest. A mirror. It reflected back not the ruler, but the person, the one who worried, regretted, feared, and loved just like everyone else. In the hush between candlelight and dawn, power evaporated. What remained was something fragile, almost innocent. Those rooms, once bustling with attendants and advisors, would eventually fall silent except for the slow ticking of a clock and the faint crackle of dying embers. In that stillness, even kings became philosophers. Napoleon once wrote that his best ideas came to him in the solitude of sleeplessness, though given his record one wonders if that was inspiration or insomnia talking. Henry VIII, on the other hand, didn't trust silence at all. He ordered music to play throughout the night so he wouldn't hear the whispers of guilt. The irony is almost too perfect. The man who couldn't bear dissent by day feared his own thoughts by night. The royal bedchamber, despite its opulence, carried the smell of mortality. It was where kings were born, where queens labored, and where both often died. The same sheets that cradled passion could, within years, cradle decay. Death came to monarchs not with trumpets, but with the same stillness that visited everyone else. One chronicler described the final night of a Spanish king as a performance of eternity, the courtiers standing in solemn lines while the monarch gasped for air beneath his golden canopy. You can almost picture the scene, the grandeur clashing with the unbearable simplicity of it all. Power, when stripped of its choreography, always ends quietly. And yet, even in those final moments, ritual demanded to be observed. No one simply died in a royal bed, they departed. Every gesture had to be dignified, every word recorded. Servants whispered prayers, scribes took notes, and somewhere in the corner, a physician tried to look useful. When Queen Elizabeth Warren passed away, she reportedly refused to lie down at first, insisting that to sleep is to surrender. For 3 nights, she sat upright, clutching her crown as if it could buy her another breath. It couldn't. In the end, even she had to lie down. The same bed that had witnessed her triumphs now received her as its equal. That's the cruel poetry of it. No matter how high the throne, the bed always waits. But for every solemn deathbed, there were a dozen farcical ones. Royalty, it turns out, has a knack for turning tragedy into comedy. One French duke died after falling out of bed while trying to chase away a fly. Another monarch met his end by rolling too close to the fireplace. There's something profoundly human about that. After a lifetime of grandeur and ceremony, to be undone by a blanket or a bug feels almost like cosmic justice. It's as if the universe whispers, "You've been dramatic long enough. Let's finish this in slapstick." And then, centuries later, the same beds stand roped off in museums frozen in time. Tourists shuffle past, snapping photos, marveling at the craftsmanship. They whisper, as if afraid to disturb the ghosts. But those ghosts don't need silence. They crave recognition. Each wrinkle in the fabric, each dent in the wood, tells a story of bodies that carried too much history. The gilding may have faded, but the humanity lingers. It's almost funny to think that the most honest traces of royal life, the sweat, the tears, the restless tossing, are hidden beneath all that splendor. The past smells faintly of lavender and exhaustion. If you look closely at those old canopies, you'll notice something peculiar. The angels painted on the fabric aren't serene, they're watching, always watching. Perhaps it was meant as divine reassurance, but it feels more like surveillance. Imagine trying to sleep under the gaze of 100 cherubic auditors. No wonder kings drank themselves unconscious. And yet, those painted faces say something about human nature. Even at their most vulnerable, rulers couldn't bear the idea of being unseen. Privacy was terrifying. Being alone meant facing the one opponent they couldn't defeat, themselves. Still, within all the absurdity and melancholy, there's a strange beauty in the idea of the royal bed. It was both the beginning and the end of everything. Heirs were conceived, alliances sealed, secrets whispered, and empires dreamed into being. Every major event in a monarch's life circled back to that same rectangle of fabric and wood. The world may have bowed before them, but their destinies unfolded beneath blankets. You start to realize that history isn't written in marble halls or on battlefields. It's written in the dark, between breaths, in the quiet sighs that never make it to the record books. And perhaps that's why the image of the royal bed still lingers in our collective imagination. It isn't envy, it's recognition. It reminds us that no matter how gilded the frame or grand the title, everyone eventually lies down in the same posture of surrender. The bed is the great democrat of existence. It doesn't care about crowns or it doesn't ask what you've conquered. It just asks whether you can finally rest. The deeper truth hidden beneath centuries of pomp is this: the royal bed was never about sleep. It was about the illusion that control could extend into the night. The rituals, the attendants, the prayers, all of it was an attempt to domesticate the dark. But the night, patient and unbending, always won. It still does. That's the great unspoken equality of human life. Whether in palaces or apartments, we all face the same silence when the lights go out. And perhaps that's where the real majesty lies. Not in how we rule the day, but in how we learn to make peace with the dark that follows.